The only solace in the wretched life of the middle schooler named Yao, who is surrounded by bullying, harassment, and familial coldness, is a warm and healing mobile game on his phone, Sky Children of the Light. However, when malice in reality reaches its peak, he collapses to the ground. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself lying beside a strange lakeshore. He has not only crossed over into the world of Naruto, but has arrived carrying the entire wardrobe catalog from Sky. Upon his face rests a mysterious pitch-black mask, on his body a gorgeous bat-winged cape and samurai trousers. Within the 6-year-old shell resides a soul that is pale, strange, indifferent, and twisted. He is taken in by the third Hokage and grows up alongside the 12 young ninjas of Konoha. The mask severs his expressions from the world and severs the world from him as well, yet it draws countless prying gazes and fervent desire. Kakashi wishes to probe his secrets. Itachi perceives in him a similar loneliness. Naruto sees him as his only light. Sasuke wants to defeat him to gain recognition, and Gaara senses a kindred existence within him. Even the Akatsuki turn their heads toward him because of his peculiar light energy. Everyone around him becomes sickly devoted, unrequited obsessions growing wild in one direction, while he merely watches everything with cold detachment, controlling everything. The occasional halo of light he releases becomes the strongest aid to his companions, and the face beneath the mask becomes the madness that consumes them all. Salvation. He has no need of it. He himself is the abyss, the one who will stir the entire ninja world, a being who evokes love and hate, endlessly desired yet forever out of reach. Yao. Reality is a tightly sealed wall pressing heavily against the narrow space that can be called Yao's life. The air at school is always turbid, laden with chalk dust, sweat, and an invisible nauseating malice. The noise from the exercise break has just faded when the boy who led the group that shoved Yao's head into a toilet stall and scribbled filthy words all over his textbooks blocks his way back to the classroom wearing a twisted, mocking smile. "Hey Yao!" The boy's voice is deliberately lowered into a faux gentleness, yet it hisses like a snake. "Be my boyfriend, will you?" Laughter explodes instantly all around them. The laughter is shrill and piercing, like countless needles stabbing into his already numb nerves. Seeing the undisguised ridicule and malice in the other boy's eyes, his stomach churns violently. He gives no reply, not even the slightest flicker in his gaze. He merely tightens his grip on the phone in his uniform pocket. The cold metal casing is the only tangible anchor he has at this moment. Silence is his hardest armor, yet also the response most easily interpreted as weakness. When he finally makes it to the end of the day and the dismissal bell rings, he almost flees the classroom, only to be stopped in the corridor by his homeroom teacher. The middle-aged man, who usually poses as righteous and dignified behind his gold-rimmed glasses, casually places a hand on Yao's shoulder, his fingers slowly rubbing the thin fabric of the boy's uniform. "Yao, you must be finding your studies difficult lately, HM. Come to my office tonight, I'll give you some unknown tutoring." His breath, warm and reeking of tobacco, spills against Yao's ear. Yao abruptly steps back, shaking off that hand. He lifts his head, in his pitch-black pupils there is no emotion at all, like two ancient wells with no visible bottom. The sight makes the teacher pause for a moment, then a flash of annoyance crosses his face. "I'm taking sick leave." His voice is soft, carrying the clear timbre unique to a youth, yet utterly devoid of warmth. Without waiting for a response, he turns and walks away, his steps quick as though fleeing a plague. The word home has long since lost any meaning of warmth for him. The relationships within his remarried family are complicated and frigid. His so-called younger half-brother, unrelated by blood, that teenager who always watches him with a prying gaze, fixes on him the moment he steps through the door, from between the couch cushions in the living room, from behind a half-open bedroom door. That gaze is a mixture of curiosity, jealousy, and a cloying stickiness that makes his skin crawl. Yao walks straight to his room and, reaching back, locks the door with a soft click. He temporarily seals all that suffocating reality outside. Back pressed against the cold door panel, he slowly slides down to sit on the floor and takes a deep breath, yet not a trace of ease enters his lungs. Only here, in this cramped space that belongs to him alone, can he slightly lower that invisible guard. Yet even this tiny patch of ground is not absolutely safe. Outside, that prying gaze seems capable of penetrating the door, making his back prickle with needles. He is exhausted. Of bullying, of harassment, of this omnipresent voyeurism of a world seething with malice and desire. He takes out his phone. The screen lights up, soft radiance casting over his face, which is so pale it is almost translucent. He taps the familiar starring icon, Sky Children of the Light. The gentle music of the login screen flows out like a clear spring, temporarily washing away the filth in his heart. In the game, his avatar stands beneath the starry sky of the Vault of Knowledge. It is an outfit he painstakingly gathered over countless hours. The pitch-black wizard hat whose brim gleams with a faint eerie luster, the luxurious black batwing cape that flutters gently in the simulated wind, the neat and handsome samurai trousers that make the avatar's figure look tall and upright, and on its face a mask with a jet-black base traced with mysterious silver patterns hiding all expression and leaving only a cold, enchanting outline. This is his only comfort, a kingdom built from virtual light wings that belongs to him alone. Here there is no bullying, no harassment, no nauseating scrutiny. There is only flight, only candlelight, only strangers who meet by chance, bow to one another, and then brush past, maintaining a perfect distance. He guides the little figure circling alone in the empty vault of knowledge. The black cape cuts through the virtual starlight like a wandering wraith that belongs to no world. He looks at the cool, mysterious, powerful avatar on the screen, then compares it to his real self, pale, thin, silent, and subject to casual abuse, and a great sense of absurdity and estrangement rises within him. If only he could become that little figure. If only he could completely escape this place. The thought is stronger than it has ever been. He stares at the screen as though trying to draw that light and shadow into his soul. His consciousness gradually blurs as the clamor of reality and the serenity of the virtual world intertwine and distort in his mind. His gaze comes to rest at last on the avatar wearing the black mask which seems through the screen to be meeting his eyes. Then comes a violent vertigo as though his very soul is being wrenched out of his body and hurled into a rapidly spinning vortex. Darkness floods his vision and all sensation vanishes. His body collapses softly onto the cold floor. The phone slips from his palm, its screen going dark. He does not know how much time passes before his awareness slowly recombines like sand after the tide retreats. The first sensations are the faint tickle of grass against his cheek and the damp scent of earth. Then comes the murmur of running water, the clear chirping of birds, the rustle of wind through leaves, all so vivid, so real, utterly unlike the perpetual noise of the city. Yao's eyes fly open. Before him is not the familiar ceiling but a sky so high and so blue it seems unreal, with a few shafts of mottled sunlight filtering through dense foliage. Bracing on his arms, he pushes himself up and discovers that he is lying beside a crystal-clear lake. The water is emerald green, reflecting the trees along the shore and the distant mountains. Where is this? He lowers his head to look at himself, and his pupils contract sharply. He is no longer wearing that cheap washed-out school uniform but instead, the outfit from the game. The pitch-black batwing cape wraps softly around his small thin frame, its texture so real he can feel every thread below are the familiar samurai trousers fitting snugly to his legs. On his head sits a broad-brimmed wizard hat steeped in mystery. Instinctively he lifts a hand to his face. His fingertips meet something cold and hard, a mask. Stumbling to the lakeshore, he leans over the mirror-like water to inspect his reflection. The water reflects the figure of a child of about 5 or 6, slender and small. Yet the outfit lends this body a bizarre age-defying aura of mystery and presence. Even under natural light, the black batwing cape seems to absorb the surrounding radiance. The brim of the wizard hat casts a deep shadow, and the mask on his face is identical to the one in the game, a black base traced with intricate, unfamiliar silver patterns covering the entire face and revealing only a graceful jawline and thin, bloodless lips. He raises a hand, fingertips trembling slightly as they brush the edge of the mask. It feels as though it has fused with his skin, yet he can sense some faint seam where it meets flesh. Drawing a deep breath, he pulls hard. The mask comes away with a soft sound. Reflected in the water is a face that even with the features of a 6-year-old already hints at astonishing allure. His skin has the almost pathological pallor of one rarely touched by sunlight, fine and smooth like the surface of exquisite porcelain. His features are so delicately formed they transcend gender. His eyes are long and narrow, the irises a pure untainted black like 2 pools of bottomless cold water that reflect no light at all. His nose is straight and high, his lips beautifully shaped yet thin and unfeeling. Together these features compose a beauty that is strange, fragile, and fiercely invasive, as though it does not belong to the human world, bearing a certain inhuman ethereal cruelty. Damn! He hears his own voice, still the clear timbre of a child, yet carrying an icy depth wholly at odds with his appearance. Playing Sky and ending up in Naruto. He recognizes this place. Though the details differ, the atmosphere of this natural environment is strikingly similar to the outskirts of a certain ninja village in his memory. Given this outfit, this bizarre transmigration, he looks down at his reflection in the water, that pale, uncanny androgynous face, those pitch-black hollow eyes that reflect nothing at all. So this is who he is after crossing over. A 6-year-old child with such a face draped in the top-tier fashion of sky. He tries to focus and at once a clear interface appears in his mind, the familiar wardrobe from Sky. Every seasonal set, every event reward, every common outfit, hairstyle, mask, instrument, countless items of every kind like an infinite portable closet. He can even see the icon of a potion labeled Body Height Reshaping Magic. Thoughts flickering, he seems to sense an invisible energy-like substance flowing within his body, faintly resonating with some fundamental rule of this world. Is this chakra, or the light power from the world of Sky, or a fusion of the two? Just then an old yet gentle voice sounds not far away. Child, why are you here all alone? Where are your family? Yao whirls around so fast that a gust of wind rises, sending his black batwing cape snapping in the air. A white-robed old man wearing the Hokage cloak and a conical hat with a long beard stands a few paces away, his gaze filled with astonishment and concern as he looks at Yao. The old man's eyes sweep over Yao's out-of-place resplendent attire and finally come to rest on his pale, uncanny face now bare of its mask and on those hollow, lightless black eyes. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yao says nothing, merely looks at him in silence, his eyes devoid of any childlike panic or curiosity, holding only a lifeless indifference. Almost unconsciously he fits the black mask back over his face. The cold surface settles once more against his features, blocking out prying eyes and concealing any emotion that might escape. Behind the eyeholes of the mask his black pupils are like an abyss, reflecting the kindly yet probing figure of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at this child who has suddenly appeared near the village, strangely dressed, masked, with a stunning face yet dead eyes, and his heart fills with questions. The boy has no detectable chakra fluctuations about him, or perhaps it is some other form of energy beyond Hiruzen's perception. He stands there as quietly as a doll, yet his attire and his features radiate both extraordinariness and eerie danger. Child, don't be afraid. The third softens his tone and approaches slowly. Tell me, what is your name? Yao remains silent. The wind ripples the lake's surface, stirring faint ripples, and tugs at his black cape and the stray strands of hair beneath his hat. His chin lifted slightly, he gazes at the old man through the mask, this man who is about to decide his future fate. A long time passes. Just when the third Hokage thinks he will not answer, an almost inaudible yet clearly cold word drifts out from behind the mask. Yao. Only one syllable. The third Hokage looks at this child who calls himself Yao, at the mask that shuts out all connection, at the aura around him that blends fragility with danger in a way utterly at odds with his age. A homeless child identity shrouded in mystery, and yet clearly anything but ordinary. Then Yao. The third Hokage extends his hand, his face bearing the inclusive gentle smile befitting a Hokage. Would you be willing to come back to Konoha village with me? There perhaps can become your new home. Yao looks at the hand lined with age yet steady, then lifts his gaze to the third Hokage's face. The mask hides his expression, no one can know what he is thinking at this moment. Suspicion, calculation, or pure indifference. In the end he does not take the hand, merely inclines his head slightly. His black batwing cape traces a dark arc in the sunlight as he silently, willingly falls into step behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, walking toward the ninja village known as Konoha. His new cage, or rather his new stage. Beneath the mask, where no one can see, the corner of his mouth seems to curl ever so slightly in a cold arc. Konoha, are you ready to welcome your new light? A ray from another world, cold and twisted, destined to drive everyone mad, to draw every solitary arrow of affection toward itself. A light in which despair and salvation coexist. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohagakure was passing through a relatively peaceful and prosperous era. Sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping leaves and spilled onto the streets in dappled patches of light and shadow. Bustling crowds, children's laughter, and the savory aroma of food hanging in the air together wove a serene, idyllic scene. Yet this tranquility seemed unable to fully permeate the silent, strange child walking behind the Hokage. Even after returning to the crowded village, the pitch-black mask on Yao's face still did not come off. The mask covered his entire face, leaving only two narrow slits at the eyes for sight and fine vents below for breathing. Even so, the lines the mask traced across his features, the high bridge where his nose should be, the faintly pressed thin lips and jawline, and a few stray locks of hair, along with a small patch of glaringly pale skin showing at the edges, still combined into a blurred yet tantalizingly suggestive outline. Most striking of all was his short hair, which was not the common black, brown, or other dark hues of the shinobi world, but a pure, immaculate snow-white like perennial unmelting snow. Under Konoha's bright sunlight it reflected almost blinding brilliance, forming an extreme and eerie contrast with his dark attire. The wizard hat had already been put away, replaced instead by another outfit he had quietly exchanged from his infinite wardrobe through sheer thought. His hair now took the form of a neat, soft, boyish cut. The fine white bangs at his forehead slightly veiled the upper edge of the mask, adding a touch of feigned harmlessness that children his age were supposed to possess. Yet amid those pure white strands a small, delicate four-leaf clover hair ornament was clipped in place, completely at odds with the surrounding shinobi aesthetic. Its vivid green stood out sharply against his snow-white hair like a jarring false symbol of hope in the midst of despair. As for the cloak, he chose an invisibility cloak. To others he simply appeared to be wearing a well-fitted set of dark clothing of unusual material, a variant of Hakama-style trousers, nothing out of the ordinary. Only he knew that the cloak, which could to some extent warp light and diminish his presence, was quietly at work trying to isolate him from a world that felt far too noisy. But things did not go as he wished. Diminishing his presence seemed to have no effect at all on that face and that white hair. From the Hokage's office to his temporarily assigned lodgings, and now along the road to the Ninja Academy, the gazes cast his way never ceased. Curiosity, scrutiny, astonishment, even a faint heart to detect fear. Countless glances clung to him as if they had weight. The villagers, especially the children, whispered among themselves and pointed at him. "Look at that white-haired kid. Why is he wearing a mask? Is he injured? He feels so strange." The scattered murmur of discussion drifted over, yet Yao seemed not to hear it at all. He followed silently behind the Chunin guide sent by the third, his steps steady. Beneath the mask his black pupils swept coldly over everything around him like a detached observer studying the new environment that was about to contain him. Within him not the slightest ripple stirred, no expectation for this new life, no fear of the unknown, only a wasteland of desolate indifference. The Ninja Academy. To him it was nothing more than another place he needed to handle. The third Hokage's arrangements had been simple and straightforward. This child named Yao had a mysterious identity, and unknown abilities, clearly not someone from an ordinary background. Placing him in the Ninja Academy would both provide reasonable placement and observation, and also through collective life hopefully melt that layer of ice encasing him, if only a little. Of course the deeper level of monitoring and assessment went without saying. The moment he stepped through the academy gates, that somewhat noisy atmosphere unique to children rushed to greet him. The guiding Chunin exchanged a few quiet words with the teacher, and then Yao was led into the classroom that was to become his. Everyone settled down. The teacher clapped to draw the class's attention. "Today we have a new classmate joining us. His name is Yao. I hope you'll all get along with him." In an instant every gaze in the room converged on the figure standing at the doorway. Short white hair, a bizarre black mask, a delicate yet distant four-leaf clover ornament, an attire whose fabric was clearly unusual and far from ordinary clothing. He stood there quietly, offering no self-introduction, no bow of greeting, not even a meeting of eyes with anyone. His head was slightly lowered, as though everything around him had nothing to do with him at all. Silence. A brief, awkward hush fell over the classroom. The children exchanged glances filled with curiosity about this new classmate who was as silent as a doll. Sitting in the front row, Uzumaki Naruto widened his blue eyes, staring straight at Yao, especially at the mask. Scratching his messy blonde hair, he muttered under his breath, "A guy with a mask, so cool." In his gaze flickered the simple excitement of someone who felt he had found a kindred spirit. Uchiha Sasuke merely cast a cool glance his way before withdrawing his gaze, seemingly disdainful of such ostentatious strangeness. Yet the corner of his eye still unintentionally swept over that conspicuous white hair. Haruno, Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and the other girls were more drawn to the mysterious mask and that rare white hair. They whispered softly, "We can't see his face, but he kind of looks like he'd be really handsome, doesn't he? That four-leaf clover hair clip is so cute." Hyuga Hinata stole a timid glance and immediately lowered her head with a flushed face, her fingers nervously poking at each other. The teacher, seemingly accustomed to Yao's silence, already pointed to an empty seat in the back row. "Yao, you can sit there." Yao obeyed and walked over, sitting down quietly. His posture was upright, yet there was an unmistakable sense of isolation that set him apart from everyone around him. The invisibility cloak seemed more effective when he remained still. Some children quickly shifted their attention elsewhere, but many glances still drifted toward him from time to time, especially toward that mask. Class began. Theory and history. These topics were dull and simple in Yao's eyes given his adult soul and markedly different way of thinking. He remained silent and did not interact at all. Only occasionally would he lift his mask-covered face seemingly looking at the podium yet as if looking at nothing at all. Until the practical class arrived. Out on the training field the sun blazed overhead. The students were instructed to practice the most basic shuriken throwing. Most of the children performed passably, some with decent accuracy, others with wobbly throws. Naruto, still his usual scatterbrained self, sent shuriken flying everywhere, prompting a wave of laughter. Sasuke, on the other hand, coolly displayed the talent of the Uchiha clan, almost all of his throws hitting dead center and earning shrieks of admiration from the girls. Then it was Yao's turn. He walked up to the marked throwing line, his small figure appearing even slighter under the sun. His white hair seemed almost luminous while the black mask on his face absorbed the light, growing even more profound. Unlike the others, he did not assume the standard preparatory stance. He simply picked up a shuriken and weighed it lightly between his fingers. Cold, rough, a strange sensation. He recalled the movements of the others a moment ago, and the key points the teacher had explained. Then he raised his arm and gave his wrist a seemingly casual flick. A sharp, short whistle tore through the air. A light thok sounded in the next instant, not at the bullseye but at the tail of the shuriken Sasuke had previously lodged in the center. Yao's throw split that shuriken cleanly in two and then embedded itself exactly in its former position, not off by so much as a hair. The training field fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned, including the teacher and the chunin responsible for recording results. What kind of terrifying eyesight, wrist strength, and control did this require? Could this truly be done by a child who had just enrolled and was touching a shuriken for the first time? Sasuke's brows knit sharply. For the first time the gaze he turned on Yao carried genuine scrutiny and a hint of provoked fury. Yet this was only the beginning. In the endurance run, Yao maintained an almost perfectly even, relaxed pace from start to finish. When he completed the course, his breathing was steady, as if he had merely taken a stroll. In taijutsu sparring, he never took the initiative to attack. No matter from which angle his opponent struck, he always slipped away with the smallest, most precise movements, ghost-like. The invisibility cloak seemed to make his figure even harder to catch. On the rare occasions he was forced to block, the power that burst forth in that instant was utterly beyond what a 6-year-old should possess. Monstrous talent. That phrase surfaced involuntarily in the mind of every onlooker. He was like a precision machine, flawlessly replicating, analyzing, and then surpassing every basic technique he witnessed. There was no obvious fluctuation of chakra, or rather they simply could not sense that power of light. Relying solely on physical strength and a near-instinctive, frightening battle intuition, he fought. The expressions of the teacher and the chunin shifted from amazement to grave solemnity. They looked at the white-haired masked child with complicated eyes. This had already gone beyond the realm of genius, carrying instead a sense of something inhuman and uncanny. When practice ended and the crowd gradually dispersed, the looks cast at Yao grew more complex, tinged with reverence, curiosity, and a faint, hard-to-perceive rejection. Several times Naruto tried to run over and talk to him, only to be frozen in place by the aura of keep away surrounding Yao. Naruto could only scratch his head in frustration and stare from afar. As Sasuke passed by him, his steps faltered for a moment. He tossed out a cold line, "Humph, mask freak, you're somewhat interesting. Next time I'll surpass you." Yao gave no response, as if he had not heard. He merely walked alone to a corner of the training field, sat down with his back against a tree, and tilted his head slightly. Through the slits of the mask he gazed at the sky, fragmented into pieces by the branches and leaves. Sunlight slipped through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling mottled light onto him. His white hair and the four-leaf clover ornament on his mask-shrouded face looked almost unreal within the halo of light. No one knew what he was thinking. The mask blocked his expressions and with them any emotional exchange between him and the world. Yet within that extreme silence and detachment an invisible deadly allure began to quietly emanate. The paradoxical blend of utter fragility, pale, slender, silent, and overwhelming strength, monstrous talent, together with the faint possibility hidden beneath the mysterious mask, seeped into the hearts of certain onlookers like a slow-acting poison. This was especially true when a breeze stirred gently, brushing his snow-white hair. The green four-leaf clover ornament swayed slightly, reflecting a faint yet stubborn glimmer of light. To take off the mask, to see him clearly, to understand him, to perhaps even save him. That thought, like a seed quietly sown, began to take root and sprout in the hearts of a few. Yao knew nothing of this, or rather he simply did not care. In his mind he once more browsed through that infinite wardrobe, pondering which outfit he should change into next to face this tedious world that had at least begun to offer him a few new toys. The morning light poured through the window panes, casting a glow upon the floor of the temporary dwelling. Yao stood in the center of the room, his consciousness sinking into the boundless depths of his wardrobe. The murkiness of the real world and the clamor of the ninja school were merely background noise to him, something to be shut out. Changing his attire was one of the few moments when he could feel a semblance of control. Today he chose a style that was radically different from his usual appearance. He removed the neat yet repressive boyish hairstyle, and the slightly playful four-leaf clover hair accessory. In its place was a hairstyle named God of Love. This hairstyle was not merely a simple trim, it bore a certain exquisite and divine quality that transcended the mundane. The pure white strands of hair were skillfully arranged with a few gently curled bangs brushing against the edge of the mask, while the tips on both sides gracefully outlined his facial contours, and the back of his head presented an elegant, slightly voluminous curve, as if adorned with a halo of sanctity. The mere change in hairstyle transformed his entire aura dramatically, from the previous eerie silence to a lofty presence reminiscent of a deity descended from the heavens wielding the dominion of love. He still wore the functional invisibility cloak, which merely appeared as dark clothing to outsiders, and his face remained obscured by the pitch-black mask that isolated him from everything. However, the existence of the God of Love hairstyle significantly diminished the cold hardness and mystery conveyed by the mask, instead creating a striking contradiction and tension: the softness of divinity against the mask's rigidity, the purity of white hair juxtaposed with the darkness of concealment, all converging upon his slender frame. As he silently walked into the classroom of the ninja school, the usual morning clamor abruptly ceased, as if severed by a sharp blade. Almost everyone froze at the sight of him. If Yao had previously been a curious, mysterious symbol, today he resembled a walking omen of miracles, something that should not exist in this world. The halo effect of the God of Love hairstyle allowed him to exude an indescribable, captivating charm even while wearing a mask. It was no longer mere curiosity, but a deeper, soul-stirring impact. Naruto Uzumaki's mouth dropped open, his blue eyes wide with astonishment, oblivious to the bread falling from his hands. He felt his heart racing, a strange fiery emotion surging in his chest that made him want to approach yet simultaneously retreat, ultimately transforming into a confused whisper: so dazzling. Sasuke Uchiha's hand poised to turn the page froze in midair. His gaze uncontrollably glued to Yao's white hair, and the exquisite outline of the hairstyle, the competitive spirit within him seemed to have quietly transformed. Furrowing his brow, he forced himself to divert his eyes to the textbook, only to find that he could not comprehend a single word. His mind was filled only with the fleeting image of that white figure. Boring, he muttered under his breath, his ears slightly flushed. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka gasped almost simultaneously. They clasped their hands before their chests, their gazes dreamy. Oh my! Is that Yao-kun? Sakura felt her cheeks burning. Although he still wears a mask, it feels completely different now. Yes. Ino nodded vigorously. He looks just like a deity who has stepped out of a painting. So beautiful. Even the usually timid Hinata Hyuga secretly lifted her eyes, and upon glimpsing that white figure her fair face instantly flushed, fingers twisting together, her heartbeat loud enough for her to hear. Tenten was more in awe, as if admiring a work of art, while Kiba Inuzuka and his companion Akamaru appeared restless, sensing an unexplainable aura beyond comprehension. Only Choji Akimichi continued to munch on his chips, occasionally glancing up, mumbling his hair seems even whiter, before returning his focus to his world of snacks. That deadly allure related to love seemed completely overshadowed by the tangible presence of food. Throughout the day, Yao could distinctly feel the gaze upon him was more intense and concentrated than any previous day, filled with a myriad of chaotic emotional fluctuations. He remained silent, still alone, still showcasing in practical classes an inhuman precision and talent. Yet today every seemingly casual movement of his under the blessing of the God of Love hairstyle appeared imbued with a different significance, stirring countless hidden currents of gazes. The turning point came during the afternoon's physical training class. Perhaps it was fate's jest or some subconscious drive. Yao's opponent today was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke stood opposite Yao, his dark eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He wanted to prove himself, to overpower this peculiarly gifted masked entity, yet he was disturbed by Yao's excessively dazzling appearance today. "Let me see your true abilities, Yao," Sasuke called out, initiating the attack first. His movements were swift and fierce, carrying the unique pride of the Uchiha clan. Yao as usual dodged with minimal movement. His actions were as light as a feather weaving through Sasuke's relentless assaults, the invisibility cloak making his trajectory increasingly elusive. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Sasuke grew increasingly agitated. After a quick feint, he seized an opening, shifting his fist into a claw, no longer aiming for Yao's body but for the mask. He wanted to rip off that bothersome mask. This thought came suddenly, yet it was extraordinarily intense. This change in tactic was unexpected and carried the impulsiveness unique to youth. Yao seemed not to have anticipated Sasuke's sudden attack on the mask, his dodging motion momentarily pausing. In that brief interval, rip. It was not the sound of fabric tearing but a subtle noise as some connection was forcibly severed. Sasuke's fingers narrowly caught the lower edge of the mask, and with a surge of momentum he yanked it downward. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The black mask adorned with mysterious patterns detached from Yao's face, tracing an arc through the air, landing with a soft thud on the dust-laden ground of the training field. The entire world fell silent. The wind seemed to cease its flow, the clouds froze in the sky, and all sounds, the distant chirping of birds, the nearby panting, even the heartbeat, vanished. All eyes were firmly fixed on the face that was finally exposed to the sunlight. Without the mask's concealment, the face that had been glimpsed in the lake's reflection, a pale otherworldly beauty, was laid bare before everyone. It was clearer and more impactful than when seen through the water's surface. The skin was almost translucent white, so delicate that not a single pore could be seen glimmering under the sunlight. The exquisite features transcended the boundaries of gender and age, with elongated narrow eyes and pupils of pure unfathomable black, as if harboring the void of the universe and the chill of the night. The nose was high and delicate, and the lips were a pale cherry blossom hue, lacking in color and exuding a sense of fragility. All the features combined formed an indescribable beauty, both enchanting and ethereal, embodying the compassion of a deity and the allure of a demon. It was a beauty that seemed almost cruel, not resembling that of a living being, as if any prolonged gaze would be a sacrilege, yet it was impossible to look away. Coupled with the god of love hairstyle upon his head, it created a devastatingly contradictory allure, like the very god of love and beauty, yet possessing a pair of eyes that disregarded all, devoid of emotion. Naruto was completely stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his mind blank, only that face repeatedly assaulting his visual senses. Sasuke remained in the position of having just torn off the mask, his fingers frozen in the air, staring blankly at Yao's true face, his heart gripped by an invisible hand forgetting to beat. He had merely wanted to see his opponent clearly, yet what he unveiled was a being capable of overturning all his cognitions. Sakura and Ino simultaneously covered their mouths to stifle their gasps, their eyes filled with awe and enchantment. Hinata felt a wave of dizziness, her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, almost fainting. Kiba opened his mouth but produced no sound, and even Akamaru let out a low whimper. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, falling into a deeper silence. Even Yamenka, Ino's father, who was guiding the class today, displayed an expression of extreme shock, momentarily forgetting to intervene. In the training field one could hear a pin drop. Yao stood still, his mask removed, seemingly pausing for an instant. His pitch-black hollow pupils slowly swept over the faces around him, each filled with shock, infatuation, and even a sense of disorientation. There was no panic, no embarrassment, not even a flicker of emotional fluctuation. He merely tilted his head slightly, with those eyes reflecting no light, indifferently glancing at the black mask lying on the ground, then raised his gaze to Sasuke, who was still frozen in front of him. That gaze was cold, pure, as if looking at an inanimate object, or a child who had unintentionally toppled over a toy. Yet this emotionless glance, coupled with that breathtakingly beautiful face under the reflection of the god of love hairstyle, created an explosive effect. Except for Choji, who remained engrossed in his snack bag, the other 8 strong, along with the observing teachers and ninjas, felt their hearts skip a beat simultaneously, a seed of violent and pathological infatuation named love at first sight embedding itself deep within their souls, accompanied by an intense visual and psychological shock. Did they wish to redeem the emptiness in those eyes? Perhaps. But they desired even more. To possess that unique, cold, and cruel beauty. Yao gazed at the various yet equally fervent eyes of the crowd, the pale, almost otherworldly face with the faintest hint of a cold smile at the corner of his lips seemingly imperceptible. Then he bent down, nonchalantly picked up the mask from the ground, and slowly, deliberately put it back on his face. The mysterious black once again concealed that stunning visage. But some things once seen can never be erased. The true face beneath the mask, like the deepest of imprints, was etched into everyone's hearts, triggering an unquenchable storm. Chapter 3 complete. The storm brought forth by the true visage beneath the mask continued to ferment within the ninja school. That ephemeral beauty akin to the most potent poison silently eroded the minds of those who beheld it. The gazes in the classroom became more viscous and fervent, even carrying an unsettling inquisitiveness and desire. Naruto attempted to strike up conversations more frequently, yet his words grew increasingly incoherent. Sasuke's challenge was laced with an inexplicable restlessness. The whispers of the girls were filled with dreamlike yearning. Yao felt annoyed. This sensation of being overly scrutinized and wrapped in the gaze of desire was more nauseating than the bullying in the real world. It was an attempt to drag him out of his cold shell, to taint him with their so-called emotions. He neither needed it nor cared for it. Thus, on an excessively sunny afternoon, he chose to skip class. Leaving the noisy campus, he wandered aimlessly at the outskirts of Konoha. Tall trees cast heavy shadows, shielding him from the prying eyes. He needed a moment of absolute tranquility. However, it seemed that Konoha did not possess a true sanctuary. As he walked along a secluded stream, two distinctly recognizable figures appeared in the clearing not far ahead. One was a silver-haired figure wearing a black mask, lazily drooping his eyelids, cradling a copy of Ika Paradise, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. The other was clad in a green bodysuit with eyebrows as bushy as caterpillars, exuding youthful vigor. Might Guy. The two seemed engaged in some form of youthful contest, or perhaps Kakashi was simply being entangled by Guy. Yao's appearance immediately drew their attention. Kakashi's only visible right eye shifted from the book to glance at Yao. Guy immediately struck his iconic flashy pose, his pearly whites reflecting the sunlight, exclaiming, "Oh! Isn't this the mysterious youth brought back by the Hokage? What an unknown youthfulness!" Yao halted in his tracks. He had changed his outfit today. The Cupid hairstyle was replaced with a style named Shiitake. This hairstyle featured soft lines with neat bangs at the forehead and a gentle inward curve on the sides and back, exuding a slightly androgynous elegance, perfectly complementing the genderless nature of the child of light, enhancing his pure and exquisite beauty. And he had forgotten to wear his mask. Not intentionally, but simply lost in thought while changing outfits this morning, he subconsciously overlooked the black mask that was usually never far from his face. Perhaps subconsciously he was weary of that barrier, or perhaps he simply did not care whether he was seen. After all, to him the opinions of these NPCs were insignificant. The Shiitake hairstyle softened the overly stunning features of his face, adding a touch of harmlessness and purity, yet his pale, almost transparent visage with exquisitely refined features still possessed a breathtaking power. He stood there quietly, his black pupils coldly observing the two in front of him, akin to a spirit that had unexpectedly appeared in the forest. Kakashi's gaze momentarily froze upon catching sight of Yao's face. The copy of Ika Paradise was unconsciously closed. He had seen countless beauties, but this child before him, this beauty transcended the bounds of gender and age, possessing an otherworldly, desolate quality. Especially those eyes, black as the primordial universe, devoid of any emotion, reflecting no light, faintly overlapping with certain dark fragments in his memory, yet entirely different, representing a more profound void. However, what truly astonished Kakashi and Guy was not merely this face. It was the height. The Yao before them was no longer the slender 6-year-old child who needed to look up at them. He stood tall, estimated to be nearly 175 centimeters, his physique elongated though still somewhat lean. He was now fully transformed into a young man on the brink of maturity. He appeared to be about 18 years old. The clothing from the world of Sky, dark adorned with mysterious patterns, a variant of samurai pants and that functional invisibility cloak, did not appear tight or ill-fitting despite the drastic change in height, perfectly conforming to his new physique as if tailored specifically for him, adding an air of mystery. Guy was the first to exclaim, forgetting to maintain his flashy posture, pointing at Yao with wide eyes. "Yao, youth! Your youthfulness, why has it suddenly soared? What's with this height?" Kakashi, though still appearing lethargic on the surface, narrowed his only visible right eye slightly, revealing a full measure of wariness and curiosity. Body shrink technique? Transformation technique? No, there were no signs of chakra fluctuations. Moreover, the naturalness of that physique was not something an illusion could mimic. What on earth was happening? Yao observed the evident shock on their faces. A faint, almost mischievous emotion flickered within him. He thought they would be astonished by the change in his height. The effects of the height-altering potion indeed manifested at will. He merely found it inconvenient to act as a child, and with a slight thought his body naturally transformed into a form closer to adulthood that was more comfortable for him. As for duration, if he wished he could maintain it. He ignored Guy's loud proclamations about youth. His gaze fell upon Kakashi. This man who always concealed his face with a mask and whose lazy eyes hid sharpness now displayed a somewhat more complex emotion in that one visible eye. Kakashi gazed into those hollow black eyes at the adult visage that appeared both pure and enchanting beneath the shiitake hairstyle. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. It was an incredibly unfamiliar stir, not stemming from lust but rather a complex reaction instinctively arising in the face of something unknown, beautiful yet dangerous, mixed with vigilance, curiosity, and an indescribable allure. He seemed to see a black mirror that reflected nothing, cold and smooth yet enticing him to shatter it and discover what lay within. "It's just," Yao spoke, his voice no longer the bright clarity of a child but transformed into a youthful timbre with a hint of hoarseness still devoid of warmth. "I just grew taller." His response was simple to the point of seeming dismissive, his gaze calm and unruffled as if stating an utterly mundane fact. Guy was still lost in astonishment over the miracle of youth while Kakashi fell silent. He noticed that when Yao spoke his eyes showed no flicker, that sense of nonchalance, as if a sudden growth spurt was as natural as breathing. This child brought back by the third Hokage seemed to harbor an increasing number of mysteries. So many that it was hard not to feel compelled to explore. Yao paid no heed to their reactions. He had already achieved his purpose of skipping class, temporarily escaping those bothersome gazes. He cast a faint glance at Kakashi, his expression still hollow, yet it made Kakashi feel as if a fine ice needle had lightly pricked his nerves. Then Yao turned, taking long strides as he silently left along the path he had come. The shiitake hairstyle traced a gentle arc as he turned, the invisibility cloak rendering his silhouette somewhat ethereal in the interplay of light and shadow among the trees, as if he would vanish into the air at any moment. Guy still waved his arms in the background, shouting, "Yao, youth! No matter how much your height changes, the flame of youth will never extinguish. Keep it up." Yet Kakashi did not reopen his Ika paradise. He stood there watching the retreating figure that trailed a serene shadow yet exuded an air of detachment, the corners of his mouth concealed beneath the mask tightening ever so slightly. That fleeting heart flutter was not an illusion. This existence named Yao was like a peculiar stone tossed into a tranquil lake, the ripples quietly expanding, disturbing certain established trajectories. And he, Kakashi Hatake, an elite jonin who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, felt an unprecedented interest in how to interpret this enigma. Along with that, beneath the curiosity lay a cold flutter that even he himself had yet to fully comprehend. Chapter 4 End. The first snowfall of early winter quietly descended upon Konoha in the morning. Delicate snowflakes floated down like white feathered dust from the leaden gray sky, covering rooftops, treetops, and the wooden stakes in the training grounds, turning the entire village into an elegant ink-washed painting. The air was crisp and clean, filling his lungs with a faint, sharp sweetness. Yao stood by the window gazing at the silver-clad world outside. Snowflakes silently fell on the glass, melting into tiny droplets that trickled down. This cold, all-encompassing white gave him a strange sense of resonance. It was as if the snow could temporarily bury those overly intense, overly sticky gazes and the noise called emotion that he could neither understand nor wanted to understand. He sank into the wardrobe of his consciousness. Today he needed an outfit that matched this snowfall. His eyes skimmed over the dazzling array of garments, finally settling. He chose the white bird hairstyle, also known as the winter anva. It was no ordinary white wig, but rather seemed woven from ice and snow along with moonlight, the strands reflecting a cold, subtly shimmering silver, the hairstyle elegant and flowing with sides resembling folded wings slightly raised at the back like the elegant tail feathers of a white bird at rest. The entire hairstyle exuded a lofty, pure aura of winter. He donned a secondary white cloak, the pure white base flowing with clearer, intricate silver patterns edged with a fluffy, soft white fur collar. The fur collar embraced his long neck and jaw, almost merging with his silver hair and pale skin, leaving only his pitch-black pupils appearing even deeper and more striking against the boundless white like a solitary cold pond in a snowy expanse. He did not forget to wear a mask. The black mask adorned with mysterious patterns once again covered his face. After the last incident, he was not acting out of shyness or fear, but simply felt that unnecessary exposure would draw more troublesome attention, breaking the moment of tranquility he desired. The cold hardness of the mask juxtaposed with the surrounding soft white formed a strange unity of opposition, making him look more like a silent and noble, mysterious anva emerging from winter legends. When he stepped into the classroom of the ninja school in this outfit, the commotion it caused even surpassed that of the Cupid hairstyle. The warmth of the classroom mingled with the cold air from outside, forming an almost imperceptible chill mist around him. He quietly walked to his seat, the white fur collar gently swaying with his movements, the silver strands of hair gleaming coldly in the classroom light. Even with the mask obscuring his face, the extreme contrast of colors, pure white, pitch black, and that hint of deep black behind the mask's holes, along with his cold, lofty aura, instantly captured everyone's breath. Wow! Naruto stared blankly, forgetting to pick up the hand warmer that fell from his hand. So white. Like it's made of snow. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly around his pen. He looked at the figure that seemed to blend into the snowy scene outside, a surge of irritation and competitive desire welling up inside him, inexplicably mixed with a hint of something more complex. The face he had caught a glimpse of behind the mask last time overlapped with the icy demeanor before him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Sakura and Ino were nearly fainting. So beautiful. Sakura cradled her face, her eyes dreamy. Like a snow spirit. Even though he's wearing a mask, why does it feel even more captivating than last time? Ino murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed. Hinata felt as if she was losing the courage to even steal a glance, feeling that the white figure was so dazzling she couldn't bear to look directly, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest. Even Shino stared through his sunglasses, observing Yao intently, seemingly analyzing the relationship between his outfit and natural energy. Yao paid no attention to any of this. He was not here to learn today, perhaps it was merely a whim or to validate a certain idea. He casually listened to 2 theory classes, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. The knowledge about chakra attributes and the history of the ninja world seemed shallow and dull to him. His fingertips unconsciously traced patterns on the desk, sketching incomprehensible designs belonging to the world of light. As soon as the bell for break rang, he almost instantly got up, ignoring the hesitant gazes around him, and left the classroom straight away. Skipping class had once again become his instinctive choice to escape this suffocating atmosphere. The snow was still falling, a bit heavier than in the morning. The swirling snowflakes, like torn cloud fluff, silently covered the ground. Yao strolled alone through the snow-covered forest at the edge of Konoha. The soft snow beneath his feet made a faint crunching sound. The surroundings were silent and deserted, only the sound of falling snow and the occasional crack of broken branches under the weight of snow. This absolute tranquility brought him a sense of long-lost relaxation. He walked casually without a destination, simply enjoying this space temporarily purified by ice and snow. The fur collar of his secondary white cloak shielded him from some of the wind and cold, while a few snowflakes landed on his white bird hairstyle, adding a touch of unreal dreaminess. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a chilling, sticky aura. It was a scent unlike the cold of ice and snow, carrying a sense of decay and malice, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, quietly spreading. Yao halted, his black pupils peering through the mask, precisely targeting the shadow of a snow-covered giant tree not far away. Hee! A low, hoarse laughter came, tinged with an unsettling magnetism. What a surprising discovery! Konoha, when did it hide such a treasure? The shadow twisted and a figure slowly emerged. With pale skin, purple eyeshadow, golden snake-like pupils, and that signature mouth that almost curled to the ears, this was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils sparkled with extreme interest, even greed, firmly locking onto Yao. He had originally infiltrated Konoha with his own goals and plans, but this suddenly appearing, vastly different presence instantly captured all his attention. That bizarre non-ninja world attire, those silver-white strands like ice and snow, that black mask covering his face, and even from a distance he could sense a certain indescribable, pure and powerful energy fluctuation emanating from his body, light power. Or something else. All of this ignited an intense desire for research and possession within him. A perfect creation. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, his gaze burning with near manic intensity. This cold aura, this mysterious demeanor. Come, let me see what secrets lie beneath the mask. Before his words faded, Orochimaru's figure vanished like a ghost, appearing before Yao in the next moment. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing what a genin, or even an average chunin, could react to. His pale bony hand, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, aimed directly at the mask on Yao's face. This time it was not the impulsiveness of youthful bravado like Sasuke, but filled with the precision, ruthlessness, and determination of an adult ninja. The moment Orochimaru appeared, Yao's instincts already warned him. The chilling and powerful sense of pressure was entirely different from the petty squabbles at school. He almost instinctively wanted to retreat, but Orochimaru's speed was too fast. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. It was not the breaking of the mask's attachment, but rather as Orochimaru's fingers touched the edge of the mask it seemed to trigger some invisible defense, or the mask's material itself was special, producing a faint sound akin to ice crystals shattering. Yet Orochimaru's strength was incredibly powerful, and that slight obstruction did not hinder his actions. The black mask was forcefully ripped off once more. It tumbled through the air, landing silently in the thick snow. The wind and snow seemed to pause at that moment. Orochimaru's greedy, inquisitive golden snake pupils met the unmasked face. Time seemed to freeze. Orochimaru's usual smile filled with mockery and cruelty froze. His well-traveled heart, numb to beauty and ugliness from countless life-and-death experiences, faced an unprecedented dual impact on both visual and spiritual levels. It was still that face. Pale to the point of being otherworldly, features exquisitely surpassing the mundane, black pupils hollow and reflecting the void. But in this situation, against the backdrop of swirling pure white snowflakes, his snow-white cloak and silver hair with the fur collar embracing that face now exposed to the cold air without the protection of the mask. The extreme white contrasted with the extreme black pupils and the extreme pale lip color, forming a strikingly beautiful yet destructive contrast. It was a non-human, ethereal, brutally beautiful form, as if it gathered the essence of ice and snow and the void of the dark night. He stood there quietly, snowflakes landing on the tips of his silver hair and long eyelashes, yet they couldn't leave a single reflection in his eyes, as if he himself were an absolute existence that refused to be tainted by anything external. Orochimaru's breath stuttered almost imperceptibly. He had seen countless beautiful shells, having skinned and crafted many. But this one before him was entirely different. It was not merely a perfect vessel, it felt more like a living, self-aware work of art, a miracle that should not exist in the world full of contradictions. Beneath that cold beauty he keenly sensed a deeper layer of resonance with the truth he himself pursued, an aura of eternity and void. A previously unexperienced mixture of extreme admiration, a crazy desire for possession, and a hint of unfamiliar feelings called heart flutter, like a poisonous vine, instantly wrapped around Orochimaru's already cold and twisted heart. He wanted to possess him. Not just as material for research, not merely as a vessel for reincarnation, but rather to own this unique beauty and coldness, to imprison him in his own domain, savoring him, slowly dismantling him, making him his most precious collection. Perfect! Orochimaru's voice carried a barely noticeable hoarseness, his golden snake pupils shimmering with obsessive light. It is truly perfect. You come with me. This mundane village does not deserve your existence. I can give you everything you desire, knowledge, power, and even eternity. Yao listened quietly to Orochimaru's tempting and possessive words, his face revealing no expression. Snowflakes landed on his exposed skin, bringing a chilling touch. He raised his hand, gently brushing away the snowflakes from his eyelashes, the action natural and graceful, as if merely tending to an unimportant object. Then he lifted his pitch-black hollow eyes to look at Orochimaru. That gaze was no different from looking at a tree, a stone, or the noisy classmates from before. No. He spoke, his voice cold like ice and snow, colliding without a hint of hesitation or fear. Orochimaru's obsession deepened. This rejection, this utter indifference, only ignited his desire for conquest further. Is that so? How regrettable! Orochimaru chuckled softly, a dangerous chakra fluctuation beginning to emanate from him. It seems I need to employ some special means to make you understand my sincerity. Just as Orochimaru was about to take action to forcefully abduct him. Stop, Orochimaru! A stern shout came from afar, accompanied by the sound of rapid movement through the air. Several figures rapidly approached. They were the Konoha Umbu, who had sensed the abnormal chakra. Orochimaru frowned slightly, glancing at the rapidly approaching Umbu, then deeply looked at Yao, who remained expressionless, his golden snake pupils flashing with reluctance, but more so a madness of determination. We will meet again, my precious white bird. He left behind this curse-like statement, his form transforming into a puff of white smoke, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a vague, cold, snake-like scent in the air. When the Umbu arrived at the scene, they only saw a black mask abandoned in the snow, and a figure standing in the snow dressed in white, silver-haired, with an astonishingly beautiful face yet hollow eyes. The wind and snow swirled around him, blowing his white cloak and hair, creating a breathtaking scene yet exuding a chilling and eerie solitude. Yao slowly bent down, picking up his mask from the snow, brushing off the snowflakes on it. He did not put it on immediately, merely holding it in his hand, raising his eyes towards the direction where Orochimaru had vanished, his pitch-black pupils still devoid of any emotion. But if someone could see through that void, they might capture a hint of the faint cold interest, like the feeling when ice and snow begin to melt. Another interesting toy attracted by this shell. He looked down at the mask in his hand, then slowly once again covered it over his face. The cold touch returned, insulating him from the wind and snow as well as all external prying eyes and desires. Yet this time, beneath that coldness, there seemed to be an additional gaze from the depths of darkness filled with greed and obsession quietly entwining around him. In the 12th month of Konoha, the chill deepened, and the white breath lingered in the air. Yet the festive atmosphere was like a lit fireplace, dispelling the cold silence of winter. Colorful lanterns and pine wreaths adorned the streets, while shop windows displayed a dazzling array of gifts, filling the air with the sweet scent of baked gingerbread and hot mulled wine. Amidst this tranquility, the Ninja Academy welcomed its annual Christmas concert. The auditorium was decorated anew. A tall Christmas tree stood in the corner, adorned with twinkling ornaments and stars, while beneath it lay beautifully wrapped gift boxes, though they might just contain practice shurikens. Warm yellow lights cascaded from the ceiling, illuminating every little face, brimming with anticipation and excitement. Most students had shed their monotonous ninja training uniforms in favor of their own colorful and warm winter clothing, sweaters, scarves, and knitted hats, a vibrant flock resembling a group of chicks huddled in a warm nest. The air was filled with chattering laughter, and the chaotic sounds of various instruments being tuned. Children clutched violins, flutes, accordions, and even shamisen, their faces a mix of tension and pride. However, when that figure appeared at the entrance of the auditorium, all the noise seemed to be muted, coming to an abrupt halt. It was Yao. Today he had not used any height-enhancing potions, maintaining the slightly frail physique of a 6-year-old child, making him appear even more harmless, almost delicately exquisite. He seemed to have embraced the holiday theme, carefully coordinating an outfit that radiated warmth, contrasting starkly with the snowy day. He still wore a mask, but it was no longer the plain black unadorned style from before. Instead, he had donned an Aurora mask. The base color of the mask was still a deep black, but the sides of his cheeks were embedded with crystalline snowflake patterns that spread like ice cracks, reflecting subtle aurora-like colors in the light, preserving both mystery and echoing the Christmas ice and snow theme. His hairstyle consisted of 2 neat braids hanging down in front of his chest, the white strands meticulously woven into braids appearing particularly smooth and obedient. At the base of the right braid he sported a small cute pinecone hairpin, the brown pinecone contrasting warmly with the white strands. The most eye-catching was the Christmas red cloak draped over him. The vibrant red shimmered like a burning flame, standing out even in the warm-toned auditorium. The edges of the cloak were adorned with a fluffy soft white trim, gently swaying with his movements, accentuating the pale translucent skin of his chin and neck visible beneath the mask. Beneath the cloak was a fitted dark thermal outfit, and on his feet were a pair of equally fluffy-looking snow boots that appeared very warm. Slung across his back was a seasonal guitar. The wooden body was polished smooth and warm, the strings glimmering with a metallic sheen in the light, harmonizing wonderfully with his warm and adorable attire. He quietly stood at the door, the red cloak resembling a still flame, while the snowflake patterns on the Aurora mask twinkled faintly. The braids and pinecone hairpin made him look like a little elf from a fairy tale ready to guide Santa Claus, but the hollow dark eyes behind the mask added a touch of alien mystery that didn't quite fit the holiday. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing was particularly clear in the silence. Naruto's eyes bulged, his mouth opening and closing as he finally managed to stammer out, So cute." It felt as though his heart had been gently nudged by something, a tingling warmth. Sasuke instinctively averted his gaze, yet his ears betrayed him turning red. He forced himself to focus on the stage, but his mind was filled with that vivid red and those neat braids. This guy. Why does he always manage to unsettle people's hearts in different ways? Sakura and Ino excitedly clasped each other's hands, whispering in gasps. Oh my god! Braids. Pinecones. Red cloak. So unfair. Like a doll. I just want to hug him. Hinata had completely buried her face in her scarf, revealing only a pair of steaming watery white eyes. Even Choji, who usually only cared about food, paused his chip munching to steal a few glances at that fluffy, warm-looking cloak. Yao was entirely oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere, or rather he simply didn't care. He silently walked to the area assigned to his class, quietly sitting in a corner, cradling his guitar closely, his fingers unconsciously plucking the strings, producing a few scattered ethereal notes. The concert soon officially began. The children took turns performing, some playing flutes, others drawing bows on violins, and some shaking tambourines. The skill levels varied, but each performance was filled with childlike innocence and effort-earning bursts of applause. The auditorium was filled with a warm, joyful atmosphere. However, many people's thoughts could not fully concentrate on the stage. Their gazes inevitably drifted to that corner, to the quiet red figure. Finally, it was time for Yao's class. When the teacher called out, "Yao!" the entire auditorium fell silent, quieter than ever before. All eyes seemed to be drawn to him by an invisible thread focusing on him in unison. Yao hugged his guitar and slowly rose to his feet. The red cloak traced a graceful arc with his movements, the fluffy edges swaying gently. He walked steadily onto the stage and sat down on the central chair. The stage light softly enveloped him, illuminating the circle of white fluff around him and making the snowflakes on the Aurora mask even more distinct. He did not look at anyone in the audience, he merely lowered his head slightly, adjusting the position of the guitar, his slender pale fingers gently pressing down on the strings. He played a piece no one had heard before, Story of Us. In his past life, during countless suffocating nights, only the melody of this song could provide him with a fleeting solace and resonance. The melody was not complex, yet it carried a peculiar narrative quality, the clear sound of the guitar resembling a mountain stream bubbling and winding. The rhythm was gentle and soothing, as if softly narrating a private story about journeys, encounters, loneliness, and companionship. Amidst the leaps of notes, there was a hint of sadness, a whisper of hope, a mosaic of memories, and a tranquil anticipation of the unknown future. His technique was not particularly dazzling, but each note was precise and filled with emotion, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor, a deep-seated nostalgia and resonance for something lost. The clear sound of the guitar echoed in the warm auditorium, intertwining oddly with the faint Christmas carols wafting from outside. The music seemed to possess a magical quality. The previously restless children gradually quieted down, immersed in the melody. Even Naruto, the most mischievous, closed his mouth, his blue eyes reflecting that splash of red on stage, feeling an unprecedented calm and yearning. He did not know what that feeling was, only that his nose felt somewhat sour. Sasuke crossed his arms, seemingly impatient, yet his gaze was fixated on Yao's fingers plucking the strings and the Aurora mask glimmering under the light. This music, like him, was filled with contradictions. It appeared warm and healing, yet its essence radiated an unapproachable coldness and remoteness. Sakura and Ino were entranced, their eyes dreamy, as if they had entered a pure snowy fairy tale along with the music. Iruka Sensei and the other adult ninjas present also displayed surprised yet gentle expressions. They did not expect this usually silent, eccentric child to produce such heart-stirring music. The emotions within that music were so sincere and complex, entirely unlike what a 6-year-old could express. Yao was completely immersed in his own world. He closed his eyes, though no one could see because of the mask, his fingers skillfully dancing on the strings. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind like faded film: bullying, harassment, voyeurism, indifference. And on the phone screen, that little figure forever flying, collecting light wings, wearing a mask. Story of Us, that was his only fragile connection to the shattered world of his past, his unshareable story. The music swelled to a climax, carrying a sense of release and resolve, as if bidding farewell yet also opening a new chapter. Ultimately it concluded with a long-held, lingering note. Yao set down his guitar, stood up, and slightly bowed to the audience, a purely mechanical motion devoid of emotion. Silence. An absolute silence lasting several seconds. Then thunderous applause erupted, suddenly filling the entire auditorium, more fervent and prolonged than any before. The children clapped vigorously, their faces radiating pure admiration and excitement. Yet Yao seemed detached from it all. He expressionlessly walked off the stage behind the mask and returned to that corner, slinging the guitar back behind him, returning to his previous state of silence, out of sync with the surroundings. It was as if that performance, which had healed countless souls, had nothing to do with him. Applause gradually subsided and the concert continued. But the atmosphere had quietly changed. The melody of Story of Us seemed to linger in the air, echoing in everyone's hearts. Watching that small figure curl back into the corner, wrapped in the red cloak and wearing the exquisite snowflake mask, a more complex and turbulent emotion surged within many hearts. That music was so healing, yet he himself was so cold. That attire was so warm, yet he exuded an aura of icy detachment. This extreme contradiction was like the most lethal poison, catalyzing the seeds of affection, curiosity, possessiveness, and salvation delusion to grow wildly under the accompaniment of Christmas carols. They wanted to know what expression lay beneath that aurora mask while playing such music. They wished to be part of his story even if only as a trivial note. Yao felt those increasingly passionate, more complex gazes and the corners of his mouth beneath the mask subtly and coldly curved. A story? He no longer had a story. Only an endless observable theater. And this Christmas concert was but a slightly warm interlude in the performance. Chapter 6: The End. The chime of the bell on Christmas Eve is about to ring, and the wooden leaves are immersed in a tranquility and warmth deeper than daylight. The snowflakes have ceased to fall, and the dark blue sky is adorned with a few cold stars, their chilly light intertwining with the warm yellow glow emanating from the windows of each household, sketching the most enchanting contours of the festive night. As per tradition, the Hokage residence opens its doors, hosting the annual Christmas Eve party, inviting the ninjas of the village, and their families, especially the young unmarried ninjas and children, to share this symbolically significant night together. The hall is arranged like a warm nest. Real orange flames dance in the fireplace, and the crackling sound and distinctive aroma of burning pine fill the air. A huge Christmas tree, more magnificent than the one in the school auditorium, is adorned with handmade decorations and sweets, while mountains of gifts piled beneath it emit an alluring glow. The long table is laden with hot cocoa, gingerbread houses, roasted apples, and various exquisite snacks, the sweet aroma of food mingling with the scent of pine and candlelight, creating a unique, intoxicating fragrance of Christmas Eve. Unlike the daytime concert, this is a more intimate and relaxed occasion. The invited adults and children have changed out of their formal attire into their soft and comfortable pajamas. Most of the adults are wearing plain cotton or velvet robes, gathering in small groups to converse quietly, their faces showing a rare relaxation. The children have become the most adorable sight of the night. Naruto is dressed in an orange onesie patterned with spirals, Sasuke in a simple dark blue version awkwardly wearing a cat ear sleeping hat, Sakura and Ino have chosen pink and purple lace-trimmed pajamas hugging cute plush toys, Hinata is wrapped in a giant fluffy white rabbit onesie, her rosy little face peeking out. The air is filled with the excited laughter of the children, and the various cute sounds emitted from the toys being squeezed. Even Kakashi, rarely changed out of his ninja uniform, now wearing a gray set of casual pajamas printed with cartoon patterns, though his mask still firmly covers his face, lazily leaning back on the sofa by the fireplace, the only visible eye half squinting as if savoring this rare comfort. Might Guy is dressed in his signature green spandex pajamas, energetically demonstrating his bedtime warm-up exercises. However, when that figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, all sounds were silenced as if by a spell, suddenly falling to a hush, leaving only the gentle crackle of the fireplace. It is Yao. He is not wearing a mask. His pale, enchanting, and exquisitely beautiful face is fully exposed to the warm light. Perhaps influenced by the environment, or his attire, that originally overly sharp beauty seems to have softened slightly, yet those pure black hollow pupils still resemble unmelted ice, incongruous with the surrounding warmth. His outfit tonight perfectly embodies the theme of the pajama party, even exceeding everyone's imagination. He is wearing a Yao Kun Robe. The robe is a warm blend of beige and cream, its material appearing exceptionally soft and fluffy as if woven from the most delicate clouds. The loose fit completely envelopes his 6-year-old form, making him look soft and chubby like a newly hatched chick needing care, or a little sprite accidentally rolled into the human world made of cream and cotton candy. What is even more eye-catching is his hairstyle. It's a boyish cut. His smooth white hair is neatly styled with straight bangs across his forehead, the ends of his hair slightly curling inward, perfectly highlighting his expressionless yet strikingly delicate face, merging the traits of coldness and cuteness in an astonishing way, creating a near-visual impact. In his arms he tightly hugs a small dog toy in Oreo colors, the black and white fur contrasting cutely against his snowy hair and cream robe. The toy seems to be held tightly, as if it were the only lifeline in this warm environment. On his feet are fluffy bunny slippers, the long ears bobbing with his movements. Moreover, adorning his neatly styled boyish hair is a mini Dobby accessory, a tiny blue one squatting in his white hair, appearing particularly innocent and adorable. From head to toe, every detail exudes an aura of softness, warmth, and cuteness, contrasting sharply with the eternally cold and indifferent expression on his face, creating a devastating disparity. Thud! Someone's heartbeat sounds particularly loud in the silence. Naruto's frog toy fell to the ground. He seems oblivious, staring blankly at Yao, feeling as if his blood has turned into hot cocoa, bubbling away, nearly melting him. Yao seems like the most expensive doll in the window, he murmurs, his voice barely audible. Sasuke forcibly turned his head trying to face away from that direction, but the image of that soft white ball lingered in his mind and his arm holding the black cat toy unconsciously tightened. Damn. How could this be? Sakura and Ino are so excited that they can barely breathe, pinching each other's arms to stay awake. Boyish hairstyle. It's a boyish hairstyle. And Dobby. Oreo. Bunny slippers. My goodness. But his face. So cold. Yet so cute. What on earth is this combination? Hinata has completely transformed into a steam princess, white steam seemingly rising from her head, curling up in her giant bunny pajamas, wishing to bury herself yet unable to resist peeking through the gaps. Inuzuka Kiba cradles his Akamaru, and both boy and dog appear somewhat dazed. Shino's sunglasses reflect the light obscuring his gaze. Nara Shikamura sighed softly, muttering, "So troublesome." Yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on that shade of cream for a moment. Akimichi Choji looked at the Oreo dog in Yao's arms, feeling a moment of hesitation towards his chips for the first time. That dog looks like it would be delicious. Even Kakashi on the sofa, his right eye that had been half squinting was now fully open, his gaze landing on that small figure that both blended in and stood apart from the surrounding environment. Looking at that cold little face paired with an adorably soft outfit, an incredibly strange feeling akin to being struck in the softest part of his heart mixed with deeper curiosity quietly spread. He instinctively tightened his grip on the book in his hand, which also featured the pajama party theme Intimate Paradise. Yao shows no reaction to the air around him, which has once again solidified because of him. He holds his Oreo dog tightly, stepping in his bunny slippers, silently walking to a corner near the fireplace, which is relatively quiet, curling up in a giant armchair. The fluffy Yao Kun Robe nearly swallows him whole, revealing only his expressionless, exquisite face and the tightly held toy. He slightly lowers his head, gazing at the dancing flames, the black pupils reflecting the firelight, yet still unable to illuminate the coldness within. The adults exchange meaningful looks mixed with a hint of pity. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a red Santa pajamas, even though his beard is real, looks at Yao in the corner, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This child, even on such a night filled with symbols of love and reunion, still feels like an incongruous note in the symphony. The party continues. Children start playing games, sharing gifts, and laughter echoes once more. Yet many people's attention cannot shift away from that corner. The contrast between his extremely soft outfit and his icy expression forms a delicate yet resilient thread wrapping around everyone's hearts, gently pulling, bringing a peculiar pain mixed with affection, curiosity, desire, and helplessness. He no longer needs a mask. For at this moment the contrast between that extremely cute pajama and toy and his cold inner self serves as an even more solid and torturous mask. Christmas carols faintly ring out in the distance. And by the warm flames, that child clad in a cream Yao Kun robe, sporting a boyish hairstyle adorned with Dobby, hugging an Oreo dog and bearing a cold expression, seems like a little deity inadvertently left on earth from a snowy dream, silently shaking this Christmas Eve, while also planting a more persistent and inextricable desire in countless hearts. To redeem him. Perhaps. But what they desire more is to embrace that coldness along with that softness, claiming it as their own. Yao feels those almost searing gazes, holding his Oreo dog even tighter, his pale face still bearing no expression. Warmth. Unrelated to him. He is merely a temporary resident. Chapter 7 End. The Christmas Eve party flowed gently in the warm air, reminiscent of the pot of hot milk warming on the fireplace, exuding a sweet fragrance that invited comfort and sleep. As the children's initial excitement faded and after indulging in candies and snacks, signs of fatigue began to show. The sounds of play gradually diminished, replaced by soft yawns and the drowsy cuddling up to their parents. In the corner, curled up in an armchair and wrapped in a beige robe, a white figure maintained a posture that was nearly motionless throughout. He held onto a plush Oreo puppy toy, his chin resting lightly on the soft head of the toy, his black eyes gazing at the flickering flames, long white eyelashes casting a small fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, trembling slightly with the dance of the firelight. His exquisitely beautiful face bore no expression, neither weary nor engaged, merely an embodiment of pure emptiness and detachment, like a lifelike doll carefully placed here. This profound silence, combined with the extreme softness and cuteness exuded by his appearance, created a silent, immense attraction, especially for the female ninjas who inherently held more maternal instincts and protective desires. Kurina Yuhi held a cup of warm floral fruit tea, her gaze softly landing on the child. She watched as his fingers tightly clutched the toy, slender and pale as if he had exhausted all his strength to hold on to this sole support, stirring an inexplicable tenderness in her heart. She thought of the mischievous boys in her class, contrasting them with this overly quiet and obedient, at least on the surface, child, and an impulse to smooth the invisible frost between his brows, even though there were no creases, arose within her. That child, has he always been like this? She whispered softly to her companion Akatsuki. Red Bean, munching on a skewer of glutinous rice balls, followed Kurenai's gaze, her previously boisterous actions unwittingly softening. She looked at the soft robe and the cold little face of the child, clicking her tongue. Tisk, he looks like a glutinous rice ball wrapped in too much powdered sugar, yet has no warmth at all. It's strange how it makes one want to poke and see if it's real. Yet despite her words there was a hint of unnoticeable tenderness in her gaze. Shizen held on to her pig plush standing beside Tsunade. Although Tsunade feigned disinterest in such warm occasions and occasionally complained about the hassle, her eyes would unintentionally glance over to that corner several times. Shizen could sense that Tsunade's fingers holding the wine glass would unconsciously rub the glass wall when looking at the child. As medical ninjas, they perhaps could more acutely perceive a certain, non-physiological hollowness emanating from the depths of the child's soul. Ponton, do you see him? Doesn't he look like a lost little animal? Shizen softly spoke to the pig in her arms. Ponton responded with a couple of soft oinks. Finally Kurenai could no longer suppress herself. She set down her teacup, picked up a piece of the softest-looking strawberry cake covered in thick cream, and walked slowly to the armchair. "Yao right." Kurenai's voice was extremely soft and gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. "Would you like to try this cake? It's very sweet." Yao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his gaze slowly shifting from the flames to the tempting cake, and then he looked up at Kurenai. His eyes remained hollow, devoid of any desire for food or impatience at the interruption, merely looking in pure observation. Kurenai felt a tightening in her heart. That gaze was too pure and too cold. She struggled to maintain her gentle smile, pushing the cake forward again. Yao did not move, nor did he speak. Just as Kurenai thought he would remain silent forever, preparing to place the cake on the small table beside him, he made a gesture that surprised everyone. He tilted his head slightly towards Kurenai, a minuscule motion, still holding onto the toy. Beneath his boyish hairstyle, his pure black eyes glimmered like two balls of black glass immersed in mercury under the warm light. Combined with his expressionless face, this slight movement did not appear playful, but instead exuded a naive, almost animal-like need for dependence, though this dependence might just be an interpretation from the onlookers. Yet this silent reaction instantly struck Kurenai as well as the other female ninjas nearby who had been watching. Kurenai gasped softly, feeling as if the softest part of her heart was gently stroked by a feather. Her maternal instinct surged like a flood breaking through a dam. She no longer pressed him, carefully placing the cake on the small table, softly saying, "I'll leave it here. Take it when you want, okay?" Yao did not give any further response, his gaze returning to the flames of the fireplace, as if that small action just now was merely their illusion. However, this silent, subtle interaction rippled through the hearts of the female ninjas like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. Following this, Akatsuki Red Bean also took action. She grabbed a soft, thick blanket adorned with snowflake patterns and with a boisterous yet gentle motion draped it over Yao's legs, muttering, "Hey little guy, wearing so little, aren't your feet cold? This blanket is brand new." The blanket fell, covering his feet and calves clad in fluffy rabbit slippers, the puffy robe pressed down, making him appear even more like a well-placed warm cloud. Yao still did not respond, merely clutching the toy, seemingly unconsciously curling up a bit more, tightening his grip on the plush fur. This time, even Red Bean was momentarily taken aback. An odd mix of satisfaction from being needed and heartache made her forget what she was going to say next. Shizen also approached, not bringing food or a blanket, but simply holding Ponton quietly sitting on another cushion not far from the armchair, saying nothing, merely existing in a gentle, accompanying manner. Ponton seemed to sense the atmosphere as well, quietly resting in Shizen's arms, its little black eyes gazing at Yao. Even Tsunade, who had been acting indifferent, somehow found herself nearby, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, her gaze deeply fixed on the child, who was silently surrounded by warmth and kindness, yet still emanated a cold aura. She took a sip of her drink, her expression complex. This pure, unreciprocated dependence, even if it was solely her subjective interpretation, reminded her of some distant softness she had deliberately chosen to forget. The other women present, such as some Jonin teachers or family members of ANBU members, were also moved by this scene. They did not approach, but their gazes were filled with a gentle glow. Yao was surrounded by these silent maternal gestures. A warm blanket lay on his legs, a delicate cake was placed beside him, and there was quiet companionship nearby. He still stared at the flames, his face showing no signs of surprise or gratitude, not even a hint of discomfort. He seemed like a black hole, calmly accepting all the light and warmth directed at him, yet without any change in his own temperature. However, within this extreme silence and acceptance, a silent bond of dependence seemed to be established. It was not Yao who depended on them, but rather they, these powerful female ninjas who had seen life and death and cruelty, found their hearts instinctively leaning towards this cold yet beautiful child at this moment, producing a strong impulse to warm him, protect him, even if just to elicit a flicker of emotion in his eyes. This long Christmas Eve saw the flames of the fireplace sway. The silent maternal instincts of the female ninjas surged forth like a warm tide attempting to overflow the seemingly impenetrable cold rock. Yet the rock remained silent, only revealing a more heartbreaking, more captivating and silent existence within that warm embrace. He did not need redemption. But his very existence had become a silent demand, drawing countless soft hearts into the unfathomable whirlpool of affection and protection. Chapter 8 complete. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, transforming into a pile of flickering dark red embers. The lights in the hall were intentionally dimmed, leaving only a few yellowish wall lamps and the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree, creating a hazy atmosphere that invited sleep. The melodious Christmas carols had long ceased, leaving only the rhythmic breathing of the children, occasional murmurs from their dreams, and the faint crackling sound of burning charcoal. In accordance with the tradition of the Christmas Eve party, many families chose to stay overnight, while single ninjas and children were arranged on the soft mats laid out in the hall, experiencing the warmth of a collective vigil. Thick mattresses and fluffy down blankets covered the central floor of the hall, with children cuddling in their sleeping bags or blankets, sinking into slumber like a group of tired little beasts. The adults were scattered on the surrounding sofas and armchairs, either dozing or quietly keeping watch. Yao remained curled up in the giant armchair, not having moved to the mats. The blanket that the female ninjas had draped over him still lay neatly across his legs, and the strawberry cake beside him remained untouched, having lost its initial enticing sheen. He held his Oreo puppy plush toy tightly, as if it were the only barrier between him and this overly warm, overly close world. With his eyes closed, his long white eyelashes cast a quiet shadow beneath his eyes, his breathing shallow to the point of being nearly imperceptible, as if he had truly fallen asleep, or merely closed his eyes to shut out everything. His stillness and the seemingly unguarded expression of sleep formed a picturesque scene in the dim light, captivating those who were still awake or lost in thought. "All right, the children are all asleep, we should rest too," someone whispered, and the last few wall lamps were extinguished. In an instant the entire hall was plunged into profound darkness. Only the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree and the embers in the fireplace provided a feeble flickering source of light, barely outlining the blurred contours of objects. The darkness amplified the senses, making even the tiniest sounds and movements exceptionally clear. At that moment, as darkness descended, Yao felt a faint, distinct presence approaching him, different from the flow of air. The first kiss, carrying a sweet fragrance of floral fruit tea and a gentle tenderness, landed on his forehead, adorned with a mini big-eared dog accessory. The touch was fleeting, like a petal falling. It was the color of sunset red. She ultimately could not resist the surging motherly love and affection within her, making this audacious move under the cover of darkness. Almost simultaneously, another bolder kiss, imbued with a hint of sticky rice sweetness and spicy warmth, landed on one side of his cheek, even carrying a mischievous gentle nibble. It was Mitarashi Anko. She followed her instincts, wanting to see if this cool sticky rice dumpling really had no flavor. Yao's body momentarily stiffened in the darkness. He did not open his eyes, but all his senses heightened in an instant. Next came the third kiss, accompanied by the faint scent of alcohol mixed with some expensive perfume, carrying a complex and subtle compassion, landing on his other cheek, lingering a moment longer, accompanied by warm breaths. It was Tsunade. Even she might not be able to explain where this impulse came from. Was it the alcohol, or was it the child's heartbreakingly beautiful and hollow appearance? This seemed to be a signal. In the darkness, faint footsteps, the rustle of fabric, and muffled breaths approached from different directions. The fourth kiss, imbued with a subtle scent of ink and paper, a cozy paradise. Along with a faint, almost imperceptible crispness belonging to an adult male, brushed against his earlobe in an extremely restrained and fleeting manner. It was Kakashi. He had silently risen from the sofa at some point, quietly approached, his only visible eye in the darkness like a hunting wolf, ultimately leaving behind this touch filled with endless curiosity and a hint of his own unrecognized excitement. The fifth, the sixth. The touches became dense and chaotic. A clumsy yet swift kiss carrying the fresh scent of lemon soap landed on the back of his hand. Sasuke. How long had he struggled within himself to make this act that defied his pride under the allure of darkness? A kiss carrying the warmth of sunlight, and the scent of ramen awkwardly brushed against his chin. Naruto, almost rolling over, acting on instinct. A shy kiss imbued with the unique sweetness of candies and the fragrance of shampoo landed delicately on the tip of his nose. Sakura. Ino. Or perhaps both of them. Gathering immense courage in the darkness. There were even more subtle, almost imperceptible touches carrying the scent of milk and extreme shyness, like a dragonfly touching the water grazing his eyelashes. Hinata, using the greatest courage of her life, nearly fainted afterward. Perhaps there were kisses that carried the taste of dog food. Kiba. Encouraged by Akamaru. Or the faint sensation of bugs fluttering. Shino. His approach might have been even more peculiar. These kisses, some gentle, some reckless, some shy, some complex, came from female ninjas, from male ninjas, from children of the same age. In this special boundary-blurring darkness of Christmas Eve, like an intense silent rainfall, they fell upon Yao's forehead, cheeks, hair tips, and the back of his hand, even penetrating through the soft robes, bringing careful embraces and rubs. The female ninjas who had not fully indulged earlier, finally unable to resist, gently rubbing his seemingly soft arms and back, feeling the tremor-inducing sensation from the small skeletal frame beneath the fluffy fabric. Yao remained unmoved. He was like a lifeless doll enduring this sudden chaotic attack. His brain functioned like the most precise instrument, calmly recording and analyzing every source, scent, pressure, and possible identity of each touch. In the darkness beneath his tightly shut eyes was a frozen calmness and a hint of offended cold anger. Or merely a pure aloof observation. At that moment a sensation distinctly different from the other gentle touches came. It was a pair of strong arms carrying a familiar subtle scent of tobacco and dust, not like Kakashi's, using an undeniable yet slightly clumsy comforting force, lifting him along with his plush toy and blanket completely off the armchair. It was Asuma Sarutobi. He might have been startled by the slight movement here, or perhaps it was simply a matter of a concerned elder thinking it better for the child to sleep on the soft mats than on the chair. The sudden sensation of being lifted caused Yao's body to instinctively tense for a moment. Asuma clearly misunderstood this tension. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone he believed to be gentle but was still rather rough, saying, "Kid, it's uncomfortable to sleep here, go sleep over there." However, just as Asuma cradled Yao and turned to walk towards the mat area, another figure appeared before him like a ghost. It was Kakashi. In almost complete darkness, Asuma could only recognize him by his silhouette and presence. "Kakashi!" Kakashi did not respond. He merely extended his hand, seemingly casual in movement yet carrying an undeniable meaning, taking the bundled child wrapped in blankets and robes from Asuma's arms. In the transition of movement, Yao's cheek accidentally brushed against Kakashi's neck. The skin there was warm, carrying a faint scent of soap from a recent bath, mingling with the mysterious aura beneath his mask, forming a unique fragrance belonging to Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi held Yao, feeling the weight in his arms to be surprisingly light, the robe soft as a cloud, yet the body within was stiff and cold, devoid of any softness or warmth expected of a child. He did not approach the crowded mats, but instead turned around holding Yao and sat back down on the sofa near the fireplace. He adjusted his position slightly, allowing Yao to curl up more comfortably in his embrace, wrapping him in the blanket, then gently and rhythmically patting Yao's back with one hand, as if soothing a real child who had just had a nightmare. Throughout the entire process, Kakashi did not utter a single word. Asuma paused in the darkness, scratched his head, and ultimately mumbled as he walked away to find a place to sit. Yao was enveloped in Kakashi's arms with the complex sense of soap and mystery swirling around his nose. His back felt the powerful pats from Kakashi's palm through the fabric, carrying a strange comforting intent. Surrounding them were the alternating sounds of sleeping breaths, and in the distance the faint glow of the Christmas tree lights. In the darkness, those chaotic kissers and gentle rubbers seemed to have quietly retreated, perhaps satisfied, perhaps feeling guilty, returning to their respective corners. Only the warmth of Kakashi's embrace remained, along with his silent yet profoundly protective, or perhaps possessive, stance. Yao still kept his eyes closed, his face devoid of any expression. Yet the fingers that clutched the Oreo puppy plush toy slightly loosened, creating a minuscule gap. Who had stolen kisses from him so many times when the lights went out? He might not be able to match each name one by one. But the mingled sense of various desires, affection, curiosity, and impulses, along with this final cold embrace, filled with a protective meaning, imprinted on this long, chaotic Christmas Eve. And this pajama party that began with warmth fell into chaos and ended in silent confrontation slowly drew its curtain in this darkness, and the remaining warm embrace. Chapter 9 End. Consciousness floated like fragments submerged in a warm sea gradually converging. The first sensation was a rhythmic steady vibration that came through the soft fabric bringing a reassuring rhythm. A clean and crisp scent lingered at the tip of his nose mixed with the aroma of wood shavings warmed by sunlight, and a deeper indescribable unique male hormone. This was not a familiar scent yet it inexplicably enveloped him exuding an undeniable sense of control. Yao slowly opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurry then gradually became clear. What came into view was a slightly worn deep gray cotton fabric with subtle fiber textures. He shifted slightly and realized he was completely encircled in a broad embrace, his back pressed against a warm chest, the source of the rhythmic vibration being the heartbeat of the person behind him. An arm loosely wrapped around his waist carrying an undeniable presence. It was Kakashi. Had he really slept a whole night in this man's arms? This realization caused Yao's mind to momentarily freeze. He instinctively lifted his head. The faint morning light seeped through the curtains, painting the dim hall with a soft, golden glow. Kakashi seemed still asleep, his head tilted back against the sofa, the iconic silver spiky hair slightly messy, the black mask still securely covering his mouth and nose, with only his right eye closed, long silver eyelashes casting a gentle shadow beneath. He looked relaxed, even somewhat harmless, a far cry from the lazy yet sharp image of the copy ninja he usually portrayed. Yao was still wearing the light yellow Kun robe, tightly clutching the Oreo puppy plush toy in his arms. One of his plush bunny slippers had fallen off, revealing a pale small foot with slightly curled toes. Having just awakened, his mind seemed not fully clear from the haze of sleep. His usually cold and hollow black eyes now bore a thin veil of mist, appearing somewhat confused and dazed. Paired with his slightly messy and tousled side-swept hairstyle, the obedient asymmetrical white short hair had a few rebellious strands sticking up, adding to an unguarded, adorably naive aura. Thus, with tousled side-swept hair, misty black eyes, and slightly parted colorless lips, he lay dumbfounded in Kakashi's embrace, gazing at the nearby sleeping profile of Kakashi. This scene fell into the eyes of those who were also waking up or had been watching from a light slumber. Ugh! Nearby Sakura, just sitting up, suddenly covered her mouth to stifle a scream, but her eyes sparkled with a fervent glow capable of melting ice and snow. She vigorously shook Ino, who was still rubbing her eyes. Upon understanding the situation, Ino gasped, instantly wide awake. "Oh my god! Yao just woke up, with side-swept hair, so cute. So adorable. Like a lost puppy." Naruto yawned and sat up. Seeing this scene, his yawn got stuck halfway, his mouth agape, and his cheeks inexplicably flushed, stammering, Yao, how are you, in Kakashi-senseius? So cute." Sasuke had also woken up, his arms crossed, seemingly indifferent, but when his gaze touched Yao's bewildered sleeping face and messy white hair, his throat involuntarily bobbed, quickly shifting his gaze away while his ears turned slightly red. Damn, such an unguarded look. Hinata stole a glance and felt her blood rush to her head, turning her into a cooked shrimp, retreating back under the covers, leaving only a few strands of smoke-like hair. Even some of the adult ninjas who had already woken up, like Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, when they saw this scene, revealed a maternal smile, their eyes soft enough to shed water. Asuma, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, looked at the little bundle in Kakashi's arms, raising an eyebrow with a hint of annoying smile. Kakashi seemed disturbed by the subtle movements around him, the only exposed right eye's eyelashes fluttered slightly, slowly opening. His gaze initially held the dazed look of someone just waking up, but upon meeting the pair of closed, misty, bewildered black eyes, clarity returned in an instant, even flashing a fleeting, unusual emotion that he himself had not captured. They locked eyes. Yao seemed to completely awaken at that moment. The mist quickly faded from his eyes, returning to their usual cold and hollow state. The momentary dazed expression on his face vanished like an illusion, transforming back into the expressionless, delicate figure he typically portrayed. He did not panic nor feel embarrassed, not even immediately breaking free. He simply gazed at Kakashi with those cold black eyes calmly, and without a ripple, as if examining a strange pillow. Kakashi felt a peculiar unease under his gaze, instinctively loosening the arm wrapped around Yao's waist. Just then Yao moved. He slowly tightened his hold on the Oreo puppy plush toy with one hand, then used the other hand to push against Kakashi's chest, leveraging the force to gradually stand up by himself. The fluffy Kun robe swayed with his movements, as one bare foot touched the cool floor. He stood straight, turning his back to Kakashi, facing those gazes filled with complex emotions. He ignored everyone, simply tilting his head slightly, lifting his empty hand to casually, inattentively, sweep aside his messy side-swept hair. This action, as he performed it, held no intention or allure, only a sense of casualness, like changing attire. However, in the instant his fingers brushed through his hair, a miracle occurred. His obedient and cute side-swept hairstyle, as if caressed by an invisible wind, abruptly transformed in the play of light and shadow. The white strands seemed to come alive, automatically reorganizing and reshaping, transforming into an entirely different hairstyle in the blink of an eye. Kakashi's hairstyle. It was a hairstyle strikingly similar to that of Hatake Kakashi. Still slanted to one side, appearing casual and free-spirited, it also bore the signature strands that partially covered the temples, even mimicking that characteristic rebellious tuft to perfection. The only difference was that Yao's hair was pure snowy white while Kakashi's was silver. This extreme similarity, combined with Yao's exquisite cold face, created an astonishing, almost provocative mimicry and subversion. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was astonished by this sudden, unfathomable transformation of hairstyle. Naruto exclaimed, "Huh! Yao's hair! How did it become just like Kakashi Sensei's?" Sakura and Ino gasped, clutching their hearts. "Ah! Kakashi Sensei's hairstyle! But why does it feel completely different on Yao? So handsome. A bit badwish too." Sasuke's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the white hair which resembled Kakashi's. A wave of discomfort surged within him, feeling offended. Kakashi himself was utterly stunned, his only exposed right eye widened in disbelief. What in the world is this kid? This was not the end. Yao seemed to feel that simply changing his hairstyle was not enough. With a slight thought, his personal wardrobe silently opened. The soft and cute light yellow Kun Robe instantly vanished, replaced by an eye-catching black bat cloak. The outer layer of the cloak was pure black, seemingly absorbing light, while the lining was a vivid, striking crimson. The stark contrast of black and red radiated an ominous and alluring aura. The cloak fluttered behind him without wind, making a rustling sound, its edges seemingly transforming into the membranes of bat wings. At the same time, he used a height-altering potion. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, his body swiftly shot up and stretched like a plant growing rapidly. The small stature of the 6-year-old child vanished, replaced by a tall, youthful figure nearing 1.80 meters. The previous clothing, warrior pants variant, automatically adjusted with his transformation, perfectly fitting, outlining his lean waist and smooth leg lines. The black and red bat cloak spread out on his tall frame, appearing even more imposing. Below, he wore sharp and neat warrior pants, and on his feet he had mysteriously donned a pair of dark boots that fit snugly. In just a few seconds, the cute little one who had just been lying in Kakashi's arms with a tousled side-swept hairstyle, wearing a soft and cute Kun robe, had completely disappeared. Standing in place was a tall figure clad in a black and red bat cloak and warrior pants, sporting an arrogant hairstyle strikingly similar to Kakashi's, with a pale and eerie face and cold, hollow eyes. A youth. He casually cradled the Oreo puppy plush toy, which starkly contrasted with his current image, while his other hand rested in his pants pocket, slightly raising his chin. His black eyes scanned the crowd with a detached indifference, as if looking down on ants. The tremendous contrast plunged the entire hall into a deathly silence. From the ultimate cuteness to the ultimate coldness and arrogance, from a vulnerable cub in need of protection to an unpredictable, dangerous presence, this subversive transformation powerfully impacted everyone's visual nerves and cognitive boundaries. Kakashi still maintained his position on the sofa, gazing up at the youth, who seemed to have instantaneously transformed into something both strange and familiar, especially that head of white hair identical to his own. A tumult of emotions roiling within him. An emotion of being mimicked, provoked, yet mixed with a deeper, indescribable allure wrapped around his heart like vines. Finally, Yao's gaze fell upon Kakashi, meeting his shocked and inquisitive eyes. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yao's colorless thin lips subtly formed a cold and enigmatic curve. No words were spoken. He withdrew his gaze, clutching his toy, and stepped forward with his long legs clad in warrior pants and dark boots. The black and red bat cloak traced a sharp arc behind him, disregarding all frozen gazes and dazed expressions, as he strode through the hall, leaving behind the chaotic night and transformed morning of this peaceful night. Only a room full of silence remained, along with countless hearts that had been thoroughly shaken, shocked, and further ensnared by this scene of unexpected transformation. Chapter 10 End. Allah, good morning. The boy's clear, slightly hoarse voice echoed through the silent hall like a stone dropped into an ancient well, yet the ripples it stirred were as turbulent as a storm-tossed sea. The Kaka-style hair, uncannily reminiscent of Kakashi, flashed a cold metallic silver in the morning light, clashing starkly with his pale face and the jet-black bat-like cloak. Beneath, the blood-red lining resembled hidden flames of lethal intent, faintly revealed by his casual movements. His tall, erect figure was sheathed in neat samurai-style trousers and a voluminous bat-like cloak, one hand cradling an Oreo puppy plush that belied his present aura. He exuded a complex mixture of languor, chill, and deadly temptation. "Why you? Who are you?" A slightly sharp child's voice shattered the silence. Quan Zhongya, clutching his equally ruffled Chi-Wan, wore an expression of wary disbelief. To have become a youth overnight completely exceeded his grasp. Mingren still stood with his mouth agape, glancing at Yao, and then at the gravely composed Kakashi on the sofa, his mind reduced to mush. "Yao, why do you look so much like Kakashi yet also different?" Zuoju's fist tightened, his nails digging into his palm. He watched Yao as if reborn and radiating a commanding aura, and the competitive urge he had long repressed along with something darker surged violently within him. This one not only possessed uncanny talent, he could alter his body so freely. What kind of power was this? Xiaoying and Jingyu were left speechless, hands pressed to pounding hearts, eyes flicking between Yao and Kakashi, their faces a tangle of shock, intoxication, and an indescribable excitement. Similar silver hair, yet utterly different temperaments. This strange connection sent their imaginations soaring to fever pitch. Chu Tian had already retreated into her bashful steam princess self, hiding behind Xiaoying and stealing furtive sidelong glances at that dazzling, almost unbearable figure. Nai Liang Luwan rubbed his throbbing temples and murmured, "So, the trouble has escalated again." He keenly sensed that Yao's existence was not merely a puzzle but an unstable element that might shatter the balance they had known. Chiu Dao Ding's CI silently popped the last chip into his mouth. He felt this grown-up Yao was less approachable than the earlier little dumpling version. Yu Nu Ji Noa's sunglasses concealed every emotion, yet the faint buzz of insects around him seemed denser than usual. Faced with the crowd's suspicion, vigilance, inquiries, and more tangled gazes, Yao merely cast them a passing look as if they were nothing but noisy background scenery. He did not answer Ya's question, nor did he care for anyone's reaction. Explanation was superfluous to him, and others' understanding held no meaning. His gaze returned to Kakashi. Kakashi had recovered from his initial shock, at least outwardly. The single exposed right eye narrowed into its habitual lazy half-closure, yet its depths were as sharp as a blade as he examined the youth before him. Similar hairstyle, completely different impression. The mystery surrounding this child snowballed an ability to casually change appearance and physique. This was no ordinary ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkai. And that cloak, that cold energy fluctuation that seemed unlike chakra, set him apart. Quite the impressive wake-up temper," Kakashi said in his accustomed slightly teasing tone, attempting to ease the atmosphere while testing him. "Looks like you slept well last night." Yao offered no reply, only those hollow black eyes quietly studying him as if able to penetrate the mask and read all his hidden calculations. The silent exchange carried an invisible pressure. At that moment the voice of the third Huang Yuan Fei Rijan sounded from the hall's entrance, breaking the delicate standoff between them. "It seems everyone has awakened." The third wore plain clothes and a warm smile, as if oblivious to the hall's strange atmosphere and to the clearly grown Yao. "Breakfast is ready, tidy up and head to the dining hall." His arrival acted like a signal, momentarily suppressing the undercurrents stirring in the room. Though full of questions, the children obeyed the Huiying's call, rustling to their feet to fold their bedding, yet their eyes kept darting toward the silver-haired youth in the black bat-like cloak who stood apart from them all. Yao gave no sign of acknowledging the third. Clutching his toy, he stepped forward and walked out of the hall, heedless of every gaze. The cloak's hem traced a cold, precise arc with his steps, the red lining like a streak of flowing blood. Kakashi watched his retreating figure, gaze heavy and intent. He slowly rose from the sofa and rolled his somewhat stiff shoulders. "Kakashi," the third approached and lowered his voice. "About last night." "All is well," Kakashi replied lazily, though his eyes continued to follow the disappearing silhouette. "Except for this morning's surprise." The third sighed and rubbed his brow. "This child grows increasingly inscrutable. His abilities, his origins. Kakashi, keep a closer watch." "Ah." Kakashi responded, ambiguous between agreement and casual indifference. Images surfaced in his mind, the small bewildered dumpling he had woken to that morning, hair sticking up messily, and then in the blink of an eye the same child transformed into an icy, uncanny youth. That extreme contrast and the caca-style hair now mirroring his own felt like a tiny feather constantly tickling at a heart long swathed in many layers. A potent blend of professional curiosity and an ineffable private interest began to grow within him. Breakfast bore an atmosphere more uncanny than he had expected. At the long table everyone ate in somber silence, the faint clink of utensils the only sound. Almost every gaze, whether intentional or not, fixed on Yao. He sat alone at one end of the table, keeping his distance. The black bat-like cloak had been withdrawn or perhaps shifted into something unseen. He wore only a fitted set of dark clothing, a variant of samurai trousers, and his white caca-style hair looked clean and neat. He dined with deliberate calm, his movements elegant yet remote. The Oreo puppy plush rested on the chair beside him like a silent companion. He was no longer the soft, adorable child. That cold beauty now existed in a form more aggressive and enticing, tugging at everyone's nerves in silence. Mingren tried to speak several times but was chilled back by Yao's intangible aura. Zhuizhu ate as if he could not taste his expression complicated. Xiaoying and Jingyi stole secret glances at Yao while furtively watching Kakashi. Countless imagined scenarios played out in their minds. Kakashi sat at a measured distance from Yao, cradling a cup of water. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask quirked into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. An interesting quarry. No, perhaps a more dangerous kin. After breakfast everyone drifted away. The Christmas Eve gathering formally ended and life seemed poised to return to its course. Yao rose and ignored everyone, walking straight outside. Yao! Kakai's voice sounded behind him. Yao's steps did not falter, as if he had not heard. Kakashi paid no mind, speaking in his usual languid tone. "I'll be at the training ground today." The remark sounded casual, yet it felt like a quiet invitation or perhaps a challenge. Yao's silhouette did not hesitate. He vanished into the morning light at the doorway. But Kakashi knew he had been heard. The others had heard it too. New undercurrents began to stir, silently rippling through this deceptively calm morning. The boy who could change his form at will, who carried astonishing beauty and an icy heart, was like a foreign-colored stone thrown into the river of fate. The ripples he created were spreading in ways no one could have foreseen. The morning light completely dispelled the chill of the night, illuminating the training ground with brilliance. The accumulated snow sparkled under the sunlight, casting fragments of golden light, while the air was crisp and refreshing. When Yao's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground, the gazes of the gathered crowd were instantly captivated, with sounds of gasps and whispers rising uncontrollably. He had changed out of the ornate cold bat-like costume from the morning, opting instead for a more dynamic outfit with striking color contrasts. His lower half was clad in a pair of pure black warrior pants, the fabric snug and elastic, perfectly outlining the long straight lines of his legs, allowing for unhindered movement. The upper garment became the absolute visual focus. A uniquely designed rainbow-colored corset resembling a rainbow bridge after the rain, with vibrant colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet intricately woven or dyed onto it, tightly cinching around his toned waist. That waist contrasted against the rainbow corset, and the black warrior pants appeared exceptionally slender and flexible, as if harboring incredible explosive power and agility, exuding a temptation that transcended gender, merging pure strength and beauty. He still sported the white hairdo, strikingly similar to Kakashi's face, devoid of any expression, as his black pupils scanned the crowd with indifference. Without the doll, or the oversized cloak to obscure him, he resembled a drawn sword adorned with rainbow jewels, its edge sharp and unstoppable. "Wow! So handsome!" Naruto was the first unable to hold back, exclaiming loudly, his blue eyes filled with awe, his cheeks slightly flushed. He didn't understand fashion, but he found Yao so dazzling that he couldn't look away, especially that section of the rainbow waist which left him feeling dizzy. Sasuke let out a cold snort, forcing himself to look away, but his peripheral vision uncontrollably lingered on that brilliant splash of color, his throat involuntarily moving. This guy always knows how to disturb people's hearts. Sakura and Ino were nearly fainting with excitement, tightly gripping each other's hands. Rainbow! It's a rainbow-colored waist cincher! It suits him perfectly. So handsome and beautiful. That cool demeanor combined with the rainbow's brilliance. Oh, I'm dying. His waist is so slender. It feels like one hand could wrap around it. Hinata's face was nearly dripping with blood, her Byakugan vision slightly blurred, only able to see a vague, elongated figure radiating rainbow hues. Kiba let out a whistle and even Akamaru barked twice, seemingly in agreement. Shino's sunglasses reflected that splash of rainbow. Shikamaru sighed, feeling the visual impact of today's trouble was a bit overwhelming. Choji glanced at Yao's waist, then at the snack bag in his hand, suddenly realizing that the snacks didn't seem so appealing anymore. Even some of the Chunin and special Jonin who had come to investigate, or were on their routine patrols, slowed their pace, their gazes awed as they fell upon the figure in the training ground. As the center of attention, Kakashi was lazily leaning against a wooden post at the side of the training ground, still holding that book Ika Paradise, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. However, when Yao approached, Kakashi's half-closed right eye slightly lifted, his gaze casually sweeping from Yao's head to his feet, finally pausing for a full 2 seconds on that astonishingly well-defined waist accentuated by the rainbow corset. Then, in an extremely casual tone laced with a hint of lazy admiration, he softly uttered 2 words. "Nice waist." The voice was not loud, yet in the relatively quiet training ground it clearly reached the ears of many. In an instant, everyone's gaze wore varying degrees of shock and amusement, all turning to Kakashi, and then back to Yao. Kakashi-sensei was surprisingly direct. Yao's footsteps faltered almost imperceptibly. He turned his head, his pure black hollow eyes finally meeting Kakashi's gaze for the first time, a faint emotion akin to a question mark flickered within. It felt as if he had heard some incomprehensible sound, or perhaps felt a momentary instinctive confusion at such a sudden, nearly teasing comment. But it was only for a brief moment. That flicker of emotion was as fleeting as an illusion quickly covered by a deeper chill. He did not respond to Kakashi's words, even not granting him an extra glance, and walked straight to the center of the training ground to begin the most basic warm-up activities. His warm-up movements were simple yet effective, each stretch and twist carrying a beauty of precise control. Especially when he turned sideways, arching back, the incredible flexibility and strength displayed by the waist under the rainbow corset further ignited the gazes around him. Kakashi watched as Yao ignored his comment, yet the corner of his mouth under the mask lifted slightly in a pleased arc. He closed Ika Paradise, stuffed it back into his ninja tool pouch, and with a flicker appeared before Yao like a ghost. "Yo, looks like you're in good shape." Kakashi had his hands in his pockets, still looking relaxed. "Are you warmed up? Then shall we move on to something practical?" His tone carried the usual teasing, yet the right eye that was exposed sparkled with seriousness and curiosity. He wanted to know what this boy who could change forms at will and possess strange talents could truly accomplish in real combat. At the same time, he also wanted to confirm some things up close. Yao halted his warm-up, standing straight, his black pupils gazing calmly at Kakashi as if looking at an ordinary training opponent. He said nothing, merely lifted his chin slightly, making a gesture of "please," cold, aloof, yet bearing a sense of self-assured confidence. The atmosphere in the training ground instantly tensed. The onlookers held their breath, anticipating this seemingly instructive yet filled with uncertainties clash. Under the sunlight, the colors of the rainbow corset became increasingly vibrant and eye-catching, forming a stark contrast with Kakashi's dark ninja attire. A silent confrontation was about to begin. The air in the training ground seemed to have solidified. Kakashi and Yao stood facing each other, one lazy yet sharp, the other cold yet enigmatic. The sunlight illuminated the rainbow belt around Yao's waist, making it even more resplendent, forming a stark contrast with his pure black warrior pants and snow-white hair, creating a beauty that bordered on the unreal. "Then let's begin." Kakashi's voice shattered the silence. Though his hands remained in his pockets, his aura had transformed, resembling that of a crouched leopard. Before his words had faded, his figure suddenly blurred, not vanishing completely like the body flicker technique, but approaching Yao with a speed far beyond the limits of the naked eye. There were no hand seals, no ninjutsu, it was merely a pure physical pressure, creating a gust of wind that tousled the silver strands of hair on Yao's forehead. So fast. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is this the strength of a jonin? However, in the face of this lightning-fast approach, Yao's reaction was surprisingly calm. He made no attempt to retreat or block. Instead, just as Kakashi's fist was about to touch his chest, he slid back half a step as if he had wheels installed at his feet, moving in a defiance of physical logic, just barely allowing the powerful punch to graze past his clothing. His movements were elegant and precise, as if everything had been calculated in advance. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes, but the assault did not relent. He transformed his punch into a palm strike, fingers curled like hooks aiming for Yao's shoulder, while his left leg silently swept toward Yao's lower body like a whip. Yao's figure twisted and sidestepped with a dance-like fluidity. Kakashi's palm brushed past his scapula, and the sweeping kick merely struck the air. He was like a gust of wind without substance, always able to evade all attacks with minimal movement and the most unbelievable angles. "Is that all you can do?" Kakashi's tone remained flat, but the rhythm of his attacks suddenly quickened. Fists, feet, elbows, knees transformed into a flurry of afterimages enveloping Yao from all directions. The fierce assault brought forth howling winds, stirring the accumulated snow and dust on the ground. This time it seemed Yao could no longer rely solely on his ghostly agility to evade. Amidst the barrage of attacks he occasionally had to raise his arms to block. Bang! The sound of arms colliding echoed, resonating with a heavy thud. Kakashi frowned slightly. The sensation was off. The force of the block was not particularly strong, but the quality of that arm was unusually hard, more like some kind of dense energy body than mere flesh. In his moment of confusion, Kakashi seized upon a flaw, delivering a precise knife-hand strike just below Yao's left ribs. He controlled the force of this strike, ensuring it would not cause serious injury, but it was enough to incapacitate an ordinary person, instantly inflicting excruciating pain. Sakura couldn't help but exclaim, while Ino and Hinata also gasped in shock. Naruto and Sasuke widened their eyes. However, the anticipated groan of pain and curling up did not occur. Yao's body merely swayed slightly from the force without even a frown. He lowered his head and glanced at the area that was struck, where his clothing remained intact. Is it the property of the clothing? When he raised his head, the expression in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi remained one of deadpan indifference, as if the blow that could fracture an ordinary person's bones was merely a mosquito bite. Kakashi's pupils dilated suddenly. Impossible. Even a taijutsu ninja should have some reaction after taking that hit. You! Kakashi halted his assault, his gaze sharp as a blade fixated on Yao. Yao said nothing, simply standing there quietly, the rainbow belt shimmering under the sunlight, as if silently mocking Kakashi's attacks. Kakashi's expression darkened, no longer holding back. His figure vanished again, this time employing the body flicker technique. He reappeared behind Yao, the cold glint of a kunai flashing as it aimed directly for Yao's heart. This time he was serious. Although he avoided the vital points, it was still a strike capable of severely injuring someone. "Kakashi-sensei!" Iruka couldn't help but shout in protest, his face pale. Too late. Swish! The kunai pierced accurately into Yao's back, penetrating through his clothing. Yet there was no blood. No groans of pain. Not even the faintest sound of fabric tearing as the kunai pierced through. Yao's body merely staggered forward a step, then steadied himself. He slowly turned to face Kakashi, whose expression had dramatically changed along with the bewildered onlookers around him. He reached back, grasping the handle of the kunai still embedded in his back, and gently pulled it out. With a soft pop that was akin to removing a cork. The kunai was pulled out completely intact. The area of his back where he had been pierced left not even a hole in his clothing. His skin was as smooth as ever, pale, without a trace of injury or a single drop of blood. He casually tossed the kunai to the ground, producing a crisp clatter. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. The sunlight remained bright, yet a chill surged from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. What? A monster! Kiba clutched Akamaru, his voice trembling. Akamaru also whined in fear. Naruto gaped, unable to utter a single word. Sasuke's Sharingan had activated without him realizing, the single tomo spinning wildly, trying to pierce through something, yet all he saw was a void of energy contours and that unscathed body. Sakura and Ino's faces were pale, the prior admiration and infatuation replaced by an overwhelming fear and disbelief. Hinata was nearly fainting. Shikamaru's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. What exactly is this? Kakashi stared at Yao intently, his hand gripping the kunai trembling slightly. He vividly recalled the sensation when the kunai pierced. It wasn't like piercing flesh, but rather like stabbing into an extremely dense and elastic energy body, and that energy seemed to heal the moment the kunai was removed. An immortal body. No injuries. No sense of pain. These terrifying words surged into Kakashi's mind in an instant. This was completely beyond his understanding of what it means to be human. Yao looked at the turbulent waves of astonishment in Kakashi's eyes, as well as the surrounding gazes that had shifted from admiration to fear and shock, and on his cold face for the first time a subtle arc of an almost imperceptible smile emerged. It was not a smile. More like a condescending cold pity, or perhaps mockery. As if to say, look, this is the existence you cannot comprehend or reach. He raised his hand not to attack but casually adjusted the folds of his rainbow belt unhurriedly, as if the previous life-and-death struggle was merely an inconsequential game. The sunlight bathed him, the rainbow still radiant, his white clothing still as pure as snow, his black eyes still deep. Yet at this moment this beauty cast a strange, inhuman, chilling shadow in the eyes of the spectators. He was uninjured, unfazed, devoid of pain. Where did he come from? The child of light? Or something even more indescribable wrapped in a beautiful exterior? The air in the training ground was heavy, making it hard to breathe. The silence in the training ground felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds pressing down on everyone's hearts. The sun still shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the chill that seeped through the cracks of their spines. The back that was pierced by the kunai yet remained unharmed, the calmness of drawing the deadly weapon as effortlessly as plucking a weed, and the nearly imperceptible yet bone-chilling curve of the pale face after turning around. All of this silently challenged the understanding of life, harm, and even existence itself in everyone present. Monster! Monster! Inuzuka Kiba's voice trembled uncontrollably, expressing the fear that gripped many hearts. Akamaru trembled in his arms, its animal instincts making it feel an utmost terror towards the incomprehensible existence before it. Naruto Uzumaki opened his mouth, confusion and disbelief filling his blue eyes. He always thought Yao was special, powerful, even attractive to him. But not getting hurt and not dying. That had completely exceeded his understanding of what powerful meant. A strange sense of alienation and fear mixed with the previous unexplainable thrill left his heart in turmoil. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan remained activated, the single tomos spinning wildly, attempting to analyze, trying to see through. But what he saw was only a hazy yet stable energy, aura distinct from chakra, enveloping that seemingly fragile yet immortal body. This absolute indestructible characteristic made him feel an unprecedented helplessness along with a hint of crushed anger. Or something else. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's faces turned pale as they instinctively took a half-step back. The beauty and power they had previously obsessed over now revealed a terrifying inhuman side. That coldness, it turned out, was not merely a result of character but a deeper essential difference. Hinata Hyuga felt herself nearly collapsing to the ground, her Byakugan revealing a frighteningly calm energy flow around that figure with no signs of disruption from injury, like a bottomless, never-freezing pool of stagnant water. Naruto Shikamaru's mind raced with unprecedented speed, analyzing various possibilities, but ultimately could only conclude one thing: trouble, a colossal trouble, one that could overturn the current framework of understanding. Such an existence was the greatest destruction of order itself. Kakashi Hatake was the closest person to this abnormality. His fingers gripping the kunai turned white from the force, and his lips were tightly pressed beneath his mask. Having copied thousands of ninjutsu and experienced countless life-and-death situations, he prided himself on having seen all sorts of bizarre phenomena, yet the scene before him still exceeded the bounds of his experience. Immortal. Unharmed. Unfeeling. This concept was straight out of myth and legend. He stared fixedly at Yao, trying to find even the slightest fluctuation in those typically hollow black eyes, whether it was the panic of a lie being exposed or the arrogance born of great power. But all he saw was emptiness, and within that emptiness a trace of elusive mockery. Just then several powerful auras rapidly approached from afar. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having received the news, appeared at the edge of the training ground accompanied by several Anbu, his expression grave. Clearly the astonishing changes that had occurred here had been reported immediately. The third's gaze swept across the scene, finally locking onto the center where the indifferent-looking boy in rainbow attire stood alongside the kunai that had fallen to the ground, tainted with a peculiar energy that was neither blood nor dust. The old man's eyes were incredibly complex, filled with shock, vigilant scrutiny, and a hint of deeply concealed worry. Yao! The third spoke, his voice maintaining its usual steadiness, but upon closer inspection there was a barely perceptible dryness. What is going on? Everyone's gaze converged on Yao, awaiting his response, or rather an explanation. Yet Yao did not look at the third nor at anyone else. His gaze passed over Kakashi, landing on the recently arrived third Hokage, who wore a furrowed brow. Then he spoke. His voice retained the Yu's clear quality, yet carried a coldness that seemed to freeze the air. Old man, he addressed casually and distantly, his black pupils resembling two deep wells reflecting the third's slightly aged yet still sharp figure. Are you afraid of me? This statement struck like an ice pick, unexpectedly piercing the third's heart, and rendering all who heard it breathless. Afraid. As one of the pinnacle shadows of the ninja world, could he fear a child? But was this still really a child? Yao did not wait for the third's reply. He continued in that calm yet piercing tone. Have I ever harmed you in the slightest? He slightly spread his hands, showcasing his unscathed body and his empty palms. His demeanor was composed, even carrying a hint of innocence, yet the coldness deep within his gaze rendered this innocence particularly ironic. From the moment he was brought back to Konoha by the third, entering the school facing prying eyes, provocations, and even Kakashi's near-fatal attack just now, he had always been in a passive position. He had never actively harmed anyone nor exhibited any aggressive malice. All of his abnormalities stemmed from his very existence, and the actions imposed upon him by others resulting in outcomes that defied common sense. Under everyone's gaze, their eyes instinctively darted to the kunai on the ground, then to Kakashi, and finally back to the third. Indeed, from start to finish he had not actively harmed anyone. Rather, it was they, the ninjas of Konoha, who had repeatedly attempted to test attack and even kill him, although Kakashi had ultimately held back. That strike was already fatal for an ordinary person. So what exactly were they afraid of at this moment? Afraid of his immortality, or the unknown that this immortality represented, which they could not control? Afraid of an anomaly that was entirely different from them. The third Hokage fell silent. His battle-worn eyes deeply gazed at Yao. He saw the coldness and emptiness in the child's eyes, and beneath that coldness a silent question. I have not harmed you, so why do you respond with weapons and fear? Konoha had always promoted the will of fire, advocating for the protection of comrades, for acceptance and understanding. But when a truly incomprehensible existence possessing absolutely inhuman traits appeared before them, could this will still be upheld? On the training ground the wind swept through, stirring up fine snow dust. Yao stood there, the rainbow attire still vibrant, Kakashi's hairstyle still neat, and his pale face wore an expression of indifference. He needed no explanation, no proof. Simply by existing he had shaken the seemingly solid foundations of all those present, even those at the higher echelons of Konoha. Fear stems from the unknown, and his existence was the deepest, most unfathomable unknown. Chapter 14 complete. As summer fades into autumn, the leaves at the treetops are painted with dazzling golds and russets swirling down in the increasingly biting wind, laying a thick carpet of foliage. The air is filled with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins and candied apples, and grinning jack-o'-lanterns begin to appear on every windowsill, flickering warmly with candlelight. The atmosphere of Halloween, like the deepening autumn spirit, envelopes the entire village. It is a festival of laughter, mischief, and candy. The children are excitedly preparing their costumes, dreaming of how to shine during the trick-or-treat activities at night. The ninja school also lets out early, filled with a unique festive restlessness and anticipation. However, this clamor and merriment seem to be isolated by an invisible barrier kept at bay in a distant corner. Yao sits alone beneath an ancient ginkgo tree at the back of the ninja school, its branches twisted and bare. He does not return to that so-called home where the atmosphere of a blended family is more discomforting than the festive noise outside. Today he has donned a seasonal outfit as well. A wide-brimmed pointed wizard's hat cast shadows over most of his face, leaving only his elegantly contoured jaw and pale colorless lips visible. His lower half remains clad in a pair of sharp warrior pants, but over them is a peculiar transparent spider silk cloak. The cloak is nearly colorless, revealing only the delicate silver threads that refract light like a real spider's web at certain angles, gently quivering with his breath, as if he were a spider waiting in the center of its web for prey. In stark contrast to his mysterious, even slightly eerie outfit are the two absurd red circles on his cheeks, as if hastily painted on with a brush, creating a comically jarring effect. The red is exceptionally bright, starkly printed on his pale skin, clashing with the cold, desolate aura he exudes, adding no festivity or cuteness, but rather serving as a silent, self-mocking irony. It seems to say, look, I'm also celebrating in a way you can understand. Yet he participates in none of the festivities. He does not join those classmates dressed in bizarre outfits, chattering excitedly about their plans for the evening, nor does he heed Naruto's boisterous invitation, completely ignoring Sasuke's seemingly casual but expectant glance. He simply sits here, leaning against the rough trunk, coldly observing the crowd of cheerful children playing and laughing in the distant playground through the shadows of his wizard's hat and the almost invisible spider silk cloak. Those who once held a strong interest, even an obsession with him due to his looks, talent, and that naive demeanor on Christmas Eve, have subtly yet noticeably changed their attitudes after the shocking revelation of his immortality during training. Fear. That emotion, like an invisible chill, is perceptible to him even from afar. Naruto still tries to approach, but his gaze is now tinged with hesitation and a barely perceptible retreat, no longer as carefree as before. Sasuke's eagerness for a challenge seems to have been replaced by a more complex apprehension, his eyes deeper and harder to read. The glances thrown by Sakura and Ino still carry awe, but beneath that awe lies an unshakable fear, as if they were admiring a beautiful yet dangerous work of art. Hinata requires immense courage just to steal a glance at him. The adult's attitudes are even more direct. Iruka Sensei's concern is laced with caution, while the other Chunin instructors' gazes are filled with scrutiny and wariness. Even the third Hokage, whose seemingly gentle eyes conceal deep worries and considerations. They are afraid of me. This realization seeps into his already barren heart like cold rain quietly. Not due to his actions, but simply because his way of existing transcends their understanding, shattering the boundaries of their cognition. Immortal. Cannot be harmed. No pain. These basic traits belonging to the children of light and the world of encounter become his original sin of isolation and fear in this ninja world filled with life and death, pain and struggle. The corners of his mouth beneath the wizard's hat twitch ever so slightly, carrying a hint of absurdity. He raises a hand, his fingertips gently brushing over the two comical red circles on his cheeks. What his fingertips touch is only his cold, smooth skin. This red, like a poorly made mask, attempts to mimic how normal people should appear during the festivities, yet only highlights the emptiness within him and the surrounding revelry. Immortality does not bring eternal freedom, but rather eternal alienation. When time cannot leave marks on you, when harm cannot elicit pain, when death is merely a foreign concept to you, there lies an uncrossable chasm between you and the lives around you that bleed, cry, age, and perish. They chase after candy and fleeting joy, worrying about tomorrow's tests and tasks. Yet he stands as an eternal cold observer on this land. In the distance the setting sun begins to dip, painting the sky in warm oranges and reds, reflecting against the glowing jack-o'-lanterns gradually lighting up the village. The sounds of children's laughter drift faintly with the wind, filled with the vitality of life. Yao rises, the transparent spider silk cloak nearly invisible in the sunset, only the wizard's hat and the comical red circles on his face appearing somewhat out of place in the twilight. He does not walk towards the lights and revelry, but instead turns, heading deeper into the quieter, darker woods. His shadow stretches long behind him, swaying lonely across the ground strewn with fallen autumn leaves. Halloween night belongs to ghosts and monsters. Yet this true immortal anomaly chooses to distance itself from the crowd, silently chewing on this inherent, unspeakable loneliness. They fear him. And he perhaps has long since grown accustomed to this cold exclusion. Chapter 15 End. The night of Halloween finally descended, and the village of Konoha seemed to be enchanted, shedding the solemnity of the day, and donning an array of bizarre finery. Pumpkin lanterns of various shapes grinned in the streets, their flickering candlelight casting distorted, writhing shadows. Children in costumes transformed into quirky little spirits darted between the streets, their cheerful cries of trick or treat, and the jubilant cheers after receiving candy echoing throughout. The air was thick with the sweetness of frosting, the roasted aroma of chestnuts, and a kind of indulgent, slightly eerie joy. This overly intense and straightforward atmosphere of happiness was like thick honey enveloping the village, yet leaving certain corners feeling even more out of place. On the rooftop of the ninja school, usually a place for students to relax and practice, there was now an empty stillness save for the cold moonlight and the distant echoes of festival merriment. A figure stood alone against the railing, almost blending into the deep night. He still wore the wide-brimmed wizard hat, dressed in warrior pants and a transparent spider silk cloak that revealed hints of its fabric only at certain angles. The two comical red cheeks on his face appeared even more jarring under the moonlight, like clown makeup harshly smeared on a pale canvas. He did not gaze down at the sea of lights and voices below. Instead, he tilted his head slightly upwards, looking at the not-so-full moon in the night sky. The shadow of the wizard had obscured most of his face, leaving only tightly pressed lips devoid of color and a taut jawline. In the shadows at the entrance of the rooftop, several figures quietly gathered. It was Konoha's 9 strong: Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Having finished the first round of trick-or-treating, they came here either distracted or drawn by some invisible force. They spotted the solitary figure. "It's Yao," Naruto whispered, his blue eyes filled with complex emotions. He wanted to rush over as he used to, handing him a handful of candy and saying some foolish spirited words. But his feet felt leaden. The image of Yao effortlessly extracting shuriken in the training field like a cold brand left him hesitant. That was not something a human could accomplish. fear like thin vines entwined around his impulse. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, leaned against the wall, his Sharingan glimmering faintly in the dark. He fixated on Yao's back, captivated by that cold beauty and absolute unreasonableness, like a magnet wanting to conquer, wanting to understand. Yet that quality of undying felt like an insurmountable chasm, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. His pride would not allow fear, but his reason was frantically raising alarms. Redemption. He couldn't even touch it. Sakura and Ino held each other's hands tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. They still found Yao breathtakingly beautiful, especially under the moonlight, and the wizard hat's contrast, that shadow embodied a fragile and mysterious poetry. Yet beneath that beauty lay a chilling inhuman essence. They wanted to approach, to melt that frost with girlhood tenderness, but their bodies honestly remained at a safe distance. Was it honey or an illusion wrapped in arsenic? Hinata hid at the back, twisting the corner of her clothes, her Byakugan clearly seeing the terrifyingly calm flow of energy surrounding Yao, devoid of any festive cheer. She could feel his loneliness, a burden so heavy it pained her heart, yet the fear stemming from their fundamentally different natures made her hesitate. Kiba scratched his head anxiously, Akamaru whimpering uneasily at his feet. Shino remained silent like a backdrop. Shikamaru sighed, feeling that this situation was 1,000 times more troublesome than any ninja technique contest. Choji silently chewed the last few candies in his pocket, finding them somewhat bitter. They were all shaken by the truth of undying. The thought of seeking redemption felt so pale and powerless, even ridiculous, in the face of the absolute disparity of power and the chasm of fundamentally different essences. They were like a group of mortals warming themselves around a bonfire, both yearning for the beauty of the ice and snow spirit under the moonlight and fearful of the cold that could freeze their souls. Just then a cool autumn breeze swept across the rooftop, stirring the brim of Yao's wizard hat and scattering a few strands of silver hair from his forehead. The moonlight shone more clearly on his profile, illuminating the two comical red cheeks beneath which two crystalline trails of tears silently fell. Tears silently seeping from the depths of his dark hollow eyes rolled down his pale cold cheeks, tracing the vivid jarring red paint, leaving behind winding wet marks. He did not make a sound of sobbing, nor did his shoulders tremble. He simply stood there quietly gazing at the moon, allowing the tears to flow silently. Those tears were so pure they seemed devoid of sadness, resembling instead a distant longing and eternal loss, a profound loneliness that was utterly out of place with this world and all surrounding life. He had an unresolved pain from the past. Perhaps it was the only existence that had offered him a faint warmth in his previous life, the last straw he clung to in endless darkness, yet it had long been extinguished in another time and space, leaving no trace to be found. This cacophony of life and death dancing together on Halloween, this sweet scent of being alive permeating the air, felt like a dull knife repeatedly cutting at his heart, which should have felt no pain yet still bore some lingering mark. The red cheeks were a disguise, a mockery. Yet these silent tears were the truth, a tribute. This scene pierced through the shadows like the sharpest ice pick, brutally stabbing the 9 pairs of watching eyes. Are they afraid of him? Yes, still afraid. That inhuman quality made them instinctively tremble. Yet at that moment those silently flowing tears, the real sorrow hidden beneath the comical paint, shone like a bright light, piercing through the fog of fear and striking at the softest places in their hearts. He can also cry. Even without the sensation of pain, even if he cannot be harmed, even if he may live forever. He still feels sadness. The thought of seeking redemption reignited like a phoenix from ashes, burning fiercely once more, even more intensely and recklessly than before. Fear and compassion, repulsion and attraction violently intertwined and clashed at this moment. Honey or arsenic? Perhaps both. Yao seemed to sense the gazes behind him. He raised his hand and casually wiped away the traces of tears on his face, smudging some of the comical red cheeks, making him appear even more disheveled yet more real. He did not turn back, only pulling the wizard hat lower to completely obscure his face, then turned and departed like a ghost, merging into the night, silently leaving from the other side of the rooftop. Leaving only the moonlight and 9 teenagers standing in a complex mix of emotions, frozen in place. The clamor of Halloween continued and the sweetness of frosting lingered in the air. But on this rooftop what remained was only a trace of cold dampness and a heavy unresolved pain. Chapter 16: The End. Since the silent tear-stained moment atop the Halloween platform, the scrutiny of the 9 little heroes, along with the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, has not diminished but rather grown more secretive and tenacious. That mix of fear and excitement, repulsion and attraction, is like a fermenting poison spreading and growing in the depths of the heart. They are both terrified of the inhuman essence yet unable to resist the deadly allure woven from beauty and sorrow and cannot suppress the impulse to pierce through the fog and touch the truth. The opportunity arose on what seemed like an ordinary night. Perhaps weary of the ever-present gazes filled with scrutiny and desire or driven by a deeper need that he himself had yet to fully comprehend, Yao did not stay in his room but came to the small courtyard assigned to him. The courtyard was secluded with only a few hardy shrubs and a stone bench. The moonlight poured down like liquid silver, casting a cool faint glow over everything. He did not light any lamps but stood alone in the center of the courtyard. Then amidst the prying eyes hidden in the shadows of trees, eaves of roofs, and even beneath the ground the parasitic bug of oil woman Shino, he did something that made every observer's heart stop. He began to shed his disguise. The wizard hat, always shrouded in mystery, was casually removed and placed on the stone bench. Next came the almost invisible spider silk cloak, falling to the ground as if shedding a layer of morning mist. Then came the warrior pants along with all the garments of this ninja world, whether splendid or ordinary. One by one it was as if he was peeling away layers of shells that did not belong to this world. In the end he stood naked beneath the cold moonlight. His body, devoid of clothing, did not bear the texture of human flesh and blood. It was a kind of indescribable purity. Not the pallor of skin, but more like a condensed warm light. A soft pure halo flowed throughout his being as if he himself were a manifestation of primordial light in human form. The lines of his figure were smooth and graceful, transcending gender, exuding a sacred and ethereal aura, creating a stark contrast with the mundane courtyard and the chilling moonlight. All the breaths of the onlookers halted at that moment. Naruto clamped his mouth shut, stifling a gasp, while his blue eyes brimmed with shock and bewilderment. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled wildly, attempting to decipher the structure of that light, but all he could see was a pure amalgamation of energy. Sakura and Ino felt their minds go blank as the previous fears seemed washed away by this sacred light, leaving only pure, almost reverent astonishment. In Hinata's Byakugan vision, the light was so pure that it contained no trace of impurity, sending a shiver through her soul as if it was being cleansed. Yet this sacred illumination did not last long. As if some inner balance had been disrupted or the hidden essence had finally surfaced, that all-encompassing warm purity began to fade at a visible speed. Like ink dropping into clear water, a deep, all-consuming black began to spread from the center of his body, perhaps from where his heart was. This blackness was not lifeless, it was as profound as the cosmos' origins, yet it reflected an unusual luster under the moonlight, as if it contained countless shattered, flowing hues, a vibrant black. This blackness rapidly eroded and enveloped the original light, and within a few breaths he transformed from the most exquisite white to a flowing black adorned with dark colors. At the same time his originally neat hair grew wildly, as if it had come to life, instantly reaching his waist, flowing like a black waterfall, like a living shadow cascading down his now jet-black back. Amidst the strands of hair the flowing hues of dark colors were faintly visible. From a pure amalgamation of light to the embodiment of profound darkness flowing with dark colors. This sudden and intense transformation carried a breathtaking subversive beauty and eeriness. Everyone's hearts felt as if grasped by an invisible hand, nearly gasping for breath. But this was not the end. The shadow, now clad in black, curled slightly, its waist-length hair wrapping around him like a living cloak. He raised his now pitch-black face, though the delicate contours could still be discerned, gazing at the cold moon. Then a voice resonated in the ears of all the onlookers, echoing directly in the depths of their souls. This was not a sound transmitted through air vibrations. It was the wailing of the abyss. How one might describe such a sound is beyond words. It was neither a heart-wrenching howl nor a pitiful sob. It was an ancient primal lament, as if it came from the dawn of the world or the moment of its end. It was a lament of distorted rules, an echo of eternal solitude, the final silent yet deafening sigh that emerged when light and darkness simultaneously perished. This cry was not loud, yet it bore an irresistible penetrating power, directly affecting the soul. It contained no human emotions, no grievances, no pain, no pleas, only a pure, immense despairing, void and loss. Ugh! Hinata was the first to succumb, her Byakugan turning white as she fainted, caught by the flustered Sakura and Ino. Naruto felt as though his heart was torn apart by this cry, an indescribable sorrow and panic engulfing him, nearly making him retch. Sasuke's Sharingan throbbed painfully, and he quickly shut his eyes, his face paling. That cry seemed to wash away all his hatred and obsession, leaving behind a deeper sense of emptiness and fear. Kiba and Akamaru let out pained whimpers simultaneously. Shino's insects stirred restlessly around him. Shikamaru felt his thoughts freeze in the face of this primal lament, rendering all strategies absurd. Choji dropped the snack bag in his hand completely unaware. Even Kakashi and the third Hokage hiding further away with stronger wills turned pale upon hearing this cry of the abyss that directly impacted their consciousness, their minds shaken. What on earth is this? The embodiment of light and darkness. The lament of the abyss itself. In this moment all scrutiny transformed into the torment of facing an indescribable terror. What they previously feared as the immortal body now seemed like child's play compared to this manifestation of the essence of existence, and the cry of the abyss. Once again they felt a thrill. But this time it was no longer born from appearance or power but from a shuddering reverence for this existence that transcended understanding, a fear that was almost instinctual, a desire to flee yet feeling irresistibly drawn. In the center of the courtyard, that shadow-clad in black, its waist-length hair flowing with dark colors under the moonlight, continued to emanate that soul-piercing silent cry of the abyss. He was no longer the lonely boy in need of redemption possessing an immortal body. He was the abyss itself needing to be gazed upon, a mingling of light and darkness crying. The abyss. Chapter 17 End. After experiencing the terrifying scene of light and darkness reversing and the abyss crying that night, Yao had not stepped out of his room for several days. The direct shock to the soul left all onlookers apprehensive, causing even the most persistent to temporarily suppress their desire to approach the small courtyard seemed to have become a forbidden place. However, worry, curiosity, and that complex emotion that could not be extinguished ultimately drove some individuals to muster their courage and come to visit. Gently pushing open the unlocked door, the visitors were met with a scene that was completely different from their imagination. There was no gloom, no chill, nor the inhuman radiance that had struck terror that night. The room was exceptionally tidy, even to the point of being empty. The only window was half open, with the afternoon sunlight slanting and casting warm patches of light on the polished floor. Yao sat on the floor by the window, leaning against the wall with one leg bent, his posture unusually relaxed. Today he had changed out of those flamboyant or bizarre outfits, wearing a simple white cotton t-shirt and loose, slightly faded jeans, looking just like a typical youth from an ordinary family. His hairstyle had also transformed into the simplest initial style, with white short hair smoothly lying against his scalp, devoid of any extra embellishments, making his overly delicate face appear exceptionally clean, even exuding a rare hint of youthfulness. What was most eye-catching was the warm yellow scarf wrapped around his neck, made of what appeared to be soft and thick material resembling the style of the little prince's scarf, but at that moment it hung loosely around his neck like an ordinary scarf, the warm tones softening the pallor of his skin and seemingly dispelling some of the habitual chill that surrounded him. He did not look at the people coming in, his gaze was fixed on the only low table in the center of the room. On the low table there were no ninja scrolls or shuriken, only two items that were completely out of place in this ninja world. One was a delicate transparent glass dome quietly holding a stunningly vibrant red rose, seemingly forever untouched by decay. The petals of the rose were plump, their color as rich as congealed blood, shimmering with a dreamlike luster under the refraction of the glass dome. Beside the dome sat a plush fox doll. The fox had fiery red fur, a black nose, and a pair of glassy eyes that seemed both cunning and all-seeing. It sat quietly, as if guarding the rose and waiting for someone's return. Sunlight filtered through the glass dome, casting a soft halo over the rose and the fox doll. Yao quietly watched them, his black pupils devoid of the usual emptiness and coldness, nor the heart-wrenching sorrow of that night. Instead, there was a kind of extreme remoteness, as if immersed in an old dream that would never return. In that moment, he was no longer the immortal son of light, nor the abyss where light and dark intertwine, nor the cold and indifferent observer. He resembled an ordinary boy lost in the seams of time, reminiscing about something significant. This immense contrast left Hinata encouraged by Sakura and Ino, and the quietly following Naruto and Sasuke stunned at the door, momentarily unsure how to speak. That warm yellow scarf, the rose in the glass dome, the quiet fox doll, and the rare, almost gentle expression on Yao's face. All of these formed a tranquil yet sorrowful picture, silently telling a story of a past they could not touch. Perhaps this was his unresolved grief of the dead. That carefully nurtured rose, that silently accompanying fox. It was a unique bond and farewell that belonged to the little prince. He did not go out today, for he was immersed in a memory sealed forever under the glass dome, one that belonged solely to him, the rose and the fox. Inside the room the sunlight was peaceful, and time seemed to slow down and soften in that moment. Only the faint sound of birds chirping outside and the slightly tense breaths of a few people could be heard. Yao seemed to finally sense their presence. He slowly turned his head, his gaze shifting from the rose and the fox to the few people at the door. The soft edge of the scarf brushed against his chin. His expression returned to the usual indifference, yet there seemed to be no intention to drive them away. He simply stared at them quietly, as if asking, "Is there something?" The warm yellow scarf, the red rose in the glass dome, and the fiery red fox doll continued to silently convey a story of love and responsibility, of taming and parting, about the lonely tale of the B612 planet that existed only in memory. The auditorium of the ninja school was once again filled with clamor, but unlike the warmth and harmony of the Christmas concert, the air was charged with a primal rebellious passion. Today marked a theme day for an unconventional student music concert, heavy metal rock. The beats thundered like rolling thunder, and the bass shook the floor, with students who usually adhered to rules breaking free from their constraints, howling and headbanging on stage, releasing their repressed energy. The atmosphere in the audience was ignited, cheers and whistles rising and falling. The dazzling lights painted the entire space into a bizarre melting pot of colors. As this fervent atmosphere reached a small climax, the announcer read out the next name. "Next up we invite Yao." The noise abruptly halted for a moment, followed by an even louder buzz of discussion. "He is going to perform. That Yao who is always silent, cold, and inhuman. He is going to perform heavy metal." The lights focused and a figure slowly walked onto the stage. When his image became clear before the audience, all discussions were silenced again, leaving only the sound of gasps. He was dressed in an outfit strikingly different from his usual style, yet somehow fitting the wild theme. His hair was styled in a carefree manner, with white strands flying as if breaking free from all constraints. He still wore the sharp warrior pants, but on top he had draped a loose bright yellow Dao robe. The robe was made of non-traditional fabric, reflecting a silky sheen under the lights, adorned with ink-colored calligraphy depicting dragons and phoenixes. As the sleeves billowed, it embodied both the ethereal grace of immortality and an undeniable dominance. In his hands he held a strikingly designed performance electric guitar, the streamlined body sparkling with a metallic coldness, creating a dramatic clash between classical and modern Eastern and Western aesthetics. He stood at the center of the stage, his carefree white hair dancing in the wind of the fan, and the bright yellow Dao robe rustling. He did not look at anyone in the audience. In his pitch-black pupils there was no longer emptiness or sorrow, but a cold flame ignited with a sense of disdain for all. He tuned his electric guitar, his fingertips gliding over the strings, producing a sharp noise resembling the clash of metal. Then the prelude began. It was not the traditional heavy metal riff, but a passionate and majestic melody imbued with rich Chinese cultural colors, amplified through the distortion effect of the electric guitar, becoming more grandiose and penetrating. It was that song Tianxia. He opened his mouth and his voice spread throughout the auditorium via the microphone, no longer possessing the clear quality of his usual tone, but instead carrying a raspy, explosive power, strangely maintaining a sort of ethereal echo. The smoke of war rises, seeking love like the tide, meeting her like spring water, reflecting pear blossoms, wielding the sword to sever the horizon, letting longing go lightly. In dreams I linger and care. The lyrics spoke of the entanglement and resolution of the wanderers, yet his renditions stripped away all romantic allure, leaving only a coldness of wielding the sword to sever the horizon and the determination of letting longing go lightly. That she, who is she? Is she the rose under the glass dome? Is she the one who has passed away, leaving unresolved emotions? The crowd below, whether previously fearful, infatuated, or curious about him, was now stunned into silence by this entirely different Yao and the powerful music. Naruto's mouth was agape, Sasuke's Sharingan was fixed on the figure on stage, seemingly ruling the world. Sakura and Ino forgot to scream, and Hinata covered her heart. As the music transitioned into the interlude, the electric guitar's solo erupted like a silver vase, shattering akin to a dragon's roar in the nine heavens, the techniques dazzling to the point of leaving the audience awestruck, every note filled with a sense of explosive power from repression. His fingers danced across the strings, his carefree white hair and bright yellow Dao robe swaying with his movements, as if he had merged with the music, becoming the embodiment of this Tianxia melody. Then came the final climax, also the point where the lyrics crystallized, caring not for lords and princes, ignoring the passage of ages, seeking only love to resolve this endless chaos of the red dust, love more, longing for eternity, wanting more, gentle as flowing water. Who cares who rules spring and autumn? As he sang, who cares who rules spring and autumn, his voice suddenly soared, carrying a kind of arrogant defiance that could shatter the heavens, and a solitude that penetrated to the bone. Tianxia. The last two words were almost screamed out, the voice hoarse yet shattering like thunder. At the same time he suddenly swept his hand. Jung. A piercing noise as if the strings had snapped replaced the expected ending, abruptly cutting off. The music stopped. The entire auditorium was left with the echo of that broken sound and a deathly silence. He stood on stage, his carefree hairstyle slightly disheveled, the bright yellow Dao robe now still one string of his electric guitar drooping helplessly. He breathed slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, perhaps an energy simulation. But his gaze was as cold as ancient ice, sweeping across all the dazed faces in the audience. The unresolved emotions have died. You have no attachments. All of his previous silence, alienation, and even the abyssal crying of that night may have stemmed from that inability to let go of the attachment. And at this moment, amidst the roar of Tianxia and the sound of the strings snapping, he seemed to personally sever the last thread connecting him to the past. In heaven and on earth I alone hold supremacy. It was no longer the arrogance of an immortal body, but rather a solitude that looked down upon all beings, having severed all causal entanglements and ties. He did not bow, nor did he take a bow. He simply placed the broken electric guitar on the ground as if discarding an inconsequential piece of junk. Then, wearing that bright yellow Dao robe and sporting his carefree white hair, he ignored all the astonished, fearful, or newly budding gazes filled with emotion and walked straight off the stage, leaving behind a hall of silence and a ridiculous delusion of redemption that seemed to shatter along with that string. Chapter 19: The End. The chill of winter was finally dispelled by the gradually softening eastern wind as the snow melted, nourishing the land. Tender green buds sprouted from the bare branches, and in just a few days everything was lush and verdant. Next came the incredibly vibrant cherry blossom season. Konoha village seemed to be enveloped overnight by a pink and white haze, especially along the banks of the Nanka River, where clusters of cherry trees bloomed extravagantly, and a gentle breeze brought about a splendid yet fleeting cherry blossom snowfall. With the vitality of spring in the air, even the atmosphere was filled with the refreshing scent of earth and flowers. Although the weather was warming, there was still a slight chill in the early morning and evening. On such an afternoon, Yao strolled alone through the cherry blossom forest by the Nanka River. Today his attire had subtly transformed to match the tones of this spring day. He chose a cherry blossom hairstyle not adorned with real cherry blossoms, but styled to resemble the layered petals of blooming cherry blossoms, the soft pink and white blending wonderfully with his original silver hair, as if spring cherry blossoms were naturally flourishing among his locks. Draped in a secondary white cloak, its pure white base adorned with clearer silver patterns, it complemented the pinkish-white hue of his hair. Due to the lingering chill of spring, he wrapped a fluffy, soft, pure white fur collar around the neckline of his cloak, the fluffy texture embracing his slender neck and jawline, accentuating the pale translucence of his exposed skin, while softening his overly sharp beauty, adding a touch of warmth. He quietly walked along the path strewn with falling petals, the hem of his secondary white cloak lightly brushing the grass, the pure white fur collar gently quivering with his steps. The pinkish-white cherry blossom hairstyle shimmered softly in the sunlight, and occasionally real petals fell adorning his hair and shoulders, yet he remained oblivious. His black pupils remained indifferent, reflecting the swirling cherry blossom snowfall, yet unable to capture even a fraction of the warmth of spring. He resembled a walking, breathtaking spring painting, yet was separated from this vibrant world by an invisible membrane. At that moment, beneath a particularly flourishing cherry blossom tree ahead, the space distorted strangely, and a figure abruptly appeared as if surfacing from water. The newcomer was dressed in the mysterious Akatsuki attire of black with red clouds, wearing a swirling orange mask with a single eye exposed. His actions were somewhat exaggerated and comical, flailing his arms and producing odd sounds of HM. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi alias Ah-Fei. Wow! The cherry blossoms here are absolutely breathtaking. Truly Konoha. Ah-Fei exclaimed in his trademark flamboyant tone, as if he were a lost traveler captivated by the beauty. However, when his eye, concealed by the mask, inadvertently swept across the path and spotted the slowly approaching figure, all his movements and sounds froze in an instant. The wind happened to become gentle at that moment, swirling more cherry blossom petals as if a grand pink snow was falling. Amidst the fluttering cherry blossom rain, the figure slowly approached. The cherry blossom hairstyle almost merged with the actual flying petals, the secondary white cloak pure and flawless, the soft white collar gently conforming to the curve of the neck. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the flower rain, outlining a hazy glow around him. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky full of flying petals. The lines of his profile in the light appeared almost unreal, his black eyes blankly reflecting the splendor, yet seemingly existing in another solitary dimension. Beautiful. An exquisite, ethereal, and fragile beauty that transcended gender, faction, and even the concept of life and death. carrying a sense of fatal loneliness, a feeling that compelled one to destroy yet also cherish. The eye beneath Ah Fei's mask suddenly constricted to an extreme. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. He had seen Rin's gentleness, experienced Minato Sensei's warmth, and witnessed countless cruelties and darkness in this world. He believed his heart had long been like stagnant water crushed under a boulder, only beating for the Eye of the Moon plan. Wearing a comical mask, he played a foolish role, burying his true self deeply. Yet, at this moment, within this cherry blossom snowfall symbolizing life and reincarnation, this suddenly intruding existence, beautiful like a phantom yet lonely as an ancient glacier, struck him like a sudden blinding light that tore through all shadows and disguises, piercing fiercely and precisely into the deepest part of his already frozen heart. Thump! A clear heartbeat exploded within his chest so violently that he almost thought the mask would shatter. What is this? This feeling is love at first sight. Absurd. Ridiculous. Impossible. He should have been scheming to capture tailed beasts, plotting against Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, anticipating the illusory world of infinite Tsukuyumi, instead of here feeling this uncontrollable flutter for someone of unknown origin who might even be a Konoha ninja. Yet that single eye could not shift its gaze away from that figure. He looked at the pinkish-white hair, the pure white cloak and collar, the pale, almost transparent skin, the hollow yet soul-stirring black eyes, and the surrounding loneliness that seemed completely out of place in this lively spring. This loneliness resonated with a certain despair deep within him, the boy buried beneath a boulder, eternally lost to the sunlight and Rin. He wanted to get closer. He wanted to tear apart that cold exterior and see what lay within. He wanted to firmly grasp this unique beauty and loneliness in his hands, or to pull it into his own dark abyss, entwining together. Yao seemed to sense that intensely focused gaze, even carrying a certain burning aggressiveness. He stopped, turned his head, his indifferent gaze piercing through the swirling cherry blossoms, landing on the strange figure wearing the swirling mask. Their eyes met. Ah Fei felt his breath catch. Through the mask, through the distance, through the dancing petals, those black eyes resembled the deepest night sky, devoid of any emotion, yet seemed capable of absorbing his soul. Yao merely glanced at this oddly dressed, somewhat eerie individual without any reaction, as if he had merely seen a tree or a stone. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued along the path, the hem of his white cloak sweeping over the fallen blossoms, leaving no trace behind. Until that figure completely vanished into the depths of the cherry blossom forest, Ah Fei remained stiffly standing in place. After a long while he slowly raised his hand to touch his swirling mask covering the eye that still held remnants of shock and flutter. He released an extremely faint sound, completely different from his previous flamboyant tone, tinged with a hint of confusion and chaos. The spring breeze blew and the cherry blossoms continued to bloom vibrantly. Yet within a certain masked avenger's heart, that stagnant pool was stirred by an unexpected stone, creating ripples that could never be calmed. Chapter 20 End. On a spring day the weather was calm and clear, but in the blink of an eye fine rain began to fall. The silken spring rain silently nourished the leaves, washing the cherry blossoms to a more vibrant hue, filling the air with the fresh scent of wet earth and blooming flowers. Pedestrians on the streets hurriedly sought shelter, some raising their rain gear. Yao did not employ any ninjutsu to avoid the rain, nor did he quicken his pace. He seemed to revel in the tranquility enveloped by the raindrops. Today he donned an outfit harmonious with the ambience of the spring rain. His hair was styled in a rain-mother fashion which exuded a classical and gentle charm. The smooth white strands were elegantly tied into a bun at the back of his head, with a few stray strands cascading down his neck, accentuating its elongated and fair appearance. He wore the same second-tier white cloak which glistened with a damp sheen in the fine rain. His lower half was clad in warrior pants, allowing ease of movement. Most striking was the blue old paper umbrella he held. Its canopy was a deep indigo adorned with simple white swirling cloud patterns, creating a serene sky above him. He strolled beneath the umbrella, walking slowly along the rain-drenched bluestone path amidst the misty curtain of rain. The rain-mother hairstyle softened the usual cold sharpness of his demeanor, adding an indescribable tranquil maternal radiance to him despite his lack of gender. The second-tier white cloak fluttered slightly in the rain, while the blue old paper umbrella shielded him from the downpour, seemingly creating a gentle barrier between him and the drenched world. He resembled a walking ink-wash painting, cool and poetic, imbued with a sense of soothing tranquility. As he passed a secluded alleyway in the shadows deep within the ground stirred like a living creature, and a peculiar being resembling a pitcher plant slowly rose. Its upper half was pale while the lower half was jet black. It was none other than the reconnaissance member of the Akatsuki, Ju. The white half of Ju spoke in its habitual slightly frivolous tone. It's raining. The spring in Konoha is indeed quite rainy. The black half remained silent, vigilantly observing the surroundings with its orange-yellow eyes. However, when their gazes, or rather their senses, simultaneously landed on the figure holding the blue old paper umbrella slowly passing through the alleyway, all sounds and thoughts froze in that instant. The rain fell like a curtain, blurring vision yet accentuating the tranquil space beneath the blue old paper umbrella. The Rain Mother hairstyle outlined an elegant and gentle silhouette, while the second-tier white cloak appeared pure and untainted by the rain. He walked at a leisurely pace as if the clamor and strife of the world had nothing to do with him, with only the raindrops dripping from the umbrella's edge tapping on the stone tiles producing a crisp sound. An indescribable feeling like the silent infiltration of spring rain seeped into the depths of Ju's complex and twisted mind, composed of countless white Ju clones' consciousness and the black Ju's millennia of obsession. For the white half, that figure emitted an extraordinarily strong maternal aura, evoking a desire to draw near and rely upon. Not in a physiological sense, but a more primordial energy quality, gentleness, inclusiveness, tranquility, capable of soothing all restlessness and unease, akin to returning to the cradle of life. This feeling was even purer and more alluring than when facing Uzumaki Naruto in the past, captivating its naive yet yearning consciousness akin to a newborn seeking belonging. For the black half, it sensed an extreme and eternal loneliness accompanied by a profound, pure and powerful essence of energy, light, power. This loneliness, spanning a millennium, resonated with its own long solitude endured while lurking, plotting and suffering for the revival of its mother Akatsuki Kagaya. Simultaneously, that pure energy instinctively evoked a sense of vigilance, yet it could not help but feel drawn in. This was an existence entirely different from chakra, from the ninja clans, and even from its mother's powers. The maternal dependence and the resonance of darkness, these two starkly different, even contradictory emotions clashed and intertwined violently within Ju. She it is. The white half murmured, its voice filled with unprecedented confusion and longing. Unknown. The black half's voice was hoarse and grave, tinged with the vigilance of an ancient being, but those orange-yellow eyes remained fixated on the receding blue old paper umbrella and the white figure beneath it, seemingly ready to merge with the rain. Love at first sight. This concept was absurd for Ju. It lacked human emotions, its existence was solely for one purpose. Yet that instinctive attraction from consciousness, that stirring as if it had found a missing puzzle piece, was too real to ignore. The white half yearned to entwine itself like a vine, absorbing that tranquility and gentleness. The black half wished to capture and study it, to see if this unknown being could become a part of its plan to revive its mother, or perhaps an anomaly that could provide temporary refuge from its millennia of solitude. Yao seemed unaware of the two, or rather the single, mixed, extremely complex and focused gazes from deep within the alley. He held the blue old paper umbrella, his steps unceasing, the white figure gradually fading away in the misty rain curtain, finally turning the corner and vanishing from sight. Only Ju remained still, standing like a peculiar plant in the dark alley, allowing the rain to soak its pitcher plant-like exterior. The white half rarely fell silent, seemingly savoring that moment of tranquility. The black half delved into deeper contemplation. The plans of millennia seemed to have encountered an unpredictable variable due to this unexpected spring rain. The rain continued to fall. That blue old paper umbrella, along with the figure beneath it, imbued with maternal radiance and eternal loneliness, had already left a deep imprint on Ju's inhuman consciousness, triggering a silent storm. Chapter 21 End. The cold wind of the year-end swept through the streets and alleys of Moku, carrying the festive atmosphere. Every household hung festive lanterns and pasted new couplets as the air was filled with the enticing aroma of preparing New Year's meals. Children dressed in new clothes chased each other in playful excitement, eagerly anticipating their red envelopes and the joy of the night. In this atmosphere of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, the ninja school organized a traditional activity. Students dressed in cute festive attire, led by their jonin teachers, headed to the village's elderly home to bring warmth and comfort to the lonely seniors. On the day of the event, the school entrance was bustling with activity, filled with excitement. Most of the children wore red fluffy winter clothes adorned with various animal motifs resembling a group of colorful dumplings. The jonins changed out of their usual combat uniforms into more presentable attire suitable for the holiday, responsible for maintaining order and guiding the children. When Yao appeared, the previously noisy scene fell momentarily into silence, followed by an uncontrollable wave of whispers filled with admiration and affection. His outfit today was a perfect blend of cuteness and festivity taken to an extreme. His hair was styled into a perfectly obedient student cut with his white short hair neatly trimmed and gentle bangs framing his delicate face, making him appear exceptionally innocent. He wore a pair of deep red cotton pants which looked thick and soft, and on the upper part of his backside there was a fluffy round white rabbit tail that wiggled gently with his movements, catching everyone's attention. However, the finishing touch came from behind his head, a large bright red bow neatly tied in his soft white hair. According to an insider, a certain unnamed assistant to the Hokage, this was secretly tied by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Yao was distracted with a rare kind smile of mischief on his face. At this moment the large red bow complemented his obedient hairstyle, and deep red rabbit-tail pants softening the usual icy aura around him, leaving only a kind of clumsy yet endearing cuteness. He also carried a small bamboo basket on his back filled with fresh fruits prepared for the seniors, making his figure appear even more slender. Ugh! Naruto couldn't hold back, pointing at the bow behind Yao's head and the rabbit tail on his backside, his eyes wide. Yao! You're so cute! Even cuter than the soft-boiled egg in Ichiraku ramen. Sasuke forcibly turned his head away, but his ears betrayed him turning red as he muttered softly, "Shut up, last place." Yet his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the white rabbit tail that wiggled with each step. Sakura and Ino were nearly breathless with excitement, tightly gripping each other's hands as they squeaked. The student cut. The rabbit tail. And the bow. Did the third Hokage tie it? Oh my god, this contrast! I can't take it. I want to hug him. Hinata's face turned as red as Yao's cotton pants, hiding behind Ten, only daring to sneak glances with her remaining peripheral vision, feeling her heart racing. Even the usually cool Shino adjusted his sunglasses, stealing a few more glances. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, feeling that the visual impact of today's event was a bit overwhelming. Choji looked at the fruits in Yao's basket, contemplating whether he could snag one later. The Jonin in charge, such as Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai, also displayed expressions of surprise and amusement upon seeing Yao's outfit. Kakashi's mouth curved into a subtle smile beneath his mask, his gaze lingering on the rabbit tail and red bow for a moment before landing on Yao's overly delicate face, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Yao remained indifferent to the mixed gazes of affection, surprise, and some sense of adoration that nearly engulfed him. He seemed oblivious to the large bow behind his head and the rabbit tail on his backside, simply standing quietly in the line carrying the fruit-filled basket, waiting for departure. The group finally set off energetically. The children chattered like a flock of happy little birds. Yao walked silently among them, the red rabbit-tail pants and the red bow behind his head standing out vividly in the winter sunlight, creating a strange contrast with his cold profile. Upon arriving at the elderly home, the children eagerly took out their prepared gifts and performances, entertaining the seniors, helping clean up and chatting with them. The elderly home was filled with laughter and joy, the festive atmosphere even more pronounced. Yao did not participate in the performances and did not actively seek out conversations. He quietly approached those seniors who were immobile or sitting alone in corners, taking fruits from his basket and gently placing them beside their hands or on the low tables next to them. His movements were light, without unnecessary words. After placing the fruits, he quietly withdrew, seeking the next person in need of warmth. Throughout the process his face bore little expression, but the obedient student cut the bouncy red bow behind his head, and the white rabbit tail that swayed as he bent and rose added an indescribable, clumsy yet sincere warmth to his silent actions. An elderly lady with somewhat cloudy eyes accepted the orange he offered, squinting at him for a long time, and a kind smile broke out on her wrinkled face. What a handsome boy! Such a good child! Yao only paused slightly without responding, continuing on to the next elder. He moved like a delicate doll, executing a fixed program, weaving between excitement and warmth, yet he seemed to be separated by a transparent wall. Yet his overly cute outfit and the silent act of delivering fruits were like a faint yet persistent ray of sunlight in winter, quietly warming some lonely hearts. As the event concluded, the sun set. The seniors reluctantly bid farewell to the children. On the way back, Yao remained silent. The red bow behind his head fluttered slightly in the evening breeze, and the white rabbit tail on his deep red pants gently swayed with each step. He had given away all the fruits from his basket, completing a task. Yet the momentary warmth reflected in the senior's murky eyes, along with the mixed emotional gazes from his companions, perhaps only represented an inconsequential episode in this festive season. Warmth seemed to be related to him, yet also appeared to have never truly touched him in the slightest. On New Year's Eve, Konoha village was ablaze with lights resembling broad daylight. The streets were adorned with festive lanterns, and the crowd surged their laughter and joy, merging into a sea of celebration. The annual fireworks festival was the most anticipated grand finale of this moment of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Villagers of all ages dressed in brand new kimonos or festive attire flocked to the best viewing spots as the air was filled with the aromas of takoyaki candy, apples, and fried noodles intertwined with the excited screams of children. This year's fireworks ignition ceremony brought an unexpected decision from the 3 generations of Hokage. Yao was to execute it. When this news quietly spread, it sparked quite a bit of discussion. However, recalling Yao's adorable behavior during his visit to the nursing home along with his inexplicable aura of mystery, the thought of him igniting these fireworks symbols of hope and light seemed to carry a peculiar sense of destiny. At this moment, Yao stood on the specially constructed platform for the ignition ceremony with a sea of eager faces below waiting in anticipation. His attire tonight once again shattered everyone's preconceived notions, merging the festive joy with his unique characteristics into a breathtaking beauty. He wore a cat hairstyle that was not true beast ears but rather strands of hair sculpted into 2 playful, adorable, fluffy cat ears, their white fur blending seamlessly with his snow-white hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Draped over him was an exquisitely ornate koi cloak, the base color a deep crimson intricately embroidered with lifelike koi patterns in gold and orange threads, the scales reflecting a dazzling array of colors under the lights, as if he truly wore auspiciousness. Beneath the cloak he wore a simple white shirt and deep blue suspenders, adding a touch of youthful freshness to his appearance. On one side of his cat hairstyle he sported a delicate koi hairpin that echoed the design of the cloak. In his hand he held a lit, crackling sparkler, golden sparks constantly bursting forth, illuminating his indifferent yet exquisite profile. Koi, cat ears, suspenders, sparkler. These elements combined should have exuded utmost cuteness and festivity. Yet on Yao, combined with his vacant gaze and the pervasive sense of detachment, they created an almost prophetic, otherworldly beauty. He stood on the platform like an otherworldly spirit who had accidentally descended to participate in the celebration, separated from the bustling crowd by an invisible dimension. The 9 little strong ones managed to secure the closest spots to the platform thanks to their privilege. They gazed up at Yao, their feelings complex and difficult to articulate. Naruto looked at the cat ears that swayed gently in the night breeze, itching to touch them. Sasuke forced himself to focus on the sparkler, yet his peripheral vision uncontrollably darted toward the eye-catching red koi and the adorable outline of the cat ears. Sakura and Ino were so excited they nearly fainted, whispering frantically about the cat ears. Koi. Suspenders. Hinata's face glowed a deep red under the lantern's light, resembling a ripe apple, while even Kiba and Shino looked somewhat entranced. At that moment the coordinator Naruto Shikamaru whispered something to Yao and gestured toward the 9 little strong below. Yao's gaze swept over the 9 below, and then he calmly spoke in a clear voice that cut through the chaotic sounds of the fireworks, warming up, not loud, yet it resonated like a distinct command in their ears. You can touch the ears. The 9 instantly froze, almost thinking they were hearing things. Can they touch those seemingly soft cat ears? The overwhelming joy and disbelief instantly washed away all hesitation and fear. Naruto was the first to bolt forward like a cannonball, but his movements grew exceptionally gentle in front of the delicate cat ears. He stretched out his slightly trembling fingers, carefully brushing the tips of the white fluffy cat ears. The texture was not real fur but rather a warm, soft energy with a peculiar elasticity, sending a tingling sensation from his fingertips to his heart. So soft. Naruto murmured, his blue eyes filled with a dreamy sparkle. With Naruto leading the way, the others could no longer hold back. Sasuke, forcing himself to remain calm, stepped forward, his fingers slightly tense, as they lightly brushed the edge of the cat ear. The sensation made a blush rapidly spread across his ears. Sakura and Ino nearly reached out at the same time, their fingertips cautiously touching, feeling the wonderful, almost lifelike warmth, their eyes brimming with excitement. Hinata mustered her greatest courage, quickly and lightly brushing her fingertip against it, then retracting her hand like a startled rabbit, her whole face nearly steaming. Kiba chuckled and reached out to pet it, while Akamaru excitedly circled at his feet. Shino silently extended his hand, lingering slightly longer, as if analyzing the energy composition of the cat ears. Shikamaru sighed, feeling that this experience was somewhat surreal, yet he still reached out to touch it. Choji hesitated for a second between touching and snacks, decisively chose to touch the ears and squinted in satisfaction at the sensation. 9 hands, some eager, some shy, some curious, and some restrained, gently reached out to touch the warm cat ears made of energy. Yao stood there allowing them to touch his face, still devoid of expression, as if the part being stroked was not even part of himself. Yet in the flickering firelight of the sparkler a faint incomprehensible glimmer seemed to pass through his dark eyes. As the brief touches ended, the 9 reluctantly withdrew their hands and returned to their positions, their hearts filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and thrill, as if they had briefly caught the favor of the divine. At that moment the scheduled time arrived. Yao no longer paid attention to the diverse thoughts of the crowd below. He raised the nearly burnt-out sparkler in his hand, aiming it at the fuse. Whoosh, boom. The first enormous fireworks soared into the sky, trailing a dazzling tail, exploding with a thunderous burst in the night sky, transforming into a shower of golden light, illuminating everyone's faces and the figure of the slender boy clad in koi and adorned with cat ears as if he held the light itself. Next, more fireworks raced up into the sky, painting the night with vibrant colors and dazzling brilliance. The roar of explosions intertwined with the cheers of the crowd, bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming the new. And beneath that resplendent display of fireworks were 9 hearts that could not calm down due to the brief touches, and a solitary figure still standing outside the light and shadow as if he might vanish with the fireworks at any moment. Chapter 23 complete. On a weekend night the tension of training and missions faded away and Konoha village was enveloped in a lazy tranquility. The moonlight flowed like water, filtering through the window panes and casting a cold glow on the tatami. Yao had just finished his routine inspection of his wardrobe, selecting his bedtime attire for the night. He changed into a set of momentumed off-white pajamas made from an incredibly soft and skin-friendly unknown fabric, warm to the touch as if he were wearing clouds. The design of the pajamas was simple and cute, wrapping his entire body snugly, exposing only his slender neck, wrists, and ankles, making him look like a freshly steamed, soft, and fragrant glutinous rice dumpling. His cat-like hairstyle remained untouched, with 2 white fluffy energy cat ears adorning the top of his head. On his feet he wore a pair of equally fluffy bunny slippers, their long ears drooping by his feet. This outfit melted away his usual cold sharpness, leaving only an unguarded extreme softness and cuteness. Seemingly satisfied with this comfort, he prepared to turn off the lights and rest, sitting on the lay bedding with his knees hugged, gazing out at the moon, his eyes somewhat vacant in a rare unguarded daze. Just at that moment, the window of his room, without making a sound, seemed to dissolve under an invisible force, quietly opening a crack. A shadow slipped in, accompanied by the subtle ripples characteristic of space ninjutsu, like a ghost. The newcomer was still clad in the Akatsuki robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, wearing the swirling orange mask that belonged to a certain Afe who had been unable to calm his thoughts since parting in the cherry blossom forest. Utilizing the power of Shinjutsu, he instinctively and uncontrollably infiltrated Konoha, once more accurately finding Yao's room. He originally only wanted to take a distant glance to confirm that it was not an illusion. However, when his single eye peered through the hole in the mask and saw the scene within the room, all plans, all vigilance, and even the deep hatred and disguise he bore because of Dodo shattered into pieces in an instant, overwhelmed by a more primal and surging emotion. Under the moonlight, the figure he had been yearning for was clad in an off-white pajama that looked incredibly soft. The white cat ears atop his head appeared even fluffier in the silvery light. His feet were adorned with adorable bunny slippers. Curled up there, soft and fragrant, his expression dazed in a stupor, he resembled an unguarded top-tier dessert awaiting to be picked up. Meow! A completely uncontrollable sound imbued with extreme surprise and rippling emotions, mimicking a cat's meow, burst forth from off-phase Doto's throat, breaking the silence in the room. This sound was starkly different from his usual affected tone, filled with a pure joy akin to discovering a treasure. Almost simultaneously with the sound, A's figure appeared before Yao, as if teleporting, crouching down with movements so fast they left only an afterimage. He reached out with his gloved hand, moving with a speed that was more instinctive than bold, and gently pinched one of Yao's ears from his cat-like hairstyle. Wow! I touched it! A's Doto's voice was filled with unrestrained, almost obsessive excitement, and one could imagine the grin stretching from ear to ear behind the mask if he had one. So soft. So cute. The cat ear was not made of flesh and blood, but composed of pure light energy, warm and soft to the touch, with a peculiar soul-soothing elasticity. This sensation, combined with Yao's currently soft and harmless pajama appearance, and those pure black eyes that were slightly widened due to the sudden situation, Afe Doto felt as though his brain had been struck by a meteor of happiness, blanking out, leaving only the most direct sensory impact and the frenzied shout within. His aura feels so comfortable. Unlike the chakra fluctuations or bloody aura common to ninjas, Yao emanated an extraordinarily pure and gentle energy field light power, and being close to him felt like basking in the warm sunlight of spring, as if washed by the purest spring water, allowing Fei Doto, whose soul had been battered and stained by darkness, to experience an unprecedented intoxicating tranquility and comfort. He almost wanted to lean and bury his face in that seemingly soft pajama, and completely immerse himself in this peace. However, Yao, who had been suddenly attacked, seemed to finally snap out of his dazed state. He slightly tilted his head, looking at the masked stranger squatting in front of him, pinching his cat ear, emitting a strange meow and radiating excitement and obsession. In his pure black pupils, Fei's exaggerated swirling mask was clearly reflected. There was no panic, no anger, not even a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He simply tilted his head slightly with one cat ear pinched, looking at the close-up Fei with his hollow yet purely curious eyes, and emitted a very faint syllable. As if asking, "What are you doing?" This single, combined with his currently soft and cute appearance, and the bewildered posture of having his cat ear pinched, delivered a ton of emotional damage to Fei Doto. Fei Doto internally let out a silent scream, feeling as if he was about to explode on the spot. He abruptly released the cat ear he was pinching, though he was reluctant to let go, jumping back a small step like a startled rabbit, flailing his hands to try to conceal his uncontrollable behavior and racing heartbeat. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Ha! He awkwardly and incoherently attempted to change the topic, and perhaps his face behind the mask was already flushed if it could still turn red. Yao continued to maintain his head tilt, the cat ear he had released gently bouncing, and the question in his gaze seemed to grow larger. Fei Doto could no longer stay, feeling that if he remained any longer his long-dead heart would completely fail due to overwhelming excitement. He hastily activated Shinjutsu, his body rapidly drawn into the swirling distortion of space. "I'm leaving. See you next time, little kitty." Leaving behind this trembling, embarrassingly high-pitched farewell, Fei's figure completely vanished from the room, and the window quietly returned to its original state. In the room, silence returned. The moonlight remained cascading over Yao, clad in Moomin pajamas with cat ears and a dazed expression. He raised his hand and gently touched the cat ear that had just been pinched, the sensation still warm and soft. He emitted another syllable of confusion, then seemed to feel there was nothing worth delving into, and hugged his knees once more, resting his chin on them, gazing out at the moon, continuing his interrupted daze. Only the slightly swaying bunny slippers seemed to betray a hint of an unnoticeable ripple within him. Chapter 24 End. Sleep was not a necessity for Yao. It resembled a deep diving of consciousness, or an unconscious retrieval of fragmented memories from the past. However, tonight this realm of depths was stirred by tumultuous waves. He dreamed of her, the one he could not reconcile with, who was eternally sealed in his memories of a glass dome, roses, and a fox doll. The dream was surreal yet painfully clear. She wore a pure white wedding dress, her smile radiant warm, just as he remembered. However, it was not him holding her hand at the altar. It was a man with a blurred face radiating happiness. The sound of church bells echoed, guests filled the seats, and the air was thick with the fragrance of blessings. She was about to belong to someone else. As the wedding ceremony neared its conclusion, just as the groom was to kiss the bride, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the illusion and reality, landing precisely on Yao, who stood in the corner as an observer, yet his heart was shattered. Her eyes held a gentle, almost pitying plea. "Yao, sing us a song to bless us." The power of the dream distorted reality, or rather Yao's uncontrolled diffusing energy unconsciously wove a vast net in his sleep, forcibly dragging the nearby sleeping 9 young powers and several perceptive jonins, Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai, into this realm constructed from his heartbreak. Thus, in their respective dreams, the 9 young powers and the jonins were horrified to find themselves seemingly in a strange yet beautiful wedding scene where the faces of the bride and groom were blurred, but the figure standing in the corner was heartbreakingly clear: Yao. He had unknowingly changed into a perfectly tailored black suit, outlining his tall figure exquisitely. His hairstyle had transformed into a sharp, cool executive cut with white strands meticulously slicked back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pale, handsome face filled with suppressed storms. He held a microphone in his hand, standing under a solitary spotlight, completely out of place amidst the wedding's festivities. Then the music began. It was not the solemn wedding march, but a rhythmically distinct DJ dance track, half a heart DJ, infused with endless sorrow and self-mockery. He raised his eyes to the couple at the altar, though the groom's face remained blurred in everyone's dreams, his dark pupils reflecting a shattered ice lake. The voice that came through the microphone was cold calm, as if recounting someone else's story, yet each word bled. Is this place okay? You look up without a word, you embrace me, kiss my lips, yet it seems like you are kissing him. The lyrics cut through his seemingly indestructible shell like the sharpest blade, revealing the bloodied wounds within. The despair and unwillingness of being betrayed by a lover seen as a substitute became even more heart-wrenching under the pulsating rhythm. The 9 young powers and the Jonins felt the overwhelming, suffocating sadness that did not belong to them yet was equally suffocating. Naruto felt his heart being squeezed tightly. He did not understand why he felt such sadness, and just wanted to rush over and hug the figure that appeared so lonely under the spotlight. Sasuke's Sharingan activated uncontrollably in the dream, as if to imprint his current vulnerability and pain deeply. Sakura and Ino were already in tears, mourning the love that was sought but never obtained, completely abandoned. Hinata felt as though she could barely breathe. The weight of that sorrow made her want to curl up. Kakashi's brows were furrowed beneath his mask. He had never heard Yao sing with such a voice. The undercurrents beneath the calm were more perilous than any battle he had experienced. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances filled with shock and sympathy. Yao continued to sing, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, as if the icy exterior had finally begun to crack. I secretly wish for a little love, oh, I secretly wish for a little love that I can finally have. It was a humble plea, a struggle, still clinging to a glimmer of hope despite knowing the impossibility. He stood there in his crisp suit with an executive hairstyle, yet he resembled a beggar pleading for scraps. Less love is fine, yet I understand better that it is merely weaving dreams. It was self-mockery, complete despair. He knew better than anyone that those slight hopes were merely self-deceiving dreams. Finally the song reached its most cruel climax, his voice suddenly soaring, carrying a broken resolve. Please give me half a heart, it is just a small wish. Yet your heart had long been entirely given to him. The last line was almost a scream. All the repression, all the pain, all the unwillingness erupted at that moment. The energetic DJ rhythm seemed to become the best accompaniment to this heartbreak, vividly enhancing the despair of being completely robbed, unable to even obtain half a shred of affection. He finished singing. Under the spotlight he breathed heavily, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the microphone turning pale. He closed his eyes as if expending all his strength. Then in all the dreams forced to witness this heartbreaking ceremony, his figure along with that illusory wedding suddenly shattered and dissipated like a broken mirror. Yao suddenly sat up from the tatame. Outside the window the dawn light was faint. He was still wearing that soft fragrant Moomin onesie, the cat ears on his head gently swaying with his movement. There was not a drop of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing quickly calmed down. It was as if that thrilling, heart-wrenching dream was merely an inconsequential stream of data passing through. He raised his hand, gently pressing it against the left side of his chest. There was no heartbeat nor any pain. Yet a certain vacant feeling was clearer than ever. He turned to look at the low table, at the glass dome enclosing the everlasting red rose and the quiet fox doll beside it. After a moment he whispered so softly it was almost inaudible. Half a heart. In every corner of Konoha the 9 young powers and several jonins awakened from the dream simultaneously clutched their hearts, where a cold and intense pain not belonging to them lingered along with the melody of Half a Heart. DJ and the white figure in the suit singing heartbreakingly under the spotlight lingered for a long time. Chapter 25. The End. Since that heart-wrenching dream Yao seemed to have become even more silent. The hollowness that stemmed from the depths of his soul could not be filled by words or external stimuli. He resembled a volcano frozen in ice, calm on the surface yet roiling with unfathomable currents within. Perhaps it was in search of some form of return, or perhaps it was merely an instinctive exploration of his own boundaries. One afternoon, as sunlight poured through the window and cast bright spots on the floor of his room, he quietly stood in the center of the light, closing his eyes. His consciousness sank into that vast wardrobe connected to the world of sky children of the light. He did not deliberately choose but flowed with his thoughts, donning a casual yet comfortable outfit. His hairstyle was a bit mysterious and unruly, a wizard-like hairdo with white strands appearing slightly disheveled yet uniquely styled. He wore the special anniversary cloak of Sky Children of the Light, its base color a warm orange-yellow edged with star-like patterns. More notably, the cloak came with a matching soft, thick scarf that loosely wrapped around his neck, providing a comfortable embrace. On his lower half were simple blue jeans, and on his feet were a pair of clean white sneakers. After changing, he opened his eyes, his black pupils devoid of any emotion. He raised his hand, not forming any seals, but gently swiped at the empty air before him. There were no fluctuations of chakra, no sounds of spatial distortion or tearing. A door quietly and inexplicably opened before him. It was not in the traditional shape of a door, but resembled a vertical shimmering mirror of water radiating a gentle glow. Beyond the door was not the scene of his room, but a realm that defied the common knowledge of the ninja world. The sky was a deep blue dotted with enormous pristine white clouds that seemed just within reach. Vast rolling hills carpeted in lush green grass stretched out, scattered with massive remnants of white buildings resembling eggshells, along with some plants and candles that flickered with a soft glow. In the distance, the outline of a more magnificent palace could be vaguely seen. A gentle breeze blew in from beyond the door, carrying the fresh scent of grass and sunlight along with an incredibly pure and refreshing energy wave light force. This was Cloud Field. Yao did not hesitate at all, stepping into the light door. His figure merged into the glow and vanished. The light door remained open, still floating steadily in the center of the room like a coordinate leading to another world. This strange spatial fluctuation immediately caught the attention of some nearby perceptive individuals. The first to arrive were Naruto and Sasuke, who happened to be wandering nearby. They stared in shock at the shimmering mirror in the room and the dreamlike scene on the other side. "What is this? Where's Yao?" Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the light door, his face filled with astonishment. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, his gaze fixed on the light door as he tried to analyze its structure, but could only sense an energy that was vastly different from chakra, yet infinitely vast and peaceful. A different space. Shortly after, the curious Sakura Ino and others like Kakashi and the third Hokage, who were drawn by the commotion, arrived one after another. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of a door leading to an unknown world. Yao's presence is on the other side of the door. This child's abilities are becoming increasingly unimaginable, Kakashi said in a low voice, his expression grave. The third Hokage gazed at the scene of Cloud Field beyond the light door, the serene and pure atmosphere starkly contrasting with any dangerous place or illusion he had ever known. This child's power is beyond imagination. After a brief moment of astonishment and discussion concerned for Yao, or perhaps out of curiosity for the unknown, the third Hokage decided that Kakashi should lead Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to enter and investigate first. The four cautiously stepped through the light door. The moment they entered Cloud Field, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. The air was refreshingly incredible, the grass beneath their feet soft and elastic, and the distant massive clouds resembled a frozen dream. The light here was gentle and warm, and the ubiquitous candles emitted a tranquil glow. They saw Yao. He stood on an open grassy slope with his back to them. The wizard-like white hair fluttered gently in the wind of Cloud Field, and the scarf of the anniversary cloak danced lightly. He seemed to be gazing at a gigantic building in the distance resembling a temple. "Yao!" Naruto could not help but call out. Yao slowly turned around, saw them, and displayed no surprise, still wearing that indifferent expression. "You followed me." His tone was calm, as if their arrival was a matter of course. Kakashi quickly scanned the surroundings, his Sharingan, and the instincts of a ninja told him that this place was utterly devoid of life. Apart from the few of them and Yao, there was no other life presence. The grand buildings were real, the glow of the candles was real, but the entire world aside from them was eerily silent. No flying birds, no chirping insects, no indigenous people. This was a beautiful and peaceful world of sky children of the light, yet devoid of other players. "Where is this?" Sakura couldn't help but ask, her voice echoing clearly across the vast wilderness. Yao did not answer directly, only saying softly, "A place to rest for a while." He raised his hand, pointing towards a group of white Yakuin sculptures, mountable creatures and sky children of the light on the distant hillside. With his thoughts, the previously motionless stone sculptures began to emit a soft white light as if infused with life, producing ethereal and lingering sounds as they slowly flapped their stone wings and floated up. This magical sight once again astonished the four who had just arrived. Yao seemed unfazed by their surprise. He walked over to a lit candle, extended his palm, and the candle's glow appeared to be attracted, gathering into tiny stars that flowed into his body, replenishing energy. As he performed these actions, his demeanor was natural and familiar, as if he had repeated them countless times before. Naruto attempted to touch the glowing plants, which swayed gently, shedding more starlight. Sasuke silently felt the utterly different energy rules here. Sakura and Ino were captivated by the dreamlike beauty, temporarily forgetting their fears. Kakashi watched Yao stroll through that serene, unique territory, observing him interact with those luminous beings standing at the edge of a cliff, letting the wind blow through his cloak and scarf. At that moment Kakashi seemed to gain some understanding. This world called Cloudfield might just be the only untainted and untouched sanctuary within Yao's heart. A place without bullying, harassment, prying, betrayal, and without that unresolved grief of the one who has passed a tranquil world belonging solely to him. He opened this door, allowing them to enter. Perhaps this itself was a form of silent trust. Or perhaps it was a deeper expectation-free display. Yao stood high above, turning back to look at the four, who seemed a bit small and helpless below, his eyes still hollow beneath his wizard-like hairstyle, yet seemingly more relaxed than during his time in the ninja world. The light door remained wide open on the other side of the room. The wind of Cloudfield, carrying the scents of grass and sunlight, swept across both worlds, stirring in the visitors' hearts the increasingly complex and unutterable feelings towards Yao. Chapter 26 End. Following Yao's footsteps, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura seemed to have entered a bizarre dreamlike journey. They traversed the warm grasslands of Yunyi, stepping into the continuous rain of the rainforest, where raindrops pounded against Yao's bat cloak yet could not dampen it in the slightest. The crimson within shimmered like a flickering flame amidst the gray rain curtain. With his white bird hairstyle, he gracefully navigated through the tangled giant vegetation, leading them to a cave to shelter from the rain, lighting a candle to dispel the chill. Next was the Valley of Twilight, a magnificent racetrack intertwined with pristine white snow and a golden sunset. Yao utilized some energy they could not comprehend, light wings, gliding across the ice at increasing speed, ultimately performing a sharp spin at the end of a vast racetrack. In an instant his figure became blurred, as if breaking through some boundary, ascending vertically at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It was not the ninja's body flicker technique, but rather an application of rules and ethereal elegance that defied gravity. When reaching an inconceivable height, his movements suddenly slowed down like a slow-motion shot in a movie. His white bird hairstyle billowed in the wind, and the bat cloak fluttered, casting him in a breathtaking silhouette within the golden glow of the sunset. So cool. Naruto stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself. Sasuke's Sharingan spun madly, but he could only capture a blur, and that final divine-like pose, his heart struck by an unprecedented impact. Even Kakashi felt a pang in his heart. This mastery over space and personal speed had completely surpassed the realms of physical techniques and ordinary jutsu. As he glided, it seemed as if green and blue streams of light swirled around him, adding to the mystery. However, the end of this dreamlike journey was anything but pleasant. When they stepped into the grave earth, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The gray sky, desolate land, and murky black water filled the air with an ominous and oppressive vibe. A massive red glowing nether dragon circled above the ruins, emitting a low roar. The malevolent sense of being targeted instantly made Naruto and the others' hair stand on end. Be careful! Kakashi immediately entered a state of alert, kunai already in hand. At that moment, however, Yao moved. He did not evade, instead he faced the nether dragon's gaze and once again performed that spinning motion, his figure instantly becoming ethereal, moving along an incredible trajectory, directly nullifying the oppressive lock-on from the nether dragon. At the same time, a celestial and slightly electronic psychedelic music echoed in everyone's mind's heart like still water. The music seemed to possess some magic, soothing their panic from the nether dragon's appearance. Even more astonishing was that Yao had somehow acquired a sparkler in his hand. He not only did not retreat from the nether dragon, but instead approached it, teasingly waving the sparks from the end of the sparkler in front of the colossal beast's line of sight. The nether dragon was enraged, unleashing a deafening roar as its massive head crashed down. Yet Yao's figure moved like a specter, always managing to evade at the last moment with various elegant and perilous maneuvers, the light trails drawn by the sparkler intertwining with the nether dragon's crimson gaze, forming a dangerous yet splendid picture. He seemed to be dancing a waltz with death, calm, precise, imbued with a thrilling madness and beauty that sent shivers down one's spine. What? What is he doing? Sakura's face paled with fear. Taming the dragon. Kakashi's voice was dry as he uttered a word he himself found absurd. This guy was actually trying to subdue that terrifying monster. Ultimately, whether out of weariness or having achieved some purpose, Yao led the enraged yet helpless nether dragon to the end of the grave earth, a place even more desolate, strewn with broken statues and enormous skeletons of ancient battlefields. Here the music abruptly switched. An explosive remix of You erupted, the rhythm intense, the beats heavy, filled with a dark and cathartic emotion. Yao stood atop a pile of enormous ancient creature skulls, his white bird hairstyle wildly dancing in the grave earth-chilling wind, the bat cloak spread out like the wings of a demon. As the music reached its climax amidst the remix, a cold and murderous harmony seemingly from the depths of hell layered upon each other like a curse, the heartbreaker, be punished. At the moment the word punish fell, coinciding with the sound effect of glass or mirror shattering in the DJ remix, Yao suddenly spread his arms wide, a powerful surge of energy mixing the depths of black and crimson. The color of the bat cloak erupted around him, and the ancient skulls beneath seemed to groan under the burden. In that moment he was no longer the cool child of light, but rather the dark king of the night, emerging from the depths of the grave earth, wielding punishment and destruction, ready to drag all betrayal and treachery along with this world into the shattered abyss. The music, visuals, and the explosive aura of madness rising from Yao, blending extreme beauty with extreme danger, struck each observer's soul like a heavy hammer. Naruto and the others had long been overwhelmed by the continuous onslaught, losing the ability to think, standing dumbfounded in place, feeling the icy, piercing, killing intent and sorrow sweeping over them. Yao stood atop the throne of bones, his masked face slightly tilted upward as if listening to the heart-wrenching melody, or perhaps issuing the most resolute judgment to some non-existent entity. The wind of the grave earth carried a decaying scent, failing to disperse the thick hatred and pain. When the heart-wrenching DJ melody and the sound of shattering reached their peak in the ancient battlefield at the end of the grave soil, the violent energy surrounding Yao, a mix of pitch black and crimson, seemed on the verge of transforming into a tangible storm, but everything abruptly came to a halt. As if a pause button had been pressed, the music, energy fluctuations, and even the unwilling roar of the underworld dragon froze and contracted in an instant, ultimately converging at the fingertip raised by Yao. He did not glance at the bone throne again, nor did he pay any mind to Naruto and the others below who were nearly crushed by that terrifying aura. He merely made a gentle stroke towards the void once more. The door leading to the cloud wilderness, shimmering with a halo, did not appear. Instead, there was a more direct, irresistible sensation of spatial displacement. The world spun around. It was not the instantaneous body flicker of ninjutsu, but a more fundamental force switching of the scene. The gray sky of the grave soil, the murky black water, and the grotesque bones instantly peeled away and dissipated like a faded oil painting. In the next moment the sensation of solid ground returned, an old wooden floor, familiar windows, and the evening air of Konoha imbued with the scent of cooking. They had returned. They had directly returned to Yao's room. It was as if the breathtaking journey through the cloud wilderness, the rainforest, and the valley of haze to the grave soil had been nothing but a collective illusion. Yet the residual sensations in their bodies clearly reminded them. The warmth of the sunlight in the cloud wilderness seemed to cling to their skin, the humid aroma of the rainforest still lingered at the tip of their noses, the feeling of weightlessness while gliding through the valley of haze made their legs feel somewhat weak, and the suffocating oppression of the grave soil and the ferocious lock-on from the underworld dragon felt like a cold brand deeply etched into their souls, bringing waves of physiological shivers. Naruto plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily, his blue eyes filled with lingering terror and confusion. Weary back. Just now. Those. Sasuke leaned against the wall, his face pale, his Sharingan already closed. He pressed his lips tightly together, trying to calm the violent beating of his heart, and the replaying image in his mind of Yao's terrifying demeanor at the end of the grave soil, akin to that of a king of the night. That power, that madness, was entirely different from his usual cold indifference, yet it felt more real, more terrifying, yet irresistibly intriguing. Sakura and Ino leaned on each other for support, barely managing to stand. They looked at Yao, who still stood quietly in the center of the room, their expressions filled with complex emotions. The previous awe and affection seemed to be shrouded by a layer of shadow that was difficult to dispel after witnessing the heart-wrenching scene in the grave soil. What kind of past did he carry to unleash such devastating hatred? Kakashi was the fastest to recover among them, but the gravity in his only exposed right eye was unprecedented. He was not only shocked by the sights of that other world and the unfathomable abilities Yao displayed, but even more alarmed by the unmasked, nearly all-consuming negative emotions Yao exhibited at the end of the grave soil. The song, "You," mixed with DJ beats, that line, "The heartless should be punished," and the simulated shattering sound effects, all pointed to one clear message: Yao's heart was far from the tranquility they observed. It buried a tidal wave capable of overturning everything. Yet Yao, at the center of this storm, seemed to have merely taken a casual stroll. He was still dressed in that white bird hairstyle and bat cloak, his mask obscuring any possible expression. He did not even glance back at the still shaken group. He simply walked to the window, gazing at the gradually illuminating lights of Konoha, his back straight, yet radiating a loneliness that contrasted sharply with his surroundings. The room was enveloped in silence broken only by the slightly hurried breaths of the group. The experience they just endured was too shocking, the information overload nearly causing their brains to crash. The beautiful otherworld, the miraculous abilities, the graceful glides and ascensions, the dangerous and reckless dragon taming, and that final, heart-wrenching judgment pose. All of this stemmed from the silent boy before them. After a long time, Kakashi finally took a deep breath, breaking the silence. Those places. The realm of light. Yao's voice came through the mask, calm and devoid of emotion, conveying no discernible feelings. My domain. He offered no further explanation, as if those simple words sufficed to encapsulate everything. Domain. A personal realm with varied and completely different ecological environments, inhabited by miraculous creatures like the remote Kun and underworld dragon, and even possessing unique rules like candles and light wings. This concept once again impacted the group's understanding. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to ask about the grave soil, about that song about the heartless, but looking at Yao's icy back, the words caught in his throat. Sasuke remained silent, knowing that some questions would yield no answers. Thank you for today, Kakashi ultimately managed to say. He was grateful for Yao's revelation of that pure land, the cloud wilderness, and for allowing them a glimpse into the abyss of his inner self. Yao did not respond. The last rays of the setting sun completely sank below the horizon and the room darkened. Kakashi gestured slightly, leading the varied expressions of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino as they silently exited the room, gently closing the door. They returned the space which had just experienced an otherworldly storm, yet now reverted to dead silence, to its owner. Inside the room, Yao still stood by the window, his bat cloak seeming to meld with the encroaching darkness of the night. He raised his hand, his fingertips seemingly unconsciously tracing a gentle line across the cold glass. It was as if he was repeating the motion of opening and closing two worlds. The real world reverted to normal. Yet the aftershocks of that journey through light lingered like silent ripples, echoing in the hearts of every participant, impossible to calm. Chapter 28: The End. The heatwave of midsummer swept through Konoha, the incessant chirping of cicadas filling the air, yet it could not dampen the festive spirit. To celebrate peace and prosperity, Konoha extended invitations this year, hosting a grand joint summer festival. Colorful flags and wind chimes adorned the streets, while stalls overflowed with various snacks such as goldfish scoops, candy apples, and takoyaki, the air thick with the aromas of fireworks and sweetness. Ninjas from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure shed their usual vigilance, mingling with the bustling crowd to enjoy rare leisure. Yet beneath this seemingly peaceful scene, dark currents surged quietly. Led by Uchiha Obito, Tobi, and Zetsu, several core members of the Akatsuki infiltrated Konoha using secret techniques like Kamui. Their initial objective was to gather intelligence, perhaps harboring deeper intentions of destruction. However, fate, or rather the undeniable presence of Yao, caused their original plans to deviate from their intended path. The climax of the festival was the free activity time before the grand fireworks display by the Southie River. As the sun set and the heat waned, the riverbank thronged with people, laughter and cheer echoing all around. Amidst this bustle and vitality, the appearance of a certain figure was like a drop of ice water falling into boiling oil, instantly igniting all hidden gazes. Yao's attire today radiated summer's coolness and a peculiar charm that blended maturity with innocence. He used a height-enhancing potion to maintain an adult body, standing tall and slender. His hair was styled sharply in coolly white strands, meticulously arranged yet adorned with an unexpectedly cute bright yellow duck hairpin standing out against his snowy locks. He wore striking sunglasses that concealed his trademark emptied black eyes. Dressed only in a simple and refreshing pair of beach shorts, his long, straight, and nearly luminescent pale legs and ankles were exposed. Casually draped over his arm was a vividly colored swimming ring. Most eye-catching was the golden bath towel cape draped over his shoulders, appearing soft and sweat-absorbent, as if he had wrapped a solidified ray of sunlight around himself. In the glow of the setting sun, he seemed to be radiating light. He looked like a model stepped out from a seaside vacation poster, perfectly blending the cold aura of a CEO with the fresh vitality of a summer youth, and the little yellow duck hairpin added an indescribable ticklish cuteness. He wandered aimlessly along the riverbank, indifferent to the surrounding noise, as if he were a breathtaking landscape in his own right. However, this very landscape instantly captured the attention of all lurking Akatsuki members. Pain Nagato stood atop a distant tower, seeing that figure through shared vision. His Rinnegan remained cold, seemingly harboring the laws and ruthlessness of the world, but when that golden sun-like figure entered his sight, something that had long lain dormant within Nagato trembled slightly. That pure beauty and radiance seemingly untouched by any worldly filth stood in stark contrast to his pursuit of peace through suffering, yet was equally impactful. Beautiful. This long-forgotten word silently crossed his mind. Conan stood quietly beside pain paper petals swirling gently around her. She gazed at that figure, a fleeting daze flashing in her eyes. The golden light reminded her of the rare sunlight piercing through clouds in the rain village long ago. Warm, bright, yet unattainable. A mixture of nostalgia and faint sadness quietly spread. Uchiha Itachi, disguised as an ordinary tourist, stood before a dumpling stall. His gaze swept through the crowd, precisely locking onto that figure. Even without activating his Sharingan, his eyes remained sharp. He perceived the absolute coldness and aloofness beneath that beauty, a loneliness burdened with heavy secrets akin to his own. But unlike him, the other appeared to exist beyond all rules, exuding a pure and powerful energy he had never felt before, the power of light. This contradictory trait stirred ripples of curiosity in his silent heart lake. So dazzling. Kakuzu was counting the money he had just earned, his green eyes casually scanning the riverbank before fixing on a spot. Having lived nearly a century and seen countless beauties, he had never encountered one like this. One that seemed to fuse value and worthless into a single entity. If I could capture it, perhaps I could sell it for an unprecedented price. He pondered, but a voice within whispered that this beauty was probably beyond any monetary measure. Haiden, impatiently listening to Kakuzu's rants about money, suddenly sensed an extremely special aura. Following his instincts, he looked and saw that golden figure. Oh, this guy feels extraordinary. Lord Jashin would surely love such a sacrifice. He excitedly waved his scythe, but beneath that fervent faith a hint of obsessive desire for a perfect sacrifice quietly grew. Setsu's half-body slowly surfaced from the shadows of the riverbank, the white half murmuring with obsession, "Ah, the light in that rainy day shines even brighter. I want to get closer." The black half remained silent, its orange-yellow eyes filled with vigilance and deeper schemes. This overly pure light posed a huge variable to its plans, but the resonance of loneliness made it unable to look away. Uchiha Obito Tobi wore a vortex mask hidden between the realms of Kamui and reality. When he saw Yao again, especially in such a refreshing and charming summer outfit, he felt his heart nearly leap from his throat. Meow. The little kitty is so cute today. No, even cuter. Like the sun. He clutched his chest beneath the mask, excitedly twisting in place as the terrifying scene of the previous graveyard seemed to melt away, leaving only an overwhelming obsession and love that nearly drowned his rationality. You are so beautiful, like the sun. This was the purest, most direct, and untainted first impression that arose in the hearts of nearly all Akatsuki members present, regardless of their dark intentions or twisted minds upon seeing Yao at that moment. That golden, scorching yet cool light, like a true sun, unexpectedly crashed into their dark and cold inner worlds, triggering varying degrees of shock, obsession, and possessiveness, even leading to an intense chemical reaction known as love at first sight that they could scarcely comprehend. The clamor of the summer festival continued. The fireworks had yet to ascend. But a storm belonging to the dark world triggered by the sun was quietly brewing. The clamor of the summer festival surged like the tide, gradually receding as the night deepened. The fireworks display by the banks of the Nanha River had concluded, and the crowd dispersed, filled with satisfaction and fatigue, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. However, for certain beings, the scorching mark left by the fleeting glimpse of the sun had yet to cool. Yao had long departed from the bustling riverside. He did not return to his residence, but instead opened the door leading to the realm of light once more, this time stepping into the rainforest. Unlike the previous journey accompanied by Kakashi and the others, he did not linger in the continuous downpour but flew straight to a hidden corner deep within the rainforest, the Great Treehouse. The summer solstice event was supposed to be a gathering filled with laughter and joy among ancestors and the children of light, yet at this moment it was eerily empty, with only the hanging colorful flags, adorned shells, and the enormous pond in the center radiating a blue glow, whispering the echoes of the celebration. The interior of the Great Treehouse was spacious, with glowing vines entwined around the wooden structure, casting a soft light that illuminated the space like an underwater palace. Yao shed the golden bath towel cloak, donning only a pair of beach shorts, while a somewhat comical yellow duck hairpin adorned his head and sunglasses rested on his face. He casually tossed the swimming ring he brought into the clear azure pond in the center, then relaxed and lay back upon it. The swimming ring carried him slowly, floating and spinning in the tranquil, empty water of the treehouse. The meticulous hairstyle of the CEO formed a subtle contrast with his current lazy posture. The little yellow duck hairpin swayed gently with the ripples. The sunglasses obscured his eyes, leaving only the elegantly shaped jawline and his pale lips. With his hands resting behind his head, he seemed to be savoring this moment of solitary, serene summer. There were no words, no actions, nor any fluctuations of energy. Only the subtle sound of the swimming ring brushing against the surface of the water echoed in this absolute silence and privacy. This in itself was a silent invitation. A display of solitude, a tacit acceptance of companionship, perhaps not entirely his intention. And this invitation was precisely received. The first to lose composure was Uchiha Itachi aka Akai, whose mind had long been unsettled by the cat ears and sun imagery. Utilizing Kamui, he appeared silently in the shadow of a thick beam in the treehouse almost simultaneously as Yao laid upon the swimming ring. He crouched there, his single eye beneath the vortex mask fixated intently on the figure drifting in the water below, his heart racing. So quiet. So obedient. It felt as if he could reach out and touch. Moments later, the vines at the entrance of the treehouse swayed slightly, revealing the body of Zetsu reminiscent of a carnivorous plant emerging as if it were growing. The white part of Zetsu was obsessively watching the floating figure, while the black part remained alert, sensing the surroundings to confirm there were no other intruders. On another wooden platform, the space distorted slightly, and the figure of Uchiha Itachi seeped through like ink. He was still clad in his Akatsuki cloak, hands tucked within the sleeves, his Sharingan glimmering faintly in the dim light, as he observed silently. The tranquil atmosphere here, coupled with Yao's defenseless posture, intensified his curiosity. In the shadows by the pond's edge, Kisame Hashigaki leaned against Samahata, grinning and revealing sharp teeth, his excited gaze sweeping over the pale skin and fluid lines of the body. To relax in a place like this is quite bold. From a higher structure, Deidara silently descended on his clay bird lying on its back, his golden ponytail dangling down, his green eyes fixated below, breathing a little hurriedly. This lazy posture, this tranquil scene, is itself a form of art. In a more distant corner, pieces of paper quietly converged and Conan's figure materialized. She watched silently, a flicker of complexity passing through her cold eyes. Through the shared vision of pain, Nagato far in the high tower also saw this tranquil scene. Even Sasori, indifferent to anything beyond art, and Kakuzu, more interested in money, were drawn to the treehouse, perhaps by some inexplicable allure or the need to assess value. Even Haiden, carrying his bloody side, squatted on a totem pole, tilting his head as he scrutinized Yao, seemingly contemplating the compatibility of this sacrifice with their dark deity. The members of the Akatsuki organization had nearly all gathered. They concealed themselves in the shadows of the treehouse like moths drawn to the sole light source in the dark night. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the sound of rippling water remained. Yao, lying on the swimming ring, seemed entirely oblivious to the arrival of so many uninvited guests, or perhaps he simply did not care. He continued to lie back, his face behind the sunglasses revealing no hint of emotion. Ultimately, it was the most impatient one who broke this silence. The voice of Akai Obito rang out abruptly, carrying his characteristic tone, attempting to disguise yet failing to hide his nervousness, which echoed distinctly in the empty treehouse. Meow. Little. Know that. Aren't you bored being here all alone? The first dialogue began with an awkward cat meow and a silly question. All the concealed members of Akatsuki focused their gazes. Yao on the swimming ring slightly tilted his head as if the direction of his sunglasses turned toward where Akai was. Silent. Yet it was more disorienting to the heart than any answer. Chapter 30 finished. Afei's Obito's clumsy meow and foolish questions echoed in the empty treehouse, and after the sound faded, an even more suffocating silence ensued. All the Akatsuki members, hidden in the shadows, held their breath, waiting for the response from the figure floating in the center of the water pool. Yao's slight head tilt caused the lenses of his sunglasses to reflect the soft light within the treehouse, obscuring the gaze behind the lenses. He did not answer Afei's question about boredom, as if it were not worth mentioning. The silence lasted for several seconds. Just as Afei Obito scratched his ears and thought the other party was completely indifferent to him, filled with disappointment and embarrassment, Yao made a new move. He did not shout. That was the way the children of light exchanged energy and emotions, too straightforward and noisy for him. He simply lay quietly on the swimming ring, yet the aura around him underwent subtle changes. A soft and pure white light circle spread silently from him. This light circle was not an explosion of chakra, there was no intense energy impact. It resembled gentle ripples like tides under the moonlight, softly brushing through the entire space of the treehouse. Wherever the light circle passed, the fine dust in the air seemed to be swept away, the light became more transparent, and even the shimmering waves of the azure pool appeared more vibrant. More importantly, within this light circle resided an extremely pure, gentle yet powerful energy, light power. It was not an attack, more like an unconscious emission of energy, or perhaps a form of purification and replenishment. Afeabito, who was closest, felt as if a warm spring flowed through his soul the moment the light circle swept past him, briefly soothing the anxiety, tension, and even the buried darkness and pain within him. The cold and stagnant sensation brought by the shui space seemed to have lessened significantly. He felt so comfortable that he was almost about to moan, his single eye behind the mask widening in disbelief and enjoyment. Hidden behind the vines, Ketsu let out an extremely subtle and satisfied sigh, as if experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought. The black part, however, remained silent. The pure light power instinctively made it feel uncomfortable, yet it could not deny the vitality contained within that was so desirable. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan narrowed slightly as he sensed the pure energy within the light circle. This energy was completely different from the cold chakra within him that was gradually eroding his body due to the use of the Mangekyo, carrying a sense of restoration and nourishment. His heart trembled, but his face revealed nothing. Kisame's mouth, which had been agape, tightened slightly, and the shark skin on his shoulders shifted uncomfortably, seemingly both eager and wary of this unfamiliar energy. Deidara lay on his clay bird, his azure eyes sparkling him. This feeling, so unique. It's not as intense as an explosion, yet seems to penetrate into the soul. Sasori, hidden in the crimson stream, could not feel the nourishment of the energy through his puppet body, but he could see the subtle effects of the light circle on the surrounding environment. This pure power of light was completely opposite yet enticing to his pursuit of the art of water. Kakuzu's green-aged eyes flashed with a glimmer as he calculated the value of this energy. Haiden felt uncomfortable all over. This light aura was incompatible with the evil god he believed in, yet inexplicably made him unable to truly feel disgust. The pieces of paper surrounding Conan seemed to become wider and softer under the caress of the light circle. She paused slightly, her gaze toward Yao becoming more complex. The light circle gradually dissipated and the treehouse returned to tranquility, but the atmosphere was already different. Yao still lay on the swimming ring as if nothing had happened. He raised one hand, his fingertips gently gliding across the clear water surface, creating ripples. At this moment a calm and cool voice sounded, not from Afei but from Uchiha Itachi, who stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves on the platform. This energy is not chakra. What is it? His question was direct and to the point, representing the confusion in the hearts of most Akatsuki members. Yao's motion of gliding through the water paused slightly. He still did not take off his sunglasses or look toward Itachi. He simply used a clear, crisp voice that seemed to come through a mask, even though he wasn't wearing one, to respond flatly. Light. Only one word. Yet it seemed to contain infinite meaning. Light. A completely different energy system from chakra. Where does it come from? What are its characteristics? The questions not only did not diminish but rather multiplied. Light. Afeabito could not help but interject, attempting to keep the conversation going, his tone filled with exaggerated curiosity. Is it like the light of the sun? Then you must be the sun transformed. Meow. This childish remark made several Akatsuki members hidden in the shadows, especially Kakuzu and Haiden, roll their eyes. Yao's reaction to Afei's almost harassing remarks was surprisingly unexpected. He neither reprimanded nor ignored, merely tilted his head slightly toward Afei, his sunglasses aimed in that direction, and calmly countered with a factual tone, "You are very noisy." Afeabito. He was choked, his face beneath the mask instantly flushed, if it could still turn red, and he felt as if his neck was being squeezed, his frantic motions freezing in midair. "To am not noisy. This is a vibrant, youthful greeting. Meow." He tried to salvage the situation, but his voice sounded even more ridiculous due to his embarrassment. Yao ignored him again, lying back down, continuing to float with the swimming ring. The first conversation began with a meow and concluded with a statement of "You are very noisy" and the silent baptism of the light circle. The members of the Akatsuki exchanged complex glances in the shadows. This being named Yao was more mysterious and elusive than they had imagined. He possessed pure and powerful light power with a detached attitude, yet seemed not to reject their approach, or rather simply did not care. The large treehouse in this rainforest seemed to have become a unique stage, performing a silent drama of darkness and light, scrutiny and indifference. And the figure lying in the center of the water remained the only and absolute center. End of chapter 31. Yao's flat remark, "You're very noisy," fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing much of Obito's overly exuberant enthusiasm. He froze and placed the expression beneath his mask, crumbling, resembling a large dog with its ears drooped after being scolded by its owner, as if even its invisible tail had sagged. His animated gestures slowed down, ultimately leaving only his fingers unconsciously scratching at the wooden beam beneath him. "Oh," he mumbled in a sullen tone filled with grievance, yet dared not to let out another casual meow. The atmosphere within the treehouse became even more delicate due to this remark. Other concealed members of Akatsuki, while enjoying a phase embarrassment, especially Kakuzu, whose internal scoff could almost be heard, also became increasingly aware that the radiant being before them was not someone to be trifled with. Beneath his indifference lay an unassailable sense of boundaries. Uchiha Itachi's question received no further answers, only a single word. Light. Akin to a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples that were unfathomable. He remained silent, his Sharingan still focused on Yao, attempting to decipher more secrets of the power of light from that languid and carefree posture. Kisame licked his teeth, feeling somewhat bored yet inexplicably restless. This guy appeared utterly unguarded, yet felt as if separated by an invisible wall. Deidara remained immersed in the strange sensation washed over by the halo, feeling that this tranquil art held a unique flavor. Sasori's puppet stood motionless, but the core inside operated at high speed, calculating the possibilities and risks of capturing and studying this light being. Zetsu quietly retreated deeper into the shadows, with the white half still savoring the comfort of the halo, while the black half had already begun to plot how to leverage this variable. Conan's figure had unknowingly transformed into paper and dissipated as if she had never appeared. Haiden yawned, feeling a bit tired from squatting, starting to miss his evil god ritual. Kakuzu calculated the time in his mind, feeling that this scouting yielded limited results, pondering instead the next profitable task. Seemingly realizing that this tranquil moment that belonged solely to him had been overly disturbed, or perhaps simply losing interest in floating. Yao, lying on the pool float, finally showed signs of leaving. Instead of opening a spatial door as before, he simply turned over, gently, smoothly slipping from the float into the water. The azure water barely reached his waist as he stood in it, his executive hairstyle still impeccably neat, with only a few strands dampened by water sticking to his forehead. The yellow duck hairpin stood defiantly. He raised his hand, removing his sunglasses from his face and casually placing them on the floating pool float. For the first time, his completely black hollow pupils were laid bare under the gentle light of the treehouse, scanning the surrounding corners, both bright and dim. Without warning, without eviction. Just calmly, as though sweeping through the air. Then he turned, taking long strides, walking towards the edge of the clear pool. Water droplets rolled off his pale skin, leaving circles of ripples behind him. He walked to the shore, picking up the golden bath towel cloak that had been carelessly tossed on the ground, yet did not drape it on immediately, only resting it in the crook of his arm. He stood with his back to all the probing gazes at the exit of the treehouse, where glowing vines hung down like a curtain. Just as his figure was about to merge into the radiant vine, he paused. Without turning back, the clear voice rang out again, not loud yet clearly, reaching the ears of every hidden observer, carrying his unique, unruffled tone. "See you next time." 3 words. As plain as stating an established fact. No designated time, no designated place. Not even a hint of expectation or invitation could be discerned. Yet these 3 words caused the Akatsuki members, who had been somewhat disinterested and preparing to retreat, to collectively shudder. Obito suddenly lifted his head, the single eye beneath his mask bursting with incredulous delight, nearly unable to suppress a meow, only managing to stifle it by firmly covering his mask. Uchiha Itachi's pupils slightly contracted. Kisame grinned again. Deidara tightened the clay in his hand. Sasori's puppet fingers unconsciously trembled. Zetsu's pitcher plant body slightly unfurled. Even Kakuzu and Haiden stopped their own thoughts and looked over. Next time. See. Does this mean he allows them to come closer again? Can they once more step into this peculiar realm? A colossal surge of emotions mixed with surprise, curiosity, possessiveness, and a sense of anticipation that even they themselves had not yet noticed spread like wildfire in the hearts of these individuals cloaked in darkness. And Yao, after uttering those 3 words, no longer lingered, his figure completely vanishing after merging into the glowing vines. Only the empty, echoing treehouse remained, resonating with the sound of rippling water. The float adorned with a yellow duck hairpin still drifted lonely in the center of the pool. The golden bath towel cloak resting in his arm seemed to still carry the essence of sunlight. And a light airy. See you next time. Along with countless hearts belonging to the dark world stirred by those words. Reluctant to part. This term had never been as vividly surfaced in the consciousness of these cold-blooded traitors as it was at this moment. They remained hidden in the shadows, unmoving for a long time. As if savoring the touch of the halo that cleansed their souls, the tranquil figure drifting with the current, that cold remark of, "You're very noisy," and finally that phrase. Like an incantation. See you next time. The summer festival had ended. But a longer and more perilous chase and immersion ignited by light was just beginning. Chapter 32 complete. As autumn deepens and the summer heat completely fades, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus begins to permeate my village, accompanied by a bustling atmosphere of preparation for reunion. Only a week remains until the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. According to tradition, the ninja school collaborates with the villagers to host a grand mid-autumn evening gala where the most significant segment is the reenactment of the ancient legend of Change flying to the moon. In previous years, the role of Change was mostly played by graceful senior female students, but this year Irika Yumino, who is in charge of the gala planning along with several teachers, found it challenging to finalize the cast list. It was uncertain who first mentioned it, but a name was like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring up ripples and quickly gaining the covert support of nearly all those in the know, especially the younger generation, along with a certain hidden anticipation. Let Yao play Change. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Irika, who appeared both troubled and somewhat excited, and paused, his hand holding the pipe becoming still. He instinctively wanted to refute this absurd suggestion, that cold, unlike non-human boy who could even transform into the essence of light and darkness, playing the mythological figure of the graceful and sorrowful moon goddess. This was simply. However, the words almost on his lips were swallowed back. He recalled the well-behaved, or was it a disguised figure from the nursing home silently delivering fruits. He remembered the adorable appearance during the festival, tying a red bow, carrying a fruit basket, and even recalled that slightly relaxed posture he had in the cloud fields of the Land of Light. This child seemed to embody countless contradictory traits. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible. More importantly, the third Hokage keenly sensed that behind this proposal lay a strong and almost stubborn expectation from the young people surrounding Yao, especially the 9 young powerhouses. They seemed to always try various ways to pull Yao into the trajectory of ordinary people, even if only temporarily and superficially. Does he agree to it himself? The third Hokage ultimately did not outright deny it, but exhaled a smoke ring, asking in a deep voice. He understood that any will imposed on Yao would be futile, or even dangerous. Irika's expression grew more complicated. We haven't dared to ask him directly. It's just that Naruto Sakura and even Kakashi-sensei, I seem to think, are very suitable. God knows how horrified his expression was when he first heard this suggestion from Kakashi. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Even Kakashi got involved. He could almost imagine that silver-haired masked man speaking in a lazy tone, saying, "Well, giving it a try wouldn't be bad." I understand. The third Hokage sighed. I will personally ask him. But do not hold any expectations. Still the same secluded little courtyard. The autumn sun filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yao sat under the corridor, dressed in a simple dark kimono, his white hair almost transparent in the sunlight. He seemed to be gazing at a cluster of autumn chrysanthemums in the courtyard, his expression vacant, as if separated from the joys and sorrows of the world by an invisible membrane. The arrival of the third Hokage did not elicit any emotional response from him. He merely glanced at him faintly before withdrawing his gaze. The third Hokage did not beat around the bush. He directly stated his purpose, mentioning the Mid-Autumn Evening Gala and the request for Yao to play Change. He cautiously used the word request. He had even prepared himself to be outright rejected or simply ignored. However, Yao's reaction once again caught him by surprise. After listening to the third Hokage's account, Yao did not answer immediately. He continued to gaze at the autumn chrysanthemums, his black pupils devoid of any ripples, as if in deep contemplation or perhaps lost in another world. The courtyard was silent, only the rustle of wind through the leaves could be heard. Just as the third Hokage thought he would not respond and was preparing to take his leave, Yao slowly spoke, his voice cold as if pearls were dropping onto a plate. Change. He repeated this unfamiliar name, his tone carrying a faint, almost inquisitive note. The third Hokage hurriedly explained the story of Change flying to the moon, focusing on Change's beauty, loneliness, and her relationship with the moon. She flew to the moon alone, residing in the cold moon palace. The third Hokage concluded, carefully observing Yao's reaction. Alone. Cold moon palace. These words seemed to strike a chord deep within Yao. His vacant gaze seemed to momentarily focus. He lifted his eyes to look at the third Hokage, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all facades, reaching the depths of the heart. Just playing a role? He asked, his tone flat. Yes, just at the gala, wearing specific attire, acting out a story. The third Hokage answered cautiously. Yao fell silent. Time passed slowly, and the third Hokage could even hear the slight quickening of his heartbeat. This decision seemed merely an arrangement for a performance, but what lay behind it was far from simple. Finally, Yao made a slight movement. He nodded ever so slightly. Okay. No extra words, no inquiries about details, no conditions stated. Just a simple cold agreement. The third Hokage was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. He agreed. Was it really that simple? However, Yao had already returned his attention to the cluster of autumn chrysanthemums, clearly indicating that it was time to part. The third Hokage suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, gave Yao one last deep look, and said, Irika will come to communicate the specific arrangements with you before leaving, with a heart full of doubts and a hint of indescribable expectation. In the courtyard, silence returned. Yao still sat under the corridor, the autumn wind stirring the corners of his kimono and white hair. Change. The moon palace. The lonely ascension. He lifted his hand, his fingertips unconsciously tracing an invisible trajectory in the air, as if sketching something that did not exist. Within those pure black eyes, deep down, a fleeting glimpse of an unfathomable cold interest seemed to pass. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon will be full over the western building. What kind of scene will change, played by him, present? My village is about to welcome an unprecedented Mid-Autumn Gala destined to be recorded in history, or rather to trigger numerous complex repercussions. Chapter 33: The End. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sky was as clear as a wash, with a round moon hanging high like a silver disk, casting its silvery glow upon the brightly lit Konoha. To celebrate peace and prosperity, Konoha once again extended a grand invitation to all the ninja villages to join in the festivities, the scale of which even surpassed that of the summer festival. The vast venue was filled to capacity with envoys from Sunagakure, Kumo, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure mingling among the villagers, the air thick with the sweet aroma of pastries and the clamor of the festival. However, when the announcement for the grand finale, Change Ascending to the Moon, was made, all the ruckus was suddenly choked by an invisible hand plunging the venue into silence. The lights dimmed, leaving only a cold beam of spotlight focused on the center of the stage. Then she, or rather at this moment she, appeared within the light and shadow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. She utilized some unknown method to temporarily transform her body into a more graceful and delicate female form. Her waist-length silver hair was styled into a moonlight hairstyle, cascading elegantly down her back like flowing moonlight, adorned with a small exquisite white rabbit headpiece that added an ethereal touch not of this world. Dangling from her ears were two earrings radiating a gentle glow reminiscent of moonlight. She wore a blue and white long dress of moonlight attire with a hem that resembled clouds and mist. The overall color was pure moon white, with delicate light blue ribbons accentuating her waist and sleeves fluttering gracefully in the wind. She stood barefoot on the polished stage, her slender ankles delicate, and her skin glowing white under the moonlight, making her seem untouched by the dust of the world. What was most stunning was the cloud veil cloak draped over her shoulders. The cloak was not made of fabric but seemed woven from moonlight and clouds, its semi-transparent texture flowing with starlight, its edges swirling with a dreamlike glow, gently swaying with her breath. She simply stood there, quietly illuminated by the spotlight, the cloud cloak unfurling behind her, exuding an aura of coolness and aloofness, as if she were about to transcend and return to the Moon Palace. Beauty. An extreme ethereal and melancholic beauty that transcended gender, language, and even the very concept of humanity. Below the stage, whether it was the villagers of Konoha, the ninjas, or the foreign envoys, everyone held their breath, their pupils reflecting that unparalleled figure beneath the moonlight, their minds blank. Members of the Akatsuki hidden among the crowd were struck by an unprecedented visual and spiritual impact. Afeabito beneath his mask had his mouth agape in an O shape, his single eye wide open, feeling as if his heart were about to leap from his chest. Uchiha Itachi forgot to activate his Sharingan. Kisame forgot to lick his teeth. Daidara's clay fell to the ground. Sasori's puppet core emitted an overloaded hum. Even Yugo forgot to calculate value. Haiden felt an emotion called shock for the first time outside of sacrificial offerings. Setsu's white part slightly open, emitting a silent gasp. At that moment music began to play. It was not the traditional melodious ancient music, but a modern composition featuring a distant flute melody, as the main theme titled Before the Falling Flowers. The cheerful yet slightly melancholic flute notes flowed forth, creating a strange resonance with her cold ethereal appearance on stage. She began to dance slowly to the music. The movements were not complex, even somewhat simple, merely stretching her arms and rotating lightly, causing the cloud cloak to flutter and sprinkle glimmers of starlight. Her bare feet touched the stage silently like a lone dancer from the Moon Palace. A clear and ethereal female voice, unbeknownst to its origin, as if it resonated directly in their minds, sang along with the melody, the lyrics like the finest strands of rain quietly seeping into everyone's hearts. What I wait for you to come is countless rainy days. Before the flowers fall, I long to lean on your left shoulder. My restless heart remains in the pitch-black room countless times, mistaking the sound of rain for your call. The themes of waiting, loss, and solitude in the lyrics perfectly mirrored the cold and aloof figure of change on stage. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the virtual moon spotlight, her expression hollow and distant, as if staring into a past that could never be returned to a lost Hoi. You said you'd always be by my side. It turns out it was your lie. I remember you loved watching the cherry blossoms fall. The time and place we promised are now gone, and you have vanished, hiding in countless days and nights, deepening my longing for you. The song felt like a sigh imbued with endless melancholy and gentle sorrow. Her dance grew more ethereal, the cloud cloak billowing, and she seemed truly about to ride the wind away. Those bare feet, that fluttering hem, that flowing starlight formed a heart-wrenchingly beautiful tableau. The audience below, regardless of gender or age, and no matter which ninja village they hailed from, were captivated by the ultimate beauty and the loneliness and regrets that permeated the song. Many people unknowingly had tears streaming down their faces, yet remained oblivious. Even the third Hokage stood dazed, staring at the stage, the pipe in his hand long extinguished. Members of the Akatsuki were even more immersed in this atmosphere of sorrow that clashed with their own darkness yet resonated inexplicably. The line, "It turns out it was your lie," pierced like a needle into the most secret wounds of their hearts. Before the flowers fall, I long to lean on your left shoulder. That encounter on a sunny day made us fall in love. The farewell before the flowers fell turned my eyes red on a rainy day. That kind of heartache is only present when you appear. That one lie felt like a heavy punch to my heart. As the music repeated its chant, it gradually approached its conclusion, the flute notes lingering like long-lost memories. On stage, change completed her final spin, the cloud cloak resembling a blooming epiphyllum eventually folding gently. She froze in a pose of gazing at the bright moon, her profile so perfect it seemed unreal, her gaze hollow, as if she had buried all her emotions within that cold moon palace. The music ceased. The spotlight dimmed. The stage fell into darkness, leaving only the faint glow of the moonlight earrings and the cloud cloak like starfire ultimately extinguishing. The entire venue was enveloped in a deathly silence. After a long moment it was unclear who began to applaud first, as if igniting a fuse, and thunderous applause erupted, sweeping through the entire hall, lasting for an eternity. It was filled with shock, emotion, and an indescribable collective outpouring of feelings. However, amidst the wave of applause, those who knew the true identity of Yao felt their emotions were extremely complicated. Did the waiting, the lies, the heartache in that song represent the buried unresolvable in his heart? Was this breathtaking performance that stunned the entire ninja world merely a portrayal, or a silent accusation and mourning? The members of the Akatsuki hid in the darkness, gazing at the empty stage, the turmoil within them far more intense than any frank mission. The full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet the reunion of people was difficult. That song, Before the Falling Flowers, was like a long cold rain wrapped in longing, deeply imprinting the loneliness and regrets of parting on that night, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of countless viewers. And that figure embodying the celestial being from the Moon Palace, after delivering the ultimate shock, had quietly faded into the background, leaving the world with only an eternal cold and sorrowful silhouette, and endless reveries and delusions. Chapter 34 End. The aftershocks of the mid-autumn night had yet to fully dissipate, and the figure of the fallen celestial under the moonlight lingered in the minds of countless people, becoming a vividly etched memory of this autumn. However, amidst this lingering resonance, Yao made a decision. He arrived at the Hokage's office still dressed in a familiar outfit, as if branded with the mark of another world. His wizard hat hairstyle carried a touch of mystery and rebellion, the wide brim casting shadows. Draped over him was the symbolic blue cloak of the 5th anniversary of Light Encounter, with the cloak's built-in blue scarf loosely wrapped around his neck, providing a sense of warm embrace. On his face the pitch-black mask that isolated him from everything once again obscured his features, leaving only the elegantly contoured jaw visible. Below he wore simple loose jeans and a pair of practical sneakers. This was his most common outfit while traversing the world of light encounter, casual, comfortable, yet imbued with a sense of alienation that did not quite fit the ninja world. He stood before the desk of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen without any pleasantries or preamble, directly stating his purpose. "I want to leave for a while." His voice came through the mask, still maintaining that calm, flat tone devoid of any emotion, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. The third Hokage's hand holding the pipe paused slightly as he raised his eyes to this child who had brought so much shock and mystery to Konoha. The office fell into silence, only the faint sounds of training from outside could be heard. "Leave." The third Hokage's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible dryness. "Where to? For how long?" Yao tilted his head slightly, the holes in his mask seemingly gazing at the vast sky outside where birds flew by and clouds rolled. "The world is so big I want to see it." He used a phrase so simple it bordered on cliché, yet it seemed to contain endless implications. This world perhaps referred not only to the land of fire, not just the ninja realm, but also to that domain uniquely his of light and encounter, as well as all the unknown corners waiting to be explored. The third Hokage fell silent. He knew that there was no reason nor any power that could forcibly keep this child. Yao's very existence was an unbound variable. "Will you come back?" After a long pause, the third Hokage asked this most critical question. His gaze was deep, carrying the weight of a Hokage's responsibility, as well as a hint of concern that even he himself did not fully comprehend. Yao turned his head back, the mask facing the third Hokage. He did not answer immediately, seemingly contemplating or perhaps just taking a brief pause. Then he clearly stated, "I will return." There was no promise of a return date, no explanation of reasons. Just those 4 words, yet they carried a strange convincing power. It was as if this was merely a way station in his long journey, a brief farewell rather than a final parting. The third Hokage looked at him deeply, as if trying to see through that cold mask to understand his true thoughts. In the end he slowly nodded. "Good." The third Hokage's voice regained its steadiness. "Konoha will remember you. You are always welcome to return." There were no excessive pleas, no useless admonitions. This might be the most appropriate way for them to interact. Yao nodded slightly in response. Then he said no more, turning around, the hem of his blue 5th anniversary cloak sweeping through a neat arc as he left the Hokage's office. His departure did not disturb many people. Just like his arrival, it was quiet and unobtrusive. However, the news ultimately spread like wildfire. When Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and others learned of Yao's departure, their reactions varied. Naruto shouted that he wanted to find him, while Kakashi held him back. Sasuke remained silent, clenching his fists. Sakura and Ino were filled with disappointment, and worry. Hinata's eyes were even reddened. Even the usually calm Shikamaru frowned. Meanwhile, members of the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows of Konoha also learned of this news through various channels. Obito in the Kamui space paced anxiously, saying, "Meow. He left. How can that be? I haven't. What he hadn't said he could not bring himself to voice. Itachi Uchiha stood by the Nanha River gazing at the flowing water, lost in thought. Kisame Hashigaki shouldering the Samahata grinned. Can he escape? Deidara molded his clay, his azure eyes shimmering. Next time we meet I must let him appreciate my art. The puppet fingers of Sasori tapped silently. Setsu quietly sank into the ground. Kakuza calculated the potential reunion value. Haiden swung his side, shouting that he would offer Yao to the evil god. Their next meeting agreement seemed to be extended in another way. Yao did not formally bid farewell to anyone. He walked alone to the lakeside outside Konoha village, the very place of his initial arrival. The autumn lake water was even clearer and deeper, reflecting the lofty sky. He stood by the lake, taking a final glance back at the village that had held his brief human life, the brim of his wizard hat swaying gently in the wind. Then he raised his hand, facing the void before him, just as he had done countless times before, and gently made a slicing motion. A door rippling with a soft glow silently opened. On the other side of the door was no longer the familiar cloud field or rain forest, but a broader, more unknown scene belonging to the realm of light encounter, perhaps connecting to even more worlds. Without a hint of hesitation he stepped into the light gate. The blue 5th anniversary cloak and scarf vanished into the glow, and the black mask flickered one last time. The light gate slowly closed, ultimately disappearing into the air, as if it had never appeared. The lakeside returned to silence, with only the autumn breeze brushing over the water's surface, creating shimmering ripples. The world is so vast, he wants to see it. He said he would return. This is a traveler's farewell as well as an unfinished promise. The sky of Konoha remained brilliantly blue, and someone's journey had already begun. Chapter 35 complete. The third day after leaving Konoha. Autumn had deepened. The wind sweeping across the desolate wilderness carried a bone-chilling cold, lifting withered grass and dust as it swept over barren hills and dried-up riverbeds. Yao walked steadily across this uninhabited, desolate land, his gait unhurried, as if the rugged terrain and surrounding desolation held no bearing on him whatsoever. He wore his usual ensemble, a wizard's hat atop windswept hair, the azure cloak commemorating the 5th anniversary of Light of the Sky billowing fiercely behind him, a self-possessed blue scarf shielding him from the chill, and a pitch-black mask that sealed him off from all perception. Below, loose denim jeans and athletic shoes completed his attire. He resembled neither a traveler with purpose nor a mere wanderer, but rather an observer drifting beyond the world itself, eerily fused with this wasteland's bleak expanse. His destination remained undefined. He moved instead by instinct, or perhaps by the unseen guidance of the realm of light, towards some unknown horizon where more light or deeper secrets might reside. Yet in this seemingly lifeless wilderness, unwelcome guests had already lain in wait. "Hey Kakuzu, how much longer do we have to linger in this godforsaken wasteland?" A voice brimming with impatience and manic energy erupted from behind a nearby earthen mound. "Silence, Haiden. According to black market intelligence and vague leads from Zetsu, anomalous energy fluctuations, non-chakra in nature, have recently been detected emanating from that direction. They are likely linked to the sun we encountered during our last encounter." A cold metallic voice replied, laced with quiet menace. "Capture him, whether to sell to research-obsessed madmen like Orochimaru or to extract that peculiar energy from his body, the bounty will be staggering." It was none other than Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu's emerald eyes gleamed with avarice while Haiden hoisted his signature blood-stained triple-bladed scythe, his face twisted between bloodlust and profound boredom. Their last encounter referred, of course, to the fleeting yet dazzling glimpse they'd caught of a golden figure radiant as the sun during the summer festival. That pure luminous beauty, and the unfathomed energy coiled within, had struck Kakuzu as immense value and convinced Haiden that this being was the perfect sacrificial offering for his deity. Tracing faint but distinctive residual energy, they had scoured this wasteland for 2 days. At that very moment, Kakuzu's gaze locked sharply onto a distant point. Haiden followed his line of sight. There upon the far horizon strode a lone figure draped in a cerulean cloak crowned with a wizard's hat and veiled by a black mask. Amidst the vast monochrome expanse of sky and earth, the figure appeared infinitesimally small, yet jarringly conspicuous, like an alien glyph misplaced upon this barren canvas. Kakuzu's pupils contracted to needle-thin slits. "It's him!" Though his attire had changed, that eerie luminescent energy, the light force, and that singular chilling sense of detachment palpable even from afar left no room for doubt. "Oh, so you've finally arrived." Haiden licked his lips with feverish excitement, crimson light blazing in his eyes. "This time I will offer you to the deity." Yao too sensed the 2 hostile presences ahead, unmasked, unapologetic, dripping with malice and greed. He halted, his masked gaze calm and unwavering as it settled upon the earthen mound. No panic. No wariness. Not even a flicker of surprise, as though he merely noticed 2 stones blocking his path. This absolute contemptuous indifference ignited Haiden's volatile temper anew. "Hey! Masked freak over there! Don't you dare stand before me without kneeling in surrender!" Haiden brandished his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe and leapt from behind the mound, landing squarely before Yao with a grotesque grin. Meanwhile, Kakuzu materialized like a phantom at Yao's flank and rear, cutting off any retreat, his chakra surging with lethal intent and glacial malevolence. "Surrender that luminous power within you and perhaps your death will be swift." Kakuzu hissed, his serpentine voice dripping with venom, his green eyes fixed upon Yao, not as a man but as a commodity awaiting appraisal. Yao stood motionless, his azure scarf fluttering in the wind. He offered no reply to Haiden's taunts nor acknowledged Kakuzu's threat, merely tilting his head slightly as if confirming something unseen. "TCH. A mute. Or paralyzed with fear." Seeing no reaction, Haiden grew increasingly agitated. With a thunderous slam of his scythe into the earth, he formed hand seals, his expression turning cruelly devout. "Enough. Let me first bestow upon you the deity's curse. Curse technique: blood sacrifice death. He needed Yao's blood as a medium. Haiden shot forward like a released arrow, his triple-bladed scythe shrieking through the air in a downward cleave. The strike was precise, lightning fast, clearly intended to draw blood first. Yet in response to this attack capable of bisecting even elite Jonin, Yao's evasion was disarmingly simple. He did not dodge. He did not block. Instead, just as the blade neared his body, he slid backward half a step, effortlessly, weightlessly, as if gliding on invisible wheels, defying physics itself. Shh! The scythe's edge skimmed past the hem of his azure cloak, slicing empty air, its shockwave ruffling his scarf and hat brim. What? Haiden recoiled stunned, then flared with renewed fury. Dare you evade me? He swung again, unleashing a frenzied barrage of strikes. Chop, slash, sweep, carve. His assault descended like a tempest, engulfing every inch of space around Yao. And Yao, amid that blinding storm of steel, wove like a wraith. His movements were minute, yet each evaded death by less than a hair's breadth. His azure cloak and loose denim jeans flowed with uncanny grace as he moved, transforming Mortal Kombat into something resembling an ethereal, elegant dance. Damn it! Stop dodging and fight like a man! Frustrated by his repeated failures, Haiden howled in rage. Beside him, Kakuzu frowned deeply. He perceived the strangeness of Yao's movement, not chakra-based shunshin but something else entirely. A sovereign command over mass and spatial awareness. Moreover, Yao had yet to unleash that light, nor emitted a single trace of chakra. Haiden, stand down! Kakuzu commanded, his voice low and urgent, deciding to intervene personally. But Haiden, blinded by bloodlust, paid no heed. Seizing an opening, Haiden abandoned slashing altogether, swinging horizontally instead, his massive scythe sweeping with overwhelming force to sever Yao at the waist. This blow covered such vast range that all avenues of evasion seemed sealed. This time Yao could no longer rely solely on footwork. He raised one arm, casually, almost idly, to intercept the shrieking scythe. Fool! Haiden's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty triumph, already envisioning severed limbs and spurting crimson. Clang! An ear-splitting clash of metal rang out. No gory dismemberment followed. Yao's arm remained unharmed, firmly arresting the scythe's blade. Sparks scattered from the impact point. What? Both Haiden and Kakuzu cried out in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. Was that arm forged of metal? No, even metal would shatter under Haiden's chakra-infused might. In that split second of Haiden's stunned hesitation, Yao's arm, still gripping the scythe, jerked forward with explosive force. A colossal surge of raw physical power, perhaps light-fueled strength, erupted, immeasurable and absolute. Ra! Haiden felt an irresistible force surge up the scythe. His palms burst open, blood spraying, and he was hurled backward like a ragdoll struck by a galloping chariot, screaming as he tumbled through the air and crashed violently dozens of meters away, kicking up a plume of dust. Haiden! Kakuzu's face paled. Never had he imagined such terrifying strength. And precisely as Yao unleashed that force, Kakuzu, ever watchful, seized what appeared to be the perfect opening, the fleeting instant between exertion and recovery. Earth release, earth spear! Kakuzu's arm hardened instantly into jagged stone-sharp armor, transforming into a lethal spear thrust toward Yao's face with blinding speed. His target, that obstructive black mask. Swift. Precise. Ruthless. He struck at the apparent moment Yao's body stiffened, though perhaps that vulnerability had been deliberately offered. Yao seemed neither startled nor concerned by the sudden assault on his mask, or perhaps he simply didn't care. Crack! A familiar delicate sound, the snapping of mask hinges. The obsidian mask, etched with arcane patterns, was deftly hooked at its edge by Kakuzu's stony forearm and torn free with razor-thin precision. It spun silently through the air and landed softly upon the withered grass. Time itself seemed to slow. The wilderness wind stirred Yao's wizard's hat, revealing once more the face beneath, exposed to the open air. Still that unearthly visage, pale, ethereal, breathtakingly exquisite. His skin possessed an almost translucent pallor, his features transcended gender in their perfection, his black pupils fathomed infinite depths, reflecting no light at all. Unlike the moonlit grace of mid-autumn night, this face bore no expression, only a silent frozen stillness, a gaze of utter indifference, as if surveying insignificant insects from an eternal height. Kakuzu's emerald irises contracted to pinpricks. Though 90 years old and long inured to beauty and horror alike, he had never beheld a countenance so paradoxically charged, radiating ultimate beauty and absolute cold sacred purity, an eldritch allure fragile delicacy, and ageless immortality. Last time during the summer festival it had been only a distant glimpse. Now this proximity delivered a far more devastating impact. The inhuman crystalline cruelty of that beauty made even his heart, long numbed by gold and slaughter, skip a beat. You! Kakuzu opened his mouth, yet found himself speechless. Meanwhile Haiden staggered upright, clutching his aching chest, just in time to witness the mask's fall and the revelation of Yao's true face. Gah! He sucked in a sharp breath, momentarily forgetting his pain as his feverish eyes locked onto Yao's face, awash with awe then consumed by ravenous obsessive desire. So beautiful. Even more than before. Deity! This is the perfect sacrifice. I must possess him. Yao stood unmoving, letting the wind ripple his azure cloak and silver-white hair. He glanced once at the fallen mask, then lifted those hollow black eyes, gazing with detached calm over Kakuzu's shock and Haiden's fervor. No anger at the mask's removal. No fear at their covetous intent. As if all this were nothing more than a tedious, trivial farce. His voice, clear and cool as mountain spring water, drifted through the wind, audible, unmistakable to both immortal monsters. Immortal bodies. Haiden. Kakuzu. He named them, tone flat as if taking attendance. It is you. Not a question. A statement. It carried the quiet implication, so it's you too. That aloof, omniscient demeanor sent a strange, unsettling tremor through both Kakuzu and Haiden. Just what does this man think his situation is? Or is it possible he feels no fear at all? Two solitary souls converged upon this desolate land. One, a duo bound by eternal greed and unending like the other, a child of light wielding an ageless body and unfathomable power. This meeting was destined to shatter tranquility. And beneath Yao's mask, once again cast aside, those bottomless black eyes flickered ever so faintly with a glacial icy spark of interest. Immortality. Feidwan Jiaodu. You too. Yao's calm confirmation fell like a bucket of icy water, snapping Jiaodu out of his momentary awe at the figure's beauty. A chill laced with the fury of being belittled swept through him. Feidwan grew even more ecstatic, brandishing his still-bloodied hand and howling that he would offer this perfect sacrifice to the evil god. Jiaodu's green eyes went utterly dark, murderous intent radiated from him like a tangible miasma. He spoke no more. Chakra surged wildly through him. Huadun fire release, 2 Keiku. Foam dun wind release, Yaha. Scorching seas of flame and savage whirlwinds fused in an instant, transforming into an all-consuming infernal storm that swept toward Yao with the intent to obliterate everything in its path. The storm's scope was vast, covering nearly every avenue of escape. Jiaodu's opening was a compounded ninjutsu intended to kill in a single stroke, or at least expose his foe's true power. Before a terror capable of leveling a small hill, Yao remained rooted, his posture unchanged. He only raised the hand that had just knocked Feidwan aside and toward the onrushing tempest gently pushed forward. There were no hand seals, no ripples of chakra. Instead, an invisible repulsive field, as if born of the rules of the world itself, blossomed outward from his palm. The roaring infernal storm struck that unseen barrier and, as if battered against an impenetrable wall of despair, was abruptly stopped, bifurcated, and even rolled back upon itself. What? Jiaodu's pupils shrank. He could scarcely trust his eyes. His combined ninjutsu had been nullified with such casual ease. What was that power? The recoiling flames and winds brushed past Jiaodu's body, scorching and tearing the ground at his back, yet he remained unscathed. Only a storm of dread thundered within him. It's not over. Jiaodu roared. Black tendrils of Daiyuan writhed violently from his body. See how you block this. Lei dun lightning release, Wei in. A blinding spear of lightning condensed in his hand, a thunderous lance capable of piercing even the mightiest rock. With a speed beyond normal sight, it drove straight for Yao's chest. This time it was a precise point-to-point penetration attack. Yet Yao's reaction again confounded Jiaodu. He made no move to block, no attempt to evade. At the instant the thunder spear neared his blue cloak, his silhouette wavered like a faulty transmission, briefly blurring and flickering. The next instant the spear passed through what seemed a hollow illusion, and caused no harm. It flew on into the distant sky and vanished. Yao remained perfectly unharmed where he stood. Not a crease marred his garments. Impossible. Jiaodu lost all composure. Such utterly ineffective assaults left him with an unprecedented sense of defeat and a flicker of fear. Jiaodu. Can you do anything? Watch me. Fade One, having licked his own blood as part of the evil cult's rite, and completed the curse's preparation, grinned maniacally, and swung the Shueshing Sanwei Lian toward Yao once more. See where you run now. Curse technique. His words cut off. Yao's figure like a specter appeared before Jiaodu without prelude. Faster than Jiaodu's nerves could track, he only saw those near hollow black eyes and a pale, slender hand pierce as if through paper, slipping effortlessly into his chest. Ugh! Pain tore through Jiaodu. He let out a muffled groan and looked down in disbelief. The hand had penetrated his body and was clutching the fire-attributed Daiyuanya heart within him. Then with a light pinch, pft, a dull inward-sounding snap rang inside Jiaodu as if a ripe fruit had been crushed. That heart, brimming with potent chakra and life, shattered in Yao's hand like fragile glass, dissolving into pure motes of energy that dissipated into nothingness. Jiaodu's eyes bulged, the looming shadow of death and the sensation of power draining away drove from him a pained roar. Daiyuanya's black tendrils writhed desperately to repair, but the heart was the core. Its rupture represented the end of a life. Yet that was only the beginning. Yao's hand, precise as a surgeon's scalpel and as merciless as a reaper's fingertips, slid again within Jiaodu's chest. Pft! The second heart wind attribute smashed. Pft! The third heart lightning attribute shattered. In the flicker of an instant, with an incomprehensible speed and unerring method, Yao had located and crushed Jiaodu's 3 Daiyuanya hearts apart from his true core. Jiaodu's immense body convulsed, his strength ebbed like a retreating tide. His green eyes filled with unbearable agony, terror, and stunned disbelief. Lives he had relied on and taken pride in were in the opponent's hands, stripped away as if they were child's play. Such absolute force ground him down, evoking a long-forgotten shudder deep in his soul. Even Fade One, who had charged forward, froze where he stood, dumbfounded at the spectacle. Jiaodu, the near-immortal with 5 lives, had in a blink been reduced by 3. How could this be? Yao slowly withdrew his hand from Jiaodu's chest. It bore no bloodstain, only a few lingering motes of energy. Jiaodu staggered back, clutching the vast bloodless cavity in his chest, panting violently. The look he fixed on Yao was one of abject horror. At that moment, Yao did something that left both Jiaodu and Feiduan's minds utterly blank. He raised the same hand that had crushed 3 hearts, palm facing upward. A pure, gentle white glow gathered in his palm, the same source as the light had emitted before, but more concentrated and brimming with life. He then placed a gentle push toward the hollow in Jiaodu's chest. The pure orb of life energy flowed like a living thing into Jiaodu's body. Jiaodu jolted. He felt with shocking clarity that the energy channels once desiccated by shattered hearts began upon the glow's infusion to reconstruct and regenerate before his eyes. New, purer, more vigorous cores of energy formed rapidly within him. 1, 2, 3. These were not the tainted Daiyuanyu chakra hearts stolen from others. They were light-made hearts, forged from the purest luminance, and harmonized perfectly with his body. In the span of a breath, the 3 hearts Yao had broken were whole again, and even seemed stronger and more alive than before. Jiaodu stood stupefied, feeling the warm, softly glowing new hearts beat within him. He was petrified. Repair. No, this was rebirth. The method transcended his understanding of medical ninjutsu, and the very nature of life itself. Fade One was equally dumbstruck. He didn't even notice the Shueshing Sanwei Lian fall to the ground. After accomplishing all this, Yao seemed only to have brushed away a speck of dust. He withdrew his hand. Those hollow black eyes looked at the shocked and disoriented Jiaodu, and in his characteristically placid voice he uttered a few plain words. Tisk, don't be angry. I'll repay your hearts. Jiaodu. Fade One. The wild wind continued to sigh across the barren land. Jiaodu stared at this inhumanly beautiful being who had casually crushed 3 of his lives and then casually remade them stronger. For a moment he did not know whether to be furious, terrified, or grateful. Such absolute power, such indifference to life and death, such almost playful compensation. Jiaodu's true heart, the original core that had hardened over 90 years, felt for the first time an unfamiliar sensation, the absurdity and powerlessness of it all. After finishing his repayment, Yao did not look at them again. He turned, bent, picked up the fallen mask and put it back on his face. The blackness once more veiled that stunning visage. He adjusted his blue scarf and straightened his wizard's hat as if the dramatic disturbance a moment ago had never occurred. Then he set off, continuing his unfinished journey, leaving the 2 stunned undead monsters behind in the desolate autumn wind. The wind across the wasteland whipped up dust as it passed over Jiaodu and Fei Duan's rigid forms. Jiao Du bowed his head, feeling in his chest 3 warm beating, new hearts, that cast a soft halo, and unprecedented absurdity settled over him. His strength had indeed returned, even more abundant and purer than before, yet this power did not spring from the earthbound grudge he had plundered. It came from that inhuman gift, who had casually shattered him and just as casually remade him. The sensation was more unsettling than death. He had lived for over 90 years accustomed to pricing everything clearly and keeping control in his hands, life and coin alike. But this Yao before him completely shattered his comprehension and his sense of mastery. Fei Duan finally returned from his stupor. He retrieved the bloodied 3-month scythe from the ground, and watching Yao replace his mask, his gaze grew complicated. The fanatical hunger of a sacrifice still burned in him, yet beneath it lay an unease he could not fully name. This thing seemed impossible to kill, and its strength was absurdly beyond reckoning. "Hey! Wait!" Fei Duan called out without restraint. Yao's steps did not falter. He walked on with unhurried steadiness, as if their existence had already been rendered meaningless. Jiao Du drew a deep breath and forced the chaos in his mind down, a keen light flickering in his green eyes. He was a realist. If he could neither overpower nor comprehend it, he would consider another possibility: utilization or perhaps coexistence. "That kind of power you possess." "Light, yes." Jiao Du's voice was hoarser than he realized. "It is not chakra." The Shao organization gathered the top rogue shinobi of the ninja world, boasting vast resources and an intelligence network. "We are intrigued by all manner of unknown powers." Yao's silhouette did not pause, as if he had not heard. Jiao Du clenched his teeth and continued to lay out his wager. "You need not join us formally, but you could serve as a temporary operative. We will provide the intelligence and resources you require, or help you find what you seek." He remembered how Yao had reacted to certain festival scenes and melodies, subtle responses during the summer festival and the mid-autumn evening, and you would when necessary lend that unique assistance your power provides. Mutual benefit. This was the most fitting proposal Jiao Du could devise within his own value system to fold an uncontrollable variable like Yao into a framework where it could be traded. Fei Duan listened in a haze, but he roughly understood that Jiao Du sought to recruit the stranger, albeit temporarily. He immediately blurted out, "Yes. Join the Shao organization. Lord Evil God will surely like you. Even though you smashed Jiao Du's heart, and then replaced it oddly, I acknowledge your power." At that moment Yao finally stopped. He turned slowly. The mask hid any emotion, yet the intangible pressure he radiated snapped Jiao Du and Fei Duan taut with nerves. "Follow." Yao's cold voice passed through the mask with a hint of amusement. "You want me to go to the Shao?" He paused, adjusting the notion, then posed the key question: temporary operative. The term seemed to pique him. Unlike a formal member, it implied fewer constraints and a freer stance. Perhaps aligned with his original impulse of "the world is vast, I want to see it." The Shao organization, a shadowy behemoth of the ninja world, possessed an information network and access to forbidden knowledge that might truly help him discover intriguing things, or perhaps touch deeper secrets about the nature of his light. Jiao Du caught that flicker of interest and hurried to assuage it. "Yes, a temporary collaborator. No forced missions, no organizational bonds. You may leave at any time, we only transact when you are willing. The Shao's footholds are everywhere, and they guard ancient scrolls and clandestine records you cannot imagine, perhaps records concerning light." Jiao Du did not truly know what light was, but he was skilled at conjecture and negotiation. He cast the most tempting bait he could imagine to attract Yao. Yao was silent for a long moment. The desert wind toyed with his blue cloak and scarf, and the brim of his wizard hat quivered faintly. He was indeed curious about this world, about the source of his power, about secrets buried beneath the dust of history. The Shao organization was without doubt a shortcut to darker corners and forbidden lore. Being a temporary operative did not seem so bad. "Location?" he asked abruptly and without preamble. Jiao Du froze for a moment, then realized he was asking for the Shao's base. Sensing the other's stirrings, Jiao Du replied cautiously, "We can take you to a nearby stronghold withholding precise coordinates." Yao nodded, tacitly accepting the proposal. He said no more and stood silently waiting for Jiao Du and Fei Duan to lead the way. Jiao Du and Fei Duan exchanged a look in each other's eyes. They found a complex, inscrutable emotion. Inviting such a dangerous, enigmatic, uncontrollable presence into the Shao organization, even as a temporary operative, was undoubtedly dancing on the knife's edge. Yet Yao's power and potential value made them unable to relinquish the idea. Fei Duan scratched his head and hoisted his scythe with a grumble. All right, let's go. We'll show you the world. But if you dare disrespect Lord Evil God, I'll still cut you down. Jiao Du led silently ahead, his mind already racing through how to report this unexpected acquisition to Pei En, and how to exploit this temporary operative to the fullest. Yao walked behind them with composed steps. Behind the dark mask no one could glimpse his expression. Join the Shao organization. No, this was merely a temporary collaboration of mutual convenience. A journey begun with a broken heart, and a compensated heart fraught with uncertainty. For a lonely traveler, 2 more companions, perhaps not entirely welcome, had been added, at least for now. And the Shao organization, whose currents were already turbulent beneath the surface, was about to see new and unpredictable ripples caused by the arrival of this temporary operative. In the rain country, perpetually shrouded in gloomy rain, towering steel structures loom like the skeletal frames of colossal beasts piercing through the leaden-gray sky. A secret base of the Akatsuki organization is concealed deep within this industrial wasteland. As Kakuzu and Haiden entered this base filled with an air of coldness and impending doom, they immediately captured the gaze of all members present. Yao donned a new outfit and declared that this would be his permanent attire in the future, still sporting the white bird hairstyle, his silvery strands elegantly cascading, draped in a bat cloak of red on the inside and black on the outside, the crimson lining resembling a dark surging river of blood under the dim light of the base, with fitted samurai pants below. What was most striking, however, was the comical red-faced mask he wore. The mask was entirely white, with 2 extremely exaggerated round crimson blushes on each cheek, resembling a clown from a play, and it lacked a mouth, having only 2 holes for sight, completely concealing his expression, or lack thereof, beneath this humorous disguise. This ensemble, combined with his tall stature and the chilliness brought by the white bird hairstyle, created an extreme contradiction and an irresistibly flamboyant aura. Kakuzu approached the seated figure of Nagato with a blank expression, though he usually had no expression, and quietly reported the situation. Haiden, on the other hand, swaggered in with his scythe, making exaggerated gestures at the others, who glanced over. Konan stood silently beside Nagato, her cool gaze resting on Yao's comical mask, slightly furrowing her brows. Itachi Uchiha had his hands tucked into his sleeves, his Sharingan calmly scanning the room, betraying no emotion. Kisame Hashigaki grinned, revealing sharp teeth, seemingly amused. Sasori remained hidden within his Hiriko, showing no reaction. Setsu emerged partially from the shadows on the ground, the pitcher plant slightly opening and closing. And then there was Obito. Obito Tobi was originally squatting on a pipe in his flamboyant pose when he saw Yao's outfit, and instantly froze as if struck by lightning, his single eye beneath the mask wide open, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yao. You! He stammered for a while without forming a complete sentence, his mind already filled with thoughts of, so cute. I want to squish. But why does he look even more annoying than me? Nagato's Rinnegan stared at Yao without any fluctuation. After listening to Kakuzu's report, he slowly spoke, his voice cold and authoritative, carrying an undeniable divine quality. Strange, powerful individual Kakuzu has suggested you join the Akatsuki as a temporary collaborator. Demonstrate your value or leave. All eyes were on Yao, waiting for his response. However, Yao's reaction caught everyone off guard. Instead of responding directly to Nagato, he suddenly turned to the nearest Kisame facing him with the comical red-faced mask and spoke in a tone starkly contrasting his chilly voice. Yo! This shark brother, quite the sturdy figure. Those muscles, those lines, you must work out a lot, right? TSK Tisky looks so powerful, making me feel so secure. Kisame. His menacing grin froze on his face, gripping the Samahata tighter, momentarily unsure how to react. Did he just get teased? Teased by a guy in a comical mask with a cold voice like this? Before Kisame could respond, Yao, as if discovering a new continent, turned to Sasori in Hiriko form. Wow! This gentleman, puppet master. Quite a unique design. This streamlined design, this cold texture, it exudes a postmodern artistic vibe. I wonder if the internal structure is intricate. Can I take a look? I promise to only observe and not touch. Sasori. The core inside Hiriko seemed to emit a faint sound akin to gears getting stuck. Next, his red-faced mask pointed at Konan. This beautiful paper flower lady. Your aura is so cool, so unique. Just as dazzling as the rare sunny day in the rain country. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to dinner. I know a place with amazing origami art. Konan's brows knitted tighter, the paper around her subtly shifting. He then looked at Itachi Uchiha. This young man, your gaze is quite melancholic. Do you have something on your mind? Come share with me. I love hearing stories, especially those of love and hate, torturous romances. Itachi's lips twitched imperceptibly as he silently averted his gaze. Finally his gaze through the mask's holes returned to Nagato high above, still playful in tone. Boss, you have quite a strong presence. Rinnegan. The legendary sage's eye. It's truly a pleasure to see it in person. I wonder if you could give me a special pass so I can experience the feeling of being a god. Nagato. The Rinnegan remained cold, but the surrounding atmosphere felt increasingly heavy. The entire base fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was bewildered by Yao's sudden shift to a flamboyant and talkative mode, starkly contrasting his previously cold demeanor. His emotional intelligence, or rather his deliberate teasing ability, was simply astounding. Every word precisely hit the sore spots or landmines, combined with that expressionless yet exceedingly humorous red-faced mask, creating an exceptional effect. The crowd wanted to laugh but refrained from doing so. They all knew this guy was definitely putting on an act, but this act was just too flamboyant. Even the most serious Nagato and Konan were struggling to maintain their composure. Kakuzu covered his face, though he didn't really have one, feeling that his investment might have been a bit misguided. Haiden was already holding his stomach, stifling laughter. Obito, after the initial shock, was now filled with complex emotions, a bit angry because someone else had stolen his comedic spotlight, yet he felt that this version of Yao seemed more vibrant and attractive. But he held back from meowing out loud. Doing so in this situation would be utterly embarrassing. Nagato seemed to ignore Yao's teasing remarks and directly issued an order. Your abilities have already been reported by Kakuzu. Since you've chosen to stay, you must abide by the Akatsuki's rules. For now you will be teamed up with Deidara and Obito. This arrangement was laden with meaning. Deidara was an explosion fanatic who valued art above all, while Obito was a mysterious figure masquerading as a fool, adding in a seemingly flamboyant yet profoundly inscrutable Yao. This combination alone was enough to give someone a headache in anticipation. Deidara. Obito. Yao's red-faced mask turned toward the recently approached curious blonde boy Deidara and the still entangled Obito on the pipe, speaking in that playful tone. Oh dear. It's the explosive artist and that very lively orange peel mask guy. I hope your art and vitality won't blow me up to the sky or annoy me into depression. Deidara. His aquamarine eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of provocation-induced excitement. Obito. Orange peel mask. Life in the Akatsuki's base became much more vibrant and noisy with the addition of Yao, the temporary worker. His comically red face mask, combined with a white bird hairstyle and a bat-like cloak, along with his mouthless face that nevertheless spouted astonishing words, quickly made him the most eye-catching and the most infuriating presence in the base. Yao seemed to quickly find his fun in the Akatsuki, teasing his teammates. He especially favored Deidara and Haiden. Little Deidara, what new artwork did you create today? Let your senior have a look. Yao would lean next to Deidara, who was focused on kneading clay, his red face mask almost touching Deidara's golden ponytail, his voice drawn out and sugary. Deidara would puff up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his emerald eyes wide and his ears flushing uncontrollably. Stay away from me. You weird guy. My art is not for you to see. Yet his hands kneading the clay became inexplicably more vigorous, as if to disguise his inner turmoil. Yao saw his reaction as the shyness of a pure little virgin and found it extremely amusing, pushing his teasing further. As for Haiden, Yao adopted a different tactic. Senior Haiden, does Lord Jashin have any new instructions for today? Perhaps a particularly handsome sacrifice or something? He would squat beside Haiden during a ritual, seriously posing questions with that comical face, his tone laced with mockery. Haiden would usually swing his bloodied sides, shouting angrily, "Get lost. Do you think sacrifices can just be chosen? Talk too much, and I'll test my blade on you." However, his wandering gaze and slightly flushed neck betrayed that he was not entirely unaffected. Yao felt a sense of accomplishment in teasing this seemingly fierce yet simple-minded zealot. However, Yao was unaware that his self-proclaimed teasing appeared quite different in the eyes of Deidara and Haiden. They had long known through various channels Kisame's description, Zetsu's intelligence, even that Mid-Autumn Festival gathering, just how shocking the true visage behind the red-face mask was. Watching him speak flirtatious words with such a ridiculous face and a cold voice, the stark contrast was not only endearing but also strangely cute. Especially the way he thought he was hiding it while believing they were so foolish and pure, made the few who knew, including Itachi and Kisame who occasionally passed by, secretly chuckle seeing through it but not exposing it, even enjoying the feeling of receiving special attention from a peerless beauty. But Yao's good days did not last long as he met his nemesis, Kisame. According to the groupings, he was assigned to carry out reconnaissance or sabotage missions with Deidara and Kisame. Deidara was manageable at most, getting flustered, but Kisame was entirely different. One day the three of them walked through a desolate canyon. Yao habitually tried to dominate the conversation. Again he turned to Kisame, who was dancing about beside him, and opened with a flippant tone. "Senior Kisame, your outfit today is quite unique. This mask like an orange peel, this lively stance, it truly radiates youthful energy." He deliberately emphasized the word senior, laced with barely detectable sarcasm. However, Kisame Obito was no longer the naive disguised youth who had once been stumped by a simple "you're noisy." After the initial shock and inner turmoil, Obito quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding to turn the tables, even taking the initiative. "Oh my! Is the red-faced junior complimenting me?" Kisame immediately responded in an even more exaggerated and flirtatious tone, even leaning in closely, almost pressing his swirling mask against Yao's red face. "I'm so touched that the junior is so concerned about the senior." Meow. He could not help but emit a tiny, almost coy meow at a distance where only the two could hear. Yao. He was left frozen by Kisame's sudden closeness and that meow. Before he could react, Kisame took the opportunity to grab Yao's hand, noticing the black leather gloves he wore. "The junior's gloves look great too. Let the senior feel the material." Kisame Obito held Yao's gloved fingers, his movements appearing exaggeratedly comical, yet his fingertips bore an undeniable force, subtly rubbing against the back of Yao's hand, transmitting an ambiguous warmth through the leather. Yao's body tensed instantly. He could feel Kisame's deliberate actions and his ulterior motives. He wanted to pull his hand back, but Kisame had a firm grip, using the ridiculous excuse of the senior caring for the junior's gear as a cover, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a suitable reason to react. He could only endure allowing Kisame to study his hand while the usually vacant black eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing. "This bastard. Hey! Kisame. What the hell are you doing?" Deidara, unable to watch any longer, or perhaps feeling a bit irked, shouted. "Oh, come on, little Deidara, don't be jealous. The senior is just concerned about the junior's equipment safety." Kisame cheerfully released his hand, but seemingly reluctant, his fingers accidentally brushing against Yao's wrist. Yao quickly withdrew his hand, hiding it under his large bat cloak, his fingertips curling slightly. He felt as though the spot touched by Kisame still retained a strange sensation even through the gloves. In reality, he was being taken advantage of by Kisame unilaterally. In the journey ahead, Yao tried to regain his footing, but every time he opened his mouth to tease, Kisame would always counter with something more exaggerated, more nauseating, and more senior, caring for junior in nature, accompanied by various seemingly accidental yet precisely targeted physical contacts. Patting on the shoulder while squeezing a bit, wrapping an arm around the neck, briefly leaning in, or even pretending to trip and leaning against him. Yao maintained his flirtatious persona on the surface, using words to retaliate, yet his body grew increasingly stiff due to Kisame's relentless encroachments. He realized that his prideful self-perceived high emotional intelligence and teasing had completely fallen behind in the face of Kisame's natural disguised shamelessness and physical advances. Mutual flirtation. No, it was Kisame's unilateral flirtation and Yao's unilateral forbearance. Deidara watched in shock, sometimes feeling that Kisame was too embarrassing, and other times thinking that the red-faced guy's flustered expression was somewhat satisfying. Yao began to regret being grouped with Kisame. He would rather harass 100 Daidaras and Haidens than face this orange peel senior who could precisely breach his defenses and leave him unable to vent his frustrations. What he did not know was that while he was feeling troubled by Kisame's harassment, the corner of Kisame Obito's mouth hidden beneath the mask was curling into a scheming smile. "Teasing me? Hell, let's see who teases whom first. Since you're wearing a mask and acting foolishly, I'll play along to the end. Let's see how long this icy shell of yours can hold up under my hands." A seemingly comical farce, yet with turbulent undercurrents of teasing and counter-teasing, quietly unfolded within the Akatsuki. Chapter 40 End. A phase clingy and precise, reverse teasing, truly made Yao experience what it feels like to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. That comical red-faced mask seemed unable to bear the increasingly intense interactions between him and a Fae, nor could it effectively block a Fae's pervasive physical harassment. Finally, during a task break, Yao disappeared for a moment. When he reappeared before the members of the Akatsuki, everyone sensed a difference. He had replaced the elegant white bird hairstyle with a dragon bone hairstyle. This hairstyle was shaved extremely short on both sides, revealing the bluish scalp, while a single white strand of hair was slicked back like a dragon's backbone, gathering into a clean yet lengthy braid at the back of his head. From the side it truly resembled the tail of some small dinosaur, exuding a desolate and rebellious sense of danger. This hairstyle accentuated the sharpness of his facial features. He still wore that inner red and outer black bat cloak, along with a pair of sharp-looking warrior pants complementing the dangerous aura of his new hairstyle. The most significant change, however, was in the mask on his face. The comical red-faced mask without a mouth had vanished. In its place was a mysterious and noble deer head mask, actually resembling an antelope's skull but commonly referred to as a deer head. The mask covered most of his face, revealing only a beautifully contoured chin, pale, almost translucent skin, and two perfectly shaped lips lacking color. The antler-like horns twisted upwards from the top of the mask, imbued with an ancient totemic mystery. The entire mask emanated a calm melancholy, and even slightly compassionate aura, creating a marvelous fusion with the dangerous aura of his dragon bone hairstyle. He stood quietly there, and the gaze beneath the deer head mask, invisible to others, seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered with calculation, assessing the value of this new look. Haiden scratched his head, feeling that this mask looked much more sophisticated than the previous red face, more fitting as a sacrificial offering. Deidara blinked his azure eyes, feeling that this look had a certain artistic sense. The core of Sasori's puppet operated silently. Zetsu's carnivorous plant slightly opened and closed. Konan's gaze lingered on the antlers for a moment. Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan calmly swept across, revealing no ripples. And Afei Obito, after an initial daze, had his single eye beneath the whirlpool mask suddenly burst with an even hotter light. Dragon bone hairstyle. Deer head mask. Only the chin and lips exposed. This half-hidden, mysterious yet dangerous feeling struck deeper into his heart than the previous gaudy red face that was too obvious. That pale chin, those light-colored lips. How desirable. The details hidden beneath the mysterious and noble mask, which were only vaguely visible, were far more thought-provoking and impactful than direct beauty. However, just when everyone thought that Yao, having donned the seemingly melancholic and profound mask, would tone down his previous flamboyant behavior, Yao proved their naivety through action. He slightly turned his head, directing the deer head mask towards a Fae who was stealthily trying to approach him, then spoke with a clear voice that seemed to carry a subtle smile through the mask, even more lively than before. "Oh my, isn't this our energetic and passionate senior A Fae? What's the matter? Are you mesmerized by my new look?" Staring blankly. Everyone. This tone. This choice of words. It's clearly even more flamboyant. On the surface he appeared melancholic and mysterious, but inside he was even more lively and flirtatious. This contrast was simply deadly. Afei was caught off guard by this sudden upgraded flamboyance, his movements frozen in midair. Yet Yao seemed to have switched on some sort of switch, continuing with a lively and teasing tone. "If my senior likes it, you can come a little closer to take a look, but you can't be so clumsy as before, okay?" "I might get shy," he said, shy, but his tone was full of mockery and provocation. The shattered mask did not bring about a sense of alienation, nor did it allow anyone to see his face clearly. What was new was a mask that was even more mischievous. Afei Obito instantly reacted, his heart soaring with joy. A Yao like this was more challenging. He immediately got into character, twisting his body in an even more flamboyant manner. "Wow. The new mask of my junior is so cool." But my junior said, shy. "I don't believe it. Let me check if you're really shy." Meow. As he said this, he lunged forward. This time, however, Yao was well prepared, his figure slipping away like a swimming fish, causing Afei to miss. "Senior, it's not a good habit to be handsy." The corner of Yao's lip appeared to hint at a faint, unseen smile beneath the deer head mask. "If you want to look, just use your eyes properly." He said this while naturally walking towards Deidara, who was adjusting his clay giant bird. "Little Deidara, where are we planning to fly this big bird for an artistic explosion today? A performance in the air? Do you need a handsome partner like me to embellish it?" He deliberately mimicked Deidara's speech pattern, his tone friendly. Deidara's ears turned red again, puffing out his neck. "Who needs you as a partner? My art is enough on its own." But his gaze couldn't help but glance towards Yao's unique dragon bone braid and mysterious deer head mask. Haydn shouted from the side, "Hey, deer head kid. Come tell me if this mask has any special significance. Is it related to the Lord of Evil Gods?" Yao chuckled softly, his voice resonating through the deer head mask carrying a magnetic quality. "Senior Haydn, whether the Lord of Evil Gods likes antlers I have no idea. However, if you'd like to tell me more about the teachings of the evil god cult, I would be very eager to listen." He maneuvered among the group, his words lively, his demeanor calm, the melancholy brought by the deer head mask shattered by his flamboyant core, instead forming a more deadly contrast charm. On the outside he appeared melancholic, yet he was even more flamboyant and lively within. The Akatsuki's base was once again filled with vibrant energy due to this temporary worker who had changed his attire and seemingly upgraded his personality. And Afei Obito watched Yao, who glided through the crowd like a flower butterfly, or rather a dark elf with a dragon bone tail, skillfully playing with teasing and counter-teasing, his smile beneath the mask becoming increasingly profound. Interesting. Truly fascinating. No matter what mask you wear, you cannot escape from my grasp. This game is becoming more and more addictive. Chapter 41 End. Life at the Akatsuki base maintained a bizarre yet lively balance under the combination of Yao's dragon bone deer's face and the upgraded version of Ming Sao. He seemed truly immersed in the role of a temp worker, teasing his teammates, and being teased back by Afei, temporarily casting aside the task of exploring the land of light and gathering intelligence. However, this seemingly calm facade was abruptly shattered by an urgent intelligence transmitted back through Ju. The plan to collapse Konoha was initiated. Inin and Suna forged an alliance with Orochimaru, personally taking action targeting the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The four purple flames formation had already risen and the battle had reached a fever pitch. When Kakuzu routinely announced this intelligence within the base, his main objective was to assess the impact of this matter on the Akatsuki's plans and the potential shifts in benefits. He did not pay special attention to Yao's reaction. But Yao, who had seemed indifferent and playful with Deidara, underwent a sudden shift in aura upon hearing keywords like Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen Orochimaru, and in grave danger. His facade of bright and lively was like a balloon that had been popped, dissipating in an instant. The air around him seemed to freeze, and his lips, which had previously held a hint of mockery, abruptly formed a cold straight line. Though the deer mask obscured his gaze, the chilling aura that suddenly radiated from him caused Deidara and Haydn, who were closest, to instinctively take half a step back. The commotion in the base came to a halt. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on this suddenly silent temp worker. Afei Obito stopped his exaggerated movements, narrowing his single eye behind the spiral mask, intently watching Yao. Yao slowly raised his head, turning the deer mask towards the source of the intelligence. His voice was no longer the previous light-hearted and lively tone, but had returned to its original coldness, devoid of warmth, even tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. "Third grandfather," he repeated softly as if to confirm. Then he suddenly turned towards Pain Nagato with an air of resoluteness. "I must return to Konoha." At this declaration the base erupted in chaos. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered with displeasure. "Temp worker, don't forget your identity and our agreement." Haydn shouted, "Hey, deerhead brat. What are you stirring up trouble for? Let Orochimaru and the old man fight it out." Deidara remained silent, but his azure eyes were filled with confusion. Yet Yao seemed to ignore their objections, his gaze through the mask locked onto Pain as he reiterated, "I must go back now." Pain's Rinnegan showed no fluctuation, his cold voice resonating reason. Yao paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts or perhaps suppressing some emotion. Finally he spoke in an extremely calm yet weighty tone. "My life was saved by him." A simple sentence devoid of any ornate language seemed to harbor a profound heaviness. It was he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who brought the unconscious, mysterious version of him back to Konoha, offering a temporary refuge. No matter how indifferent and distant he appeared, that initial act of rescue had perhaps left a mark deep within his seemingly hollow heart, one he himself had not fully realized. He did not care for the fate of Konoha, nor for the lives or deaths of the villagers or ninjas. But the third Hokage, that old man who would secretly tie a red bow for him, who would show concern in his eyes when he was silent, must not die. At the very least he must not die because of such a trivial invasion plan. This reasoning plunged the base into silence once more. Even Kakuzu found himself at a loss for words to counter gratitude. Such emotions were too foreign for them, the renegade ninjas, yet not entirely incomprehensible. At that moment Ju's peculiar voice echoed from below. Orochimaru seems quite interested in Yakuin as well. I heard him murmuring to the battle footage in the crystal ball. My white bird. My white bird. These 4 words ignited the final fuse. Yao's aura instantly transformed into one of danger and ferocity. His dragon bone hairstyle seemed to rise slightly due to the invisible energy fluctuations. The bat cloak fluttered without wind, the crimson within it seeming ready to spill out. Orochimaru. That rogue ninja who attempted to abduct him in the snowy forest eyeing him with greed. How dare he still covet? How dare he use such terms? New grievances and old hatreds, perhaps not hatred but intense disgust combined with worry for the third's safety, led Yao to make an immediate decision. He no longer waited for Pain's approval, turning sharply and striding towards the base's exit. Stop! Kakuzu shouted sternly, the black tentacles of his earth grudge fear writhing restlessly. Afeabito also appeared instantly in front of Yao, attempting to block him. Hey, Junior! Don't be so impulsive. Huh! Yet Yao merely shot them a cold glance, the jawline revealed beneath the deer mask taut. He raised his hand not to attack but with a swift motion directed at the void before him. A light gate larger and more dazzling than any before thunderously opened. On the other side of the gate no longer was there tranquil clouds or rainforests, but the chaos, clamor, flames, and dust of Konoha village faintly emerged. Those who block me die. The chilling voice like that from the depths of the abyss emanated from beneath the deer mask, carrying an unabashed intent to kill. In that moment he was no longer the playful temp worker but had returned to the cold existence that commanded destruction and judgment at the endpoint of the grave soil. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tide, causing even the immortal duo of Kakuzu and Haiden to feel a wave of unease. Afeabito froze in his movements, sensing that Yao was serious at this moment. Yao ignored them and stepped through the light gate. The gate swiftly closed and vanished behind him. A dead silence fell over the Akatsuki base. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying momentum and resolute attitude that Yao had unleashed in an instant. Afeabito stared at the spot where Yao had disappeared, his brow tightly furrowed beneath the spiral mask. Konoha. The third. Orochimaru. And that phrase, my white bird. Tisk, what a hassle. He muttered softly, his figure quietly merging into the Kamui vortex, vanishing without a trace. He had to follow to see he couldn't let his precious little kitty, no white bird, be snatched away by that stinky snake. Meanwhile the others in the base exchanged glances. The situation in Konoha seemed even more perplexing with the forceful intervention of this temp worker. The son of light, with the dragon bone deer's face carrying cold killing intent and a hint of imperceptible urgency, was crossing space heading towards the land that had nurtured, temporarily sheltered him. Orochimaru, your white bird has returned, bearing the sharpness to tear apart all. Chapter 42 complete. Above the wooden leaves, the 4 purple flames formation resembled a colossal violet cage isolating the rooftop battlefield from the outside world. Inside, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, his body marked with numerous wounds, facing his once most proud disciple Orochimaru along with the resurrected first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in a dire predicament. Orochimaru wore a cruel and delighted smile, reveling in the sight of his teacher's struggle, his long tongue licking his lips. Sensei Sarutobi, the tide of the era has changed, you may rest in peace. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow and the first and second Hokage were about to unleash their lethal assault, the light wall of the 4 purple flames formation above the rooftop rippled violently as if stones had been thrown into water. Immediately, to everyone's astonishment, the barrier capable of withstanding rank ninjutsu was torn open by an invisible forceful power, creating a massive gap. A figure bathed in the divine light pouring down from the breach slowly descended. The dragon-bone hairstyle fluttered in the wind, carrying a sense of desolation and danger. The black and red bat cloak rustled dramatically, resembling a dark lord descending from the night. The mysterious and noble deer skull mask only revealed a beautifully contoured pale jaw and tightly pressed thin lips. It was Yao. His sudden appearance was so abrupt and shocking that it instantly captured everyone's attention on the battlefield. Who is that? Orochimaru's golden snake eyes suddenly narrowed, fixated on this unexpected guest. From the posture of tearing the barrier, and the overwhelming energy emanating from the being, he sensed a tremendous threat. The third Hokage was also stunned, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, especially the deer skull mask, momentarily failing to recognize it. Yet Yao seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere before him. His deer skull mask first turned toward the alert first and second Hokage, his gaze invisible to all, lingering for a moment on their bodies, which were composed of dirt yet still revealed traces of their former glory. In that fleeting moment something strange occurred. In the hollow eyes of the resurrected Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, controlled by the curse seal, a fleeting flicker of something incredibly weak, a remnant of their true consciousness. A tremor. That tremor did not arise from control but from a profound, soul-level stir caused by the presence of this mysterious entity. Though it was momentary and quickly suppressed again by the seal, that fleeting gaze had indeed existed. Then Yao made a move that shook Orochimaru to his core. He didn't even form hand seals, merely raised his hand casually towards the first and second Hokage, pure white light flowing from his fingertips. Release! With his cold voice, the control seals of the first and second Hokage, attributed to the reincarnation of dirt, melted and disintegrated as if exposed to sunlight on snow. The restraints lifted. The eyes of the two former Hokage regained a moment of clarity, and although their bodies remained of dirt, they had temporarily escaped Orochimaru's control. They stared in astonishment at their own hands, then looked towards the figure behind the deer skull mask. Orochimaru was panic-stricken. "What have you done? How is this possible?" He had easily unraveled his forbidden technique. What kind of power was this? Yet Yao paid no heed to the first and second Hokage, nor did he glance at the shocked third Hokage. His deer skull mask slowly turned to face the pale-faced Orochimaru. Then, with a tone that seemed out of place on this battlefield of life and death, tinged with mockery and a sense of realization, he spoke. "Oh, a master-disciple romance." He tilted his head, his dragabone braids swaying, his tone filled with amusement. "Such fierce fighting, I thought it was some dramatic love-hate story. So it turns out, Senior Orochimaru, you harbor resentment for Grandpa Third due to love, wanting to destroy what you cannot have." Orochimaru, the third Hokage. The first and second Hokage barely regaining their consciousness. The entire rooftop battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by Yao's earth-shattering interpretation. In fact, someone wanted to rush over in an instant, but had to maintain an air of sophistication and flamboyance. Orochimaru's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his golden snake eyes erupted with overwhelming fury and murderous intent. "You brat! You're courting death!" He recognized that voice, that aura. It was that treasure that had made him retreat in the snowy forest, haunting his dreams. He actually dared to appear again to mock him like this. In the face of Orochimaru's rage, Yao seemed even more pleased. He chuckled softly, his voice resonating through the deer skull mask. "Little snake," he used a remarkably affectionate and nauseating term. "Don't you remember me? In the snow, didn't you want to take me away? How come you've fallen for someone else so quickly and turned against your own teacher?" As he spoke, he appeared to casually move a few steps closer to Orochimaru, the bat cloak trailing an elegant arc behind him. "Don't be angry." His tone even carried a hint of coaxing, yet the content was even more chilling. "Seeing you so obsessed with pursuing eternal life, making yourself neither human nor ghost. How pitiful!" He stopped a short distance in front of Orochimaru, the deer skull mask slightly lowered as if examining an item. "Forget it, what can I say? I have a soft heart. I'll give you eternity then." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand again, this time palm facing Orochimaru. An irresistible, warm, and immense power of light surged towards Orochimaru like a flood. Orochimaru instinctively tried to resist but found himself utterly powerless against this force. The light was not destructive but rather integrating. It crazily merged into every inch of his flesh and blood, every cell, even penetrating his soul. "Ah!" Orochimaru let out a painful howl, feeling his body undergoing a fundamental, irreversible transformation. The light dissipated. Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. He checked his body and found no injuries, but an unprecedented sensation filled him. His cellular activity had been fixed at a peak state, metabolism nearly halted, and the feeling of aging and death with the passage of time had vanished. This was not the pseudo-mortality he had studied, which required constant body switching. This was a true, unaging immortality, forcibly solidified from the very essence of life. Let alone being a false immortality, Yao had truly granted him eternal life. Orochimaru lifted his head, looking at Yao with eyes filled with extreme shock, confusion, and a hint of intense tremor born from this incomprehensible gift that he had never anticipated. The goal he had pursued his entire life had been achieved so easily by this mysterious entity in such a manner. Yao gazed at Orochimaru's complex expression, and beneath the deer skull mask the unseen corner of his lips seemed to curl into a cold arc. "So how is it? Do you like this gift, little snake?" he asked softly, his tone gentle yet laced with a chilling implication. "This eternity, is it a blessing or a more eternal curse?" On the rooftop winds rose and clouds surged. The situation due to Yao's arrival and his unfathomable gift spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 43: The End. The chaos of the Konoha destruction plan spread like a plague across the village, shouts of battle, deafening explosions, and the thunderous collapse of buildings converging into a symphony of despair. Shinobi from Sunagakure and Otogakure surged in like a relentless tide, clashing fiercely with Konoha's defenders. Blood stained the streets, and terror choked every throat. At one corner of this maelstrom, a far crueler, far more lopsided battle unfolded. Gaara of Sunagakure, the ultimate weapon, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku the One-Tail. At this moment the bloodthirsty beast within him had nearly seized full dominion over his will. Half transformed into his tail beast form, he hovered encased in viscous malevolent armor of sand. Dark red Shikaku markings crawled across his once ethereal face, his eyes hollow and savage, reduced solely to primal, unrelenting bloodlust. He floated midair, beneath him churning waves of sentient sand that writhed and struck with predatory instinct, leaving ruin in their wake, devouring both structure and life without mercy. Opposite him stood Sakura Haruno, barely holding on, and Sasuke Uchiha, already drained of chakra, collapsed upon the ground, yet still shielding her with his own battered body. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, perhaps locked in combat elsewhere in the village. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura cried, tears mingling with blood and dust as she gazed upon the wounded boy who stood before her. Despair flooded her heart like freezing sand, cold, suffocating, absolute. Gaara unleashed a guttural, inhuman roar. More sand coalesced into colossal spears, surging downward with annihilating force, aimed directly at the immobile Sasuke and helpless Sakura below. Slaughter seemed inevitable. At that razor's-edge instant, a figure appeared, silent and seamless, as if having pierced the very fabric of space and time, materializing high above the battlefield, precisely between Gaara and the two beneath him. His dragon-bone hairstyle remained utterly still amid the turbulent air, radiating an ancient, desolate stillness. His bat-shaped cloak, crimson-lined and black, spread wide behind him, forming an impermeable barrier between the descending assault and the desperate pair below. His enigmatic noble deer mask, serene and timeless, floated against the backdrop of smoke and ash like a quiet symbol from another dimension. It was Yao. Having resolved the rooftop crisis, and bestowed immortality upon Orochimaru with an almost divine grace, he did not linger. With the third Hokage's peril averted, Yao sensed darker, denser currents of despair surging elsewhere in the village, especially here where chakra thickened into near tangible density, a volatile fusion of tailed beast fury and Jinchuriki anguish. He came, not to save perhaps, but drawn inexorably by the extremity of that pain, and that solitude. The moment Yao appeared, Gaara's descending sand spear froze midair, unnaturally, inexplicably. Not by Gaara's will, but because Shikaku's rampaging chakra, threatening to drown his consciousness, entirely recoiled in shock upon encountering Yao's invisible aura, pure, gentle light, radiant and serene. Like boiling water meeting snow, it momentarily congealed and shrank back. A primal instinct, awe or perhaps aversion, rose within Shikaku itself, reverence for a higher, purer energy so profound it stilled even its own wrath. Gaara's hollow, violent gaze locked involuntarily and unflinchingly onto that sudden masked silhouette. In that same breath Yao's deer mask tilted ever so slightly. Behind it, unseen by any mortal eye, his pitch-black pupils pierced through spatial barriers with flawless precision, meeting Gaara's own, eyes brimming with torment, slaughter, and infinite desolate loneliness. One glance, eternal as millennia. Time stretched, thinned, and froze. Gaara felt his soul cleaved open by a silent, shattering thunderclap. What kind of gaze was this? Though unseen, it was felt, utterly. Not fear. Not revulsion. Not pity. Not curiosity. It was absolute stillness, an unfathomable void, a gaze that saw past all masks, past all suffering, past the hardened shell forged from hatred and isolation, and looked straight into the barren desert at the core of his soul, understanding. No, not even understanding. It was coexistence. As if whispering, "Look, you are alone. So am I. You are tormented by the monster within you. I am an unkillable, unbreakable Na-being. You are cast out by the world. I drift beyond it. We are at essence kin." This voiceless resonance, striking straight to the soul, carry greater force than any jutsu, any spoken word. Gaara's heart, long frozen beneath layers of Shikaku's chakra and years of accumulated hatred, was pierced unexpectedly and tenderly by a luminous dagger of warmth and light prying open a fissure in its icy shell. Within him Shikaku roared uneasily, thrashing to reassert dominance, to expel this unsettling light. Yet the impact of that single glance had already seared itself into Gaara's deepest awareness, indelible, irreversible. Yao hung motionless in the air, his back cloak shielding both the carnage below and the storm of Gaara's killing intent. He spoke no word, made no gesture, only held Gaara in that silent, soul-deep gaze, conducting a dialogue beyond language. Below, Sasuke and Sakura, granted reprieve from certain death, stared upward breathless with awe, unable to comprehend the figure who now stood between them and annihilation. Who is he? Why has Gaara halted? That dear mask, why does it feel hauntingly familiar? How long past? A heartbeat, or an eternity? Gaara's sand armor and Shikaku chakra flared violently, unstable, flickering. The crimson markings on his face pulsed, now sharp, now faint. His eyes wore the brutal vacancy of Shikaku, clashed fiercely with a newly awakened disoriented glimmer, the fragile buried self of Gaara himself. Ugh! Gaara clutched his head, screaming, a raw, chaotic cry as Shikaku's will surged back, straining to erase the imprint of that glance. Then Yao moved, at last. He did not strike Gaara. Nor did he attempt to soothe or seal Shikaku. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his gloved hand, black leather gleaming, and gently pushed forward, palm outward, no hand seals, no visible chakra fluctuation. A ring of white light, softer, vaster, and imbued with infinitely purer life energy and tranquil will than the one he'd wielded at the Akatsuki base, rippled outward from him like calm water, silently enveloping Gaara, Sasuke, and Sakura alike. This light bore no destructive intent, it carried only purification and solace. The instant the ring touched him, Gaara felt Shikaku's frenzied howls recede behind a soft, cushioning veil, distant, muffled, subdued. The hatred and loneliness that had gnawed relentlessly at his soul seemed for a fleeting moment soothed by this warmth, like life-giving water flowing over cracked, barren earth, bringing an unprecedented, almost luxurious serenity. He stared transfixed at the deer-masked figure. His murderous aura ebbed like retreating tide, the Shikaku markings faded, the crimson bled from his eyes, revealing their true jade-green hue, yet now filled with overwhelming bewilderment, shock, and a fierce, inexplicable palpitation, and longing. Longing to draw nearer to that light. Longing to be gazed upon thus again. Longing to escape this endless solitude. Below, Sasuke and Sakura too were awestruck by the light's power. Their wounds eased, their exhaustion lifted. Gazing upon the airborne figure, godlike or demonic, they felt emotions too complex for words. Yao observed the dawning clarity in Gaara's eyes, and the tempest of emotion swirling deep within them. His deer mask shifted almost imperceptibly, as if nodding. Then he departed, without delay. As though his descent had been ordained for nothing more than that single glance, and that single ring of light. He turned his back cloak, slicing the air, and his form blurred, grew translucent, dissolved like snow merging with sunlight, vanishing utterly. He left no words behind, as if he had never been there at all. Only the lingering soul-soothing resonance of the light, and the indelible timeless weight of that glance across millennia, remained to testify to an encounter brief yet destined to reshape everything. The sand spears had long since dissipated. Gaara descended slowly, landing amidst the ruins, his jade-green eyes vacant, fixed upon the direction Yao had vanished, lost in reverie. Sasuke struggled upright, watching Gaara's dazed expression, then recalling the deer mask, until a wild, improbable suspicion rose in his mind. Could it truly be him? Sakura steadied Sasuke, her heart still racing, yet brimming with gratitude and unanswered questions. The chaos in Konoha raged on. But within the heart of the sandboy a storm far more devastating than any tail beast rampage had quietly begun, sparked by a single glance. Two solitary souls, amidst smoke and fire, exchanged a silent, wordless gaze destined to echo across lifetimes. One glance, eternal as millennia. The smoke above the leaves has yet to fully dissipate, and the ruins are filled with cries and shouts. After resolving the rooftop crisis and completing the fateful encounter with Gaara, Yao did not linger long in the chaotic Konoha. The gate of light opened once more and he stepped out, having already left that sorrowful place, appearing in a valley far removed from the flames of war, tranquil and deserted. The valley was deep and serene, with streams gurgling, forming a stark contrast to the tragic scene of Konoha. Yao slowly walked to the stream's edge, his dragon bone hairstyle unmoved by the gentle breeze, while the crimson lining of his bat cloak stood out vividly in the lush valley. He raised his hand and gently removed the deer head mask from his face, revealing a pale and ethereal visage, one that could overshadow all else. The cold stream reflected his hollow black eyes as if even the waters had stilled in awe. He needed a moment of tranquility to digest everything that had just transpired, the crisis of the third Hokage Orochimaru's gift and the bottomless loneliness reflected in the eyes of that child of the sandstorm which mirrored his own. However, this peace did not last long. The space behind him began to twist and swirl silently like ripples spreading across the surface of water after a stone is thrown. A figure stepped out in a familiar black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing that orange whirlpool mask, silently emerging from the Kamui dimension. It was Uchiha Obito, or rather Akatsuki. But his aura at this moment was starkly different from the flamboyant and whimsical demeanor he previously displayed at the Akatsuki base. Though still wearing that comical mask, he exuded a solemn, dark, and unfathomable presence akin to an abyss. He did not rush over as usual, nor did he make any whimsical remarks. He simply stood quietly at a distance, the only visible eye peering through the mask's hole, deeply observing Yao's back. Yao did not even turn around, as if he had long anticipated his arrival. He continued to gaze at the stream, his voice as cold as jade shattering the valley's silence. "Have you not grown tired following me, senior?" He no longer referred to him as the frivolous senior Akatsuki, but directly unveiled his identity and intentions. Obito, we shall refer to him as such for now, did not deny it, nor did he resort to exaggerated theatrics as before to disguise himself. He merely took a few steps forward, stopping at a distance neither too far nor too close from Yao, his voice resonating through the mask, deep and tinged with an inexplicable magnetism starkly different from Akatsuki's tone. Was the show in Konoha enjoyable? He did not inquire why Yao had returned nor about what he had done with Orochimaru, and did not mention his bizarre confrontation with Gaara. He simply posed this seemingly inconsequential question. Yao finally turned slowly, his pure black eyes reflecting no light, meeting the deep gaze beneath Obito's mask. As their eyes locked, it felt as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air. A boring farce. Yao's tone was flat, betraying no joy or anger. But what about you, senior? Did you find it enjoyable? His words carried implicit meaning. Obito had been lurking in the shadows, witnessing everything that transpired on the rooftop, including Yao effortlessly breaking the Edo Tensei and that unfathomable gift of immortality. Obito let out a low chuckle devoid of its previous comical tone, now laced with a chilling mockery, to so easily bestow upon others the eternity they yearn for, to toy with life at will. You are indeed more dangerous than I imagined. Dangerous. Yao tilted his head slightly, his dragon bone braids swaying, the corners of his lips curving into a faint, nearly cruel arc compared to certain individuals hiding behind masks, scheming to plunge the entire world into an illusion of infinite Tsukuyami. I consider myself merciful. He directly exposed Obito's deepest plans. Obito's aura instantly stiffened, a flash of piercing light darting through his single eye, but it quickly fell back into silence. He was not enraged, instead he advanced a step closer, the distance between them shrinking rapidly, almost allowing them to feel each other's breath if Yao needed to breathe. An illusory dream. Obito's voice lowered further, carrying a beguiling undertone. At least in that dream there is no loss, no pain, no. The tragic state of Konoha you witnessed today. Everyone can attain happiness. Does that include the girl named Rin? Yao suddenly asked, his tone still flat, yet like the sharpest dagger it precisely pierced Obito's heart at its most vulnerable spot. Obito's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, as if his breath beneath the mask had halted. The atmosphere around them plummeted to freezing point, even the valley's wind seemed to grow fierce. What do you know? A hint of uncontainable icy killing intent seeped into Obito's voice. I know that you live in a lie woven by others. Yao fearlessly met his murderous gaze, his black eyes still reflecting the eternal void, like a puppet immersed in a self-righteous revenge and redemption, both laughable and tragic. These words were like the most venomous curse, ruthlessly tearing at Obito's already battered heart. He suddenly reached out, his speed so swift that it left only an afterimage grabbing Yao's wrist. The force was so great that it nearly crushed the delicate bones. You! Obito's voice trembled slightly with anger. However, Yao did not even furrow his brow. He simply lowered his head, glanced at Obito's gloved hand tightly gripping his wrist, then slowly raised his eyes, a trace of near pity flashing across his black gaze. Are you angry? Are you in pain? Yao's voice was light as a breeze, yet every word pierced the heart. This is what you must endure on the path you have chosen. Instead of blaming me, why not think about who turned you into your current state? Obito stared at him intently, the fingers gripping Yao's wrist turning pale from the strain. His chest rose and fell violently, his expression twisted beneath the masked turmoil churning within him, a raging anger, the panic of having his truths exposed, and a strange stirring that he himself was unwilling to admit arising from the rawness of the wounds reopened by this very person. He should have killed him. This existence which saw through all his layers, whose words were like poison, was too dangerous. Yet, the hand gripping Yao's wrist seemed to possess its own will, unable to truly exert force and crush down. His fingertips could even feel the cold and delicate touch of Yao's wrist through the leather glove, akin to fine cold jade. Yao watched the fierce struggle in his eyes and suddenly let out a light laugh. This laughter was no longer mocking but carried an inexplicable meaning. He raised his other free hand not to attack, but slowly, gently he traced the edge of Obito's whirlpool mask with his fingertips, the motion imbued with a near familiar and teasing exploration. "Isn't it tiring to wear such a mask, senior?" His voice lowered, carrying a hint of subtle seduction. "Or have you grown accustomed to hiding behind it, afraid to reveal your true emotions?" Obito jolted suddenly as if struck by electricity, releasing his grip on Yao's wrist and instinctively taking half a step back. The cold sensation of Yao's fingertips seemed to linger on the mask, bringing an unprecedented palpitating fear. The two fell into a standoff once more, but the atmosphere had changed. The valley was silent, the stream murmuring softly. A smoke-free yet perilous game was unfolding silently between the two. One sought to tear away the other's facade, while the other struggled between murderous intent and an indescribable attraction. And behind Yao's seemingly sympathetic and seductive exterior, his bottomless black eyes concealed thoughts that none could fathom. Chapter 45: The End. The air in the valley seemed to solidify into heavy ember, enveloping the silent yet fierce clash between the two. Obito lost control due to Yao's sharp question about Rin suddenly retreating under the other's almost familiar touch, the turbulent waves rising within him still not settling. Yao observed his retreating motion and the violent rise and fall of his chest beneath the swirling mask. Within those hollow black eyes a flicker of understanding seemed to pass. He did not press closer, instead he withdrew his hand that had brushed against the edge of the other's mask, his posture once again becoming distant and languid, as if the momentary probing and temptation had merely been the other's illusion. He gently moved his wrist, which had grown numb from Obito's grip. The skin beneath the black leather glove remained pale, showing no signs of injury. Then, with a tone as casual as discussing the weather, he cast out a bait capable of shaking the very foundation of the ninja world, and utterly tearing apart Obito's soul. Obito, or rather, the lovesick Obito. He once again revealed the other's true name, an essence, his tone flat yet carrying a cruel, penetrating quality. "Do you want me to help you resurrect her?" Resurrect her? Those three words struck like three silent thunderclaps, echoing in the depths of Obito's mind. His exposed eye instantly widened to the extreme, his pupils constricting, even his breath coming to a complete halt. The face beneath the mask twisted in extreme shock, and a certain wild hope ignited unexpectedly, one he had not anticipated. Resurrect Rin. To bring back that girl whose warm smile illuminated his dark childhood, the one who had tragically died in the hands of his supposed friend on the day he believed the world had crumbled, alive again. Could this be possible? This thought acted like the most enticing poison, instantly corroding all his reason and resolve. The Moon Eye Plan. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the face of the tangible within reach, resurrection, that illusory dream seemed so pale and powerless. For a moment Obito almost blurted out, "Yes." However, just as that desire was about to burst through all barriers, countless cold fragments of memories surged like a tide, drowning him. Rin's desperate and sorrowful gaze when she collided with Kakashi's Raikiri, Uchiha Madaro's whispers filled with temptation and scheming, the endless wars, deceptions, and pains of this world. And Yao before him with his inhuman strength, his attitude of playing with life and eternity, and his unfathomable motives. Would this resurrection truly be real? Or was it another more elaborate, inescapable trap? What would be the cost? To bring Rin back into this dirty, painful, betrayal-filled world? Or to become like Orochimaru, forced into an existence that is neither human nor ghost-granted eternity? A great fear and doubt like a bucket of ice water extinguished the flame of hope that had ignited in that instant. Obito abruptly closed his single eye, his body trembling slightly as if struggling to suppress something. After a long while he slowly opened his eyes again, now covered by an almost obsessive cold despair. He stared intensely at Yao, his voice hoarse and dry as if each word dripped with blood. "What do you really want?" Yao seemed unfazed by Obito's intense internal struggle. He even tilted his head slightly, his dragon bone braid falling over his shoulder, a hint of undisguised mockery in his tone. Tsk. Is it because Rin doesn't like you that you desire that dream? A false illusion completely under your control, obedient to you. His words pierced like the sharpest needle, once again accurately stabbing into Obito's most secret and unbearable pain. Wasn't one of the deeper motivations behind his construction of the Moon Eye plan his inability to accept Rin's death, to accept that she might have never truly belonged to him, thus yearning to create a perfect world entirely ruled by himself where everyone loves him, and Rin also loves him? Shut up! Obito roared, a fierce killing intent erupting around him, causing the ground's gravel to tremble slightly. What do you understand? I do not comprehend the complex and tedious emotions of you humans. Yao's tone returned to its previous indifference, even carrying a hint of weariness, but I can see that you are afraid. Afraid that even if you resurrect her she still wouldn't choose you. Afraid to face the truth, afraid of losing again. So you'd rather hide in that self-deceptive dream like a turtle withdrawing its head. His words grew increasingly harsh, each sentence more cruelly tearing apart Obito's facade. Obito's chest heaved violently, the teeth beneath the mask grinding together, his single eye swirling with furious rage, the shame of being seen through, and a bottomless pain. He was on the verge of losing control again, wanting to completely shred this existence that had pushed him into desperation time and time again. However, just as Obito was about to explode, Yao suddenly retracted all mockery at the brink of his outburst, his black eyes returning to a deep void. He quietly gazed at Obito as if admiring a nearly shattered piece of art. So Yao finally concluded, his voice light as a sigh yet carrying an undeniable determination. You have rejected the possibility of reality. You still intend to execute that Moon Eye? This was not a question but a pronouncement. Obito clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, bringing sharp pain, yet it was nothing compared to the turmoil within. He looked at Yao's eyes, which seemed to devour all light, a massive wave of mixed despair, anger, and an indescribable sense of loss eventually transformed into a low soul-deep roar. Yes. So what? This decaying world filled with betrayal and pain is not worthy of possessing the real Rin. Only in the dream of the Moon Eye can eternal peace and happiness be attained. This is the correct path. He spoke as if convincing Yao, but more so convincing his own faith that was already teetering. Yao, upon hearing this, ceased to speak. He merely looked deeply at Obito, his gaze complex and inscrutable, containing mockery, pity, perhaps even a hint of appreciation for this extreme obsession that he himself had not even noticed. Then he turned away, no longer gazing at Obito's near-collapsed visage. The bat cloak flared up, his figure beginning to grow increasingly blurry and transparent. Then, may your beautiful dream never awaken. Leaving behind this cold and profound statement, Yao's figure completely dissipated in the gentle breeze of the valley, and the sound of the stream as if he had never appeared. The valley returned to silence. Obito stood alone in place, as if all strength had been drawn from him, slowly and dejectedly kneeling to the ground. The swirling mask hid all of his expressions, only the slightly trembling shoulders revealed the far more brutal war within him than any ninja technique duel. The temptation of resurrecting Rin. The ruthlessly pierced shame and anger. The obsessive adherence to the Moon Eye plan. All of this like a mad vine tightly coiling around his heart, tightening evermore, nearly suffocating him. And that existence named Yao, like a phantom from another world, carved yet another unfathomable scar upon his already cracked destiny. Can the Moon Eye truly bring redemption? Or is it merely the beginning of a longer and more desperate descent? Obito knelt by the cold stream, unable to find an answer. The departure of Yao was as silent as his every appearance, yet it left undeniable ripples within the Akatsuki organization. Details of the rooftop battle trickled back through various channels, and the easy way to break the reanimation jutsu and grant Orochimaru the eerie gift of eternal life caused even the most arrogant members to feel a profound pressure and trepidation. He did not return to the base in the land of rain, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Days later, the member in charge of organizing the public area Jew discovered a sheet of plain paper gently pressed under a low table in the corner briefly occupied by Yao. The paper was not the usual material found in the ninja world, but rather resembled an unknown fiber, smooth and crisp. Neatly written in an exceptionally orderly style that bore a unique sense of aloof beauty was a message: autumn begins gradually, cold don't fall, it'll stay well. The opening was a simple seasonal greeting, the tone as flat as stating an objective fact, yet it carried an inexplicable hint of concern, like a cool yet refreshing breeze in autumn. Next the pen shifted slightly to write a phrase that felt more like a lament yet also a piece of advice. People have joys and sorrows, those who let go are free of worries. This line carried a certain transcendence, as if responding to the tragedy in Konoha while also serving as a light yet piercing admonition to the members of Akatsuki lost in their own obsessions and darkness. Finally there was a clear farewell and blessing to this end. Wish you well. It was straightforward and decisive, declaring the conclusion of this brief temporary worker collaboration. However, at the bottom of the paper there was a line written in a noticeably light, even playful manner, as if the writer had a whimsical impulse before leaving. Seniors, don't think of me too much. The ending even included a simple smiley face, creating a stark and amusing contrast with the cold script above. This note quickly circulated among the core members. Kisame held the note, his green eyes flashing with brilliance as he assessed the value of the paper and ink, calculating the losses and unsettled transactions that Yao's departure might bring. To this end, he snorted coldly, the resource usage fee owed to the organization hasn't been settled yet. Hayden leaned over to take a look for a long time, scratching his head. Is he really leaving like this? I haven't even offered him up to the Lord of the Evil God yet. But don't fall ill. At least this kid has a bit of a conscience. Deidara looked at the smiley face, his azure eyes blinking as he grunted. He's leaving so quickly. My explosive art hasn't even had the chance to impress him yet. But those who let go are free of worries. This guy always speaks in such strange ways. Scorpion's scarlet flow of ink showed no reaction, but whether the core inside was moved by the line "those who let go are free of worries" remains unknown. Itachi Uchiha's gaze lingered on "people have joys and sorrows," his Sharingan calm and unreadable. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "Tch, that guy who pretends to be a deity. Good riddance, now I won't be bothered by his strange remarks all day." Yet, recalling that guy's teasing demeanor with the deer mask, he felt that the base was a bit too quiet. Conan gazed at the tidy handwriting and the final smiley face, a faint complexity flashing through her cold eyes. This note resembled Yao himself, contradictory and elusive. Ju emerged from the ground, grinning in a peculiar manner. Don't think too much of me. It seems he is quite aware of his charm, or rather very conscious of the profound impression he left on us. And then there's Faye. When the note reached the usually silent Faye, he stared at the familiar handwriting imbued with a unique sense of detachment, especially the last playful "ah." Seniors, don't think of me too much, and that smiley face made the single eye beneath the swirling mask narrow slightly. Unlike his usual self, he did not scream or make any exaggerated gestures. He simply used his finger to press down hard on the words, almost tearing the paper. Uncontrollably, a vision of Yao's all-seeing black eyes in the valley and the words that echoed like a curse in his ears surfaced. "May your sweet dreams never wake." Miss him. Ha. Obito chuckled coldly in his heart, yet felt a dull ache in his chest, stirred by this seemingly light-hearted farewell that was laced with detachment. Pain Deva Path sat high above his Rinnegan, scanning the note, finally settling on the words "to this end wish you well." He was not overly surprised by Yao's departure. A variable that could not be controlled might actually benefit Akatsuki's plans. Yet the line "people have joys and sorrows, those who let go are free of worries" struck like a stone thrown into still water, stirring a barely perceptible ripple in his heart, which held the creed of making the world feel pain. Let go. How to let go? In this world filled with suffering, only by experiencing pain can one understand peace. A light, airy piece of paper, a simple farewell. Yet it served as a mirror reflecting the different corners of each member's heart within Akatsuki. Yao's arrival was like a sudden storm of strange colors stirring the deep waters of the Akatsuki. His departure, however, was like a faint sigh in autumn, leaving behind endless speculation, trepidation, and a hint of an emotion they were even reluctant to acknowledge, the feeling of yearning for something lost. The beginning of autumn has arrived and the weather has grown chilly. The Akatsuki's base still concealed itself in the gloom of the land of rain, continuing their dark plans. Only it lacked a temporary worker with a shifting mask and words that were sometimes cold and sometimes flirtatious, which seemed to have made the place, indeed, quieter. Don't think too much of me. Perhaps some had already begun to do so. Chapter 47 End. In Dawn Street, a town renowned for its hot springs and casinos, a vibrant atmosphere of indulgence and revelry perpetually lingers. The air is thick with the rich aroma of fine wine, the warmth of food, and the hoarse shouts of gamblers mingling with the crisp sounds of coins clashing. Deep within the most famous casino, Jimbalu, the noise is deafening. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, one figure stands out particularly. She boasts an alluring figure, her golden hair styled into 2 ponytails, and her green short jacket is embroidered with a gigantic character for gamble. At this moment she forcefully slams the dice cup onto the table, her charming face flushed with excitement, or perhaps alcohol, and her emerald eyes sparkle with boldness and defiance. She is Tsunade, famously known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep, accompanied by Shizen, who cradles a small piglet. Ha! All in. Pay up, pay up. Tsunade bursts into a hearty and proud laugh, sweeping all the chips on the table towards herself, evidently on a winning streak. Around her, gamblers either lament or flatter, creating a lively atmosphere. However, at the peak of this commotion, the light at the entrance of the casino seems to dim slightly. It is not that someone is blocking the light, but rather an invisible aura quietly spreads, as if a drop of ice water has been added to a boiling pot of oil, causing the noise near the entrance to instinctively diminish. Many people subconsciously turn their heads to look. They see a figure stepping in against the light from the entrance. He sports an elegantly flowing white bird hairstyle, and his silvery hair glimmers with a cool sheen under the dim lights of the casino. Around his neck is a warm-toned prince's scarf cape, its soft material creating an intriguing contrast with his overall cold demeanor. On his lower half are vividly colored rainbow warrior pants. The daringly bright colors do not clash on him, but rather enhance his aura as a rebellious artist. Most striking is the pitch-black mask covering much of his face, adorned on his cheeks with 2 delicate white stars resembling solitary twinkling stars in the night sky. Dangling from his ears are 2 purple magical earrings that shimmer with mysterious radiance. And behind him, instead of ordinary weapons, is a vividly blooming red rose as a back accessory, seemingly never to wither, quietly suspended and exuding a faint fragrance along with an indescribable sorrow. The purity of the white bird, the warmth of the prince, the brilliance of the rainbow, the mystery of the starry mask, the magical aura of the purple earrings, and the eternal sadness embodied in the rose, all these contradictory elements unite perfectly in this figure walking into the casino. He resembles a walking, breathtakingly beautiful painting that transcends the dimensions of reality, instantly capturing the breath and gaze of everyone present. The originally noisy casino centered around him fell into a strange silence. The dice ceased to shake, chips were forgotten, and all eyes seemed magnetically drawn to that figure. Tsunade's movement of collecting chips also froze. Following the gazes of the crowd, when her eyes met that figure's, time seemed to stretch infinitely. She had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women, and she herself was extraordinarily beautiful. But the person before her was completely different. It was a beauty and mystery that transcended mere appearances, striking at the soul. The eyes hidden beneath that black starry mask, she could not see them but could feel where they landed, that graceful and upright posture, the complex aura surrounding him, mingling aloofness, sorrow, warmth, and brilliance. Thump. A clear, thunderous heartbeat erupted within her chest. It reverberated in her ears, causing a subtle tingling sensation even in her fingertips. What is this? This feeling. She had traversed the ninja world for decades, experienced wars, lost dearly loved ones, and had long since tempered her heart to be as solid as a rock, convinced she would no longer be easily moved by anyone or anything. Gambling and alcohol were her ways of numbing herself, as well as mocking this boring world. But, at this moment, in this casino filled with desire and the stench of copper, this figure that descended like a star from another world, like a beam of light that shattered all gloom and pretense without warning, forcefully and precisely struck deep into her heart, which she thought was long sealed and even dead. Love at first sight. Absurd. Ridiculous. Impossible. She should be drinking, should be gambling, should be mocking those fools addicted to desire, rather than here feeling an uncontrollable flutter of emotions like a lovesick girl towards a mysterious figure whose origins she did not know and whose face she could not see. Yet her gaze could not shift away from that figure for even a moment. She looked at the silver hair like a white bird, the starry black mask, the warm prince's scarf, the vibrant rainbow pants, the mysterious purple earrings, and the rose that seemed to encapsulate all sorrow and beauty. An unprecedented intense emotion mixed with sheer astonishment, strong curiosity, and a deep resonance surged like a flood, instantly overwhelming all her psychological defenses. The figure appeared completely oblivious to the silence and focused gazes that arose around him. He walked straight towards a relatively quiet gambling table, gracefully taking a seat, the rose accessory gently swaying behind him. He didn't even glance at the gambling tools on the table, merely tilting his head slightly as if more interested in the casino's opulent decorations. Shizen, holding the piglet, nervously tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. Lady Tsunade, that person. Tsunade suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been frozen in place, her heart still racing uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent waves within her, yet her gaze uncontrollably darted towards that direction. Who is he? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of dryness she was unaware of. No one could answer. The figure sat there, creating his own world, utterly out of place among the surrounding frenzied gamblers. Occasionally he would sweep his gaze across the crowd hidden behind the starry mask, and his eyes lingered on Tsunade just a moment longer than on others. It was this slightly longer moment that made Tsunade feel as if her blood were boiling. Is it him? The one rumored in Akatsuki who easily cracked the reanimation jutsu granted Orochimaru immortality, and mysteriously appeared during Gaara's rampage. The one that Jiraiya spoke of with vague and fearful words in the intel scroll. Yao. You are Yao. This guess spread like wildfire in her heart. At that moment, as if sensing her gaze, the figure with the starry mask and rose on his back suddenly turned his head slightly, and the gaze hidden behind the mask seemed to penetrate the crowd, precisely landing on her face. Their eyes met despite the mask. Tsunade felt her breath catch. Yao looked at her, and in those unseen black eyes a faint emotion akin to inquiry seemed to flicker. Then, under Tsunade's almost breathless gaze, he very subtly, nearly imperceptibly nodded. As if to say, it is me. At that moment Tsunade clearly heard the sound of the string named reason within her heart snapping completely. The casino in Dawn Street remained boisterous. Yet amidst this clamor a fateful encounter destined to intertwine began with astonishment. Chapter 48 End. After enduring the trauma of the collapse plan, my village resembled a wounded giant slowly mending itself amidst the pain. The sounds of reconstruction intertwined with the lingering scent of sorrow. The setting sun painted the sky in a warm orange hue, casting a slightly tragic color over this land that had endured much suffering. At the edge of the village, in a small grove near the hot spring area, a sneaky figure with white hair lay in an extremely ungraceful position on a branch of a large tree, blood streaming from his nose, his lewd gaze fixated on the direction of the misty women's bath. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Oh! This curve. This scale. Truly a treasure of art. As he wiped his nosebleed, he uttered ecstatic murmurs, completely lost in his research endeavor, temporarily tossing aside the serious matters of tracking the child of prophecy and investigating the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, who had just finished a day of tedious reconstruction work, walked home with his head down and weary steps. The devastation of Konoha, the injuries of his comrades, and the feeling of helplessness weighed heavily on his heart. The sparkle in his blue eyes was replaced by a weightiness that was uncharacteristic of his age. As he passed by the small grove, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. He suddenly stopped, incredulously rubbed his eyes, and then looked excitedly toward the canopy of another tree not far away. There, hidden beneath the dense foliage, stood a figure quietly. The figure sported a peculiar artistic hairstyle with hair that seemed to be outlined by an invisible brush, exuding a sense of dynamic artistry. A familiar unadorned black mask covered the face, isolating all expressions. Draped in a bat cloak that was red on the inside and black on the outside, it fluttered slightly in the evening breeze. The lower half was clad in sharp warrior pants. It was Yao. Though he had changed his hairstyle, that unique aura, the cold mask, and the familiar attire were unmistakable to Naruto. It was the same Yao who had appeared mysteriously during the village's crisis and vanished like an immortal descending on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had returned. The immense joy instantly dispelled the gloom in Naruto's heart. Without even considering why Yao was there, his body reacted before his brain could catch up. Yao! Naruto let out a cry filled with surprise and longing, like a fledgling returning to its nest. With chakra bursting from his feet, he leaped into the air, accurately diving toward the tree where Yao stood. His movement was so swift and sudden that Jiraiya, who was immersed in art, and Yao perched on the tree, both failed to react in time. Like a white projectile, Naruto crashed directly into Yao's embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around Yao's trim waist that was accentuated by the warrior pants. He buried his face in Yao's bat cloak, his voice trembling with emotion and an overwhelming sense of dependency. Yao! You're back. You've really come back. I missed you so much. Everyone. He seemed to have 1,000 words to share about Konoha's pain, Sasuke's unconsciousness, and his own confusion, but in the end they all transformed into a tight embrace and a choked cry. In his heart, the powerful and mysterious Yao, who had once shown him a trace of what he deemed gentleness, was in existence, unlike Iruka Sensei or Kakashi Sensei, resembling a special senior or perhaps an object of admiration to rely on and confide in. Yao was slightly swayed by this sudden attack. He looked down at Naruto, who hung onto him like a koala with a golden head rubbing against his chest. In the pupils hidden behind the black mask a faint glimmer of something akin to resignation seemed to flash. Or perhaps it was a sense of helplessness in the face of such fervent emotion. He did not immediately push Naruto away, he merely allowed him to hold on his arm slightly raised, seemingly unsure of where to place it. The bat cloak enveloped the two in a shadowy embrace. This scene was perfectly captured by Jiraiya, who had just returned from the scenic view of the women's bath. Jiraiya had originally just wanted to see which unseeing fool had disturbed his refinement, but when he saw the figure on the tree tightly embraced by Naruto, he was instantly frozen in place, as if hit by a paralysis jutsu. The artistic hairstyle outlined a mysterious and elegant silhouette. The black mask exuded a chilling aura that deterred approach. The bat cloak shimmered with a dark luster under the sunset, and the warrior pants accentuated a tall and trim figure. And the usually boisterous Naruto, like a little son, was now embracing that person as if he had found his ultimate home, leaning his face against him. This scene carried a remarkably contradictory beauty, coldness and warmth, mystery and reliance, distance and intimacy, perfectly merging to create a powerful, soul-stirring visual impact. Jiraiya felt his heart as if gripped by an invisible hand and suddenly released, blood rushing through his veins at an unprecedented speed. His nostrils heated up and the nosebleed he had just stopped almost gushed forth again, but this time it was certainly not due to those vulgar artworks. Having traversed flower gardens for decades, he believed he had seen all kinds of beauties and had long mastered the art of navigating through them without getting entangled. However, the mysterious being before him, whose face was obscured and whose gender was ambiguous, Naruto, was embracing his waist, but his aura transcended gender, stirred a long-dormant, intense heartbeat in his heart that had been numbed by alcohol and beauties, causing him to panic for the first time in years. Love at first sight. This phrase absurdly appeared in his mind. He did not even know who the other person was, whether they were male or female, friend or foe. Yet the combination of extreme mystery, cold detachment, and an inexplicable attraction to Naruto's pure soul was like the strongest liquor, instantly intoxicating this old drunkard. Who was he? What was his relationship with Naruto? Why did he evoke such a look of total reliance in Naruto, as if he had found the whole world? Countless questions and a strong desire to get closer and explore burned within Jiraiya like a wildfire. He forgot about peeping, forgot about his nosebleed, and simply stared blankly, lost in thought at the two embracing on the tree. On the tree, Yao seemed to have finally adapted to Naruto's embrace. He lifted the hand clad in a black leather glove, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately gently placed it on Naruto's golden disheveled hair, patting it in a remarkably awkward, soothing manner. "All right." His cold voice came through the mask, tinged with a trace of imperceptible stiffness. Naruto lifted his head, tears still glistening in his blue eyes, but his face had already broken into a radiant smile as he vigorously nodded. The setting sun elongated the figures of the two, casting overlapping shadows. Below the tree, Jiraiya gazed at the scene with mixed feelings, a budding emotion named envy quietly arising within him. The threads of fate wound together once more. An encounter that began with peeping yet concluded with a breathtaking glance drew Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, into the unfathomable whirlpool known as Yao. Chapter 49: The End. Naruto tightly embraced Yao as if he had found a long-lost relative, venting the fears and grievances that had accumulated over the past few days. Yao's gentle yet unfamiliar patting felt like a clear spring slowly flowing into Naruto's parched heart, gradually calming his excited emotions. Under the tree, Jiraiya maintained a rigid position of peeping, though his gaze had long shifted from the women's bathhouse to the two figures above his heart in turmoil. He watched Yao's mysterious silhouette hidden beneath the whirling hairstyle and dark mask, and Naruto's completely trusting demeanor, a sense of unprecedented curiosity and excitement entwining around his heart like vines. Finally, Naruto seemed to have had enough of the embrace, or realized his behavior was a bit excessive, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he released Yao and jumped away, his face still marked with unshed tears and a silly grin. "Hihi, Yao, you won't leave again this time, right?" Yao did not respond directly, merely shaking his head slightly, the strands of his whirling hairstyle swaying gently in the evening breeze. His gaze seemed to pass over Naruto, landing on the white-haired old man beneath the tree, who was clearly petrified, his eyes fixed in a staring expression. Jiraiya felt the gaze directed at him through the mask. He sensed it was directed, a shiver running through him as he nearly fell from the tree. He hurriedly steadied himself, instinctively trying to strike his usual nonchalant, heroic pose, only to find his throat dry, forgetting even the most practiced lines of flirtation. "Oh, that Jiraiya scratched his white spiky hair, forcing a smile he thought was suave but was actually a bit stiff. Kid, who are you? Naruto then noticed Jiraiya's presence, immediately exclaiming, Pervy sage! What are you doing here? You wouldn't be peeking at the women's bath again, would you? Jiraiya's face reddened and he retorted with a stiff neck. No. I'm conducting a necessary social customs investigation. Yes, an investigation. His defense seemed utterly feeble under Yao's silent gaze. Jiraiya felt as if he were stripped bare under the sunlight, with all his thoughts laid bare, leaving him feeling inexplicably awkward and his heart racing. Yao remained silent, simply watching Jiraiya. That silence bore more weight than any words. Just when Jiraiya felt he would go mad from the silence, Yao suddenly moved. He raised his hand, clad in a black leather glove, reaching behind him, towards the vividly beautiful red rose that had been floating. Before Jiraiya and Naruto's astonished gazes, Yao gently removed the rose from its attachment. The rose, freed from its backing, retained its blooming form, its petals plump and vibrant, as if it had condensed eternal time and some indescribable emotion. Then Yao leaped down from the tree, moving as lightly as a feather, landing silently. He walked slowly up to the frozen Jiraiya. So close Jiraiya could even smell the cool and distant fragrance of the rose, see the pale and beautiful neck beneath Yao's whirling hairstyle, and the delicate skin texture along the edge of the dark mask. His heart began to race uncontrollably, blood rushing to his head, making him feel a bit dizzy. Yao stood before Jiraiya, extending the actual red rose he had plucked. No explanation, no words. Just this simple action. Jiraiya was completely stunned, his mind blank. He looked down at the rose so close at hand, then raised his gaze to Yao's masked face, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden gift. Was it mocking his earlier lewd behavior? Or some implication he dared not ponder? Naruto widened his blue eyes, looking at Yao and then at Jiraiya, utterly bewildered. Seeing that Jiraiya did not respond, Yao seemed indifferent. He gently and almost casually tucked the rose into Jiraiya's red outer robe pocket. The bright red rose blended almost seamlessly with his red robe, yet stood out distinctly due to its exquisite blooming form, as if igniting a small cluster of silent flames on his chest. After doing all this, Yao withdrew his hand, no longer looking at Jiraiya's dazed expression nor acknowledging the astonished Naruto beside him. He turned his bat-like cloak, drawing a sharp arc, and with a few graceful movements disappeared into the deepening dusk and shadows of the woods, as if he had never been there. Only Jiraiya remained petrified in place, along with the mysteriously blooming red rose tucked in his pocket. The evening breeze passed, bringing with it the cold fragrance of the rose. Jiraiya slowly and stiffly lowered his head, trembling fingers brushing against the rose in his pocket. The petals felt delicate and real, imbued with a faint chill of life. This was not an illusion. Nor was it a joke. The enigmatic Yao, whose true face had yet to be revealed, had truly given him a rose. Why? Jiraiya's heart was filled with overwhelming confusion, absurdity, and a kind of secret joy and excitement that even he felt ashamed of. Having lived for most of his life, he had received countless love letters and flirtatious looks, yet never had he been so flustered and agitated by a seemingly random rose. Pervy sage! Why did Yao give you a flower? Naruto leaned closer, curiously eyeing the rose, his face filled with confusion. Jiraiya opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. He could only stare intently at the rose, as if seeking some answer within. Was it a warning? A tease? Or had he truly hit the jackpot, caught the interest of such an existence? Countless speculations bubbled up in his mind, rising and bursting like bubbles. Ultimately, he carefully took the rose out of his pocket, cradling it in his palms as if it were the world's most precious treasure. The afterglow of the sunset gilded the rose with a golden edge, illuminating the complex expression on Jiraiya's face, a mixture of confusion, excitement, and a hint of tenderness he had not even noticed. The dusk of Konoha still carried the fatigue and sorrow of reconstruction. Yet one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya found himself plunged into an unprecedented, sweet yet bewildering chaos due to a rose from the mysterious child of light. The reconstruction work of Konoha continues, with the air filled with the scent of wood and a hint of sorrow. In front of the memorial stone it is more crowded than ever, with newly engraved names resembling unhealed scars piercing the hearts of every mourner. Kakashi Hatake stands alone in front of the stone, his usual lazy demeanor concealing an unshakable heaviness. Wearing a mask, only his right eye is visible, drooping as it falls upon those familiar yet unfamiliar names, especially the new ones belonging to comrades lost in the recent disaster. His fingertips unconsciously brush against the cold stone inscribed with the names Uchiha Itachi and Noira-rin, where old wounds and new pains intertwine like a somber mist shrouding his heart. He is not someone who easily reveals his emotions, all the tumult lies hidden beneath his nonchalant mask. But at this moment, standing in front of this stone that bears so much loss and regret, the feeling of loneliness and helplessness is clearer than ever. Just then a faint sound of footsteps, almost merging with the wind, came to a stop not far behind him. Kakashi did not turn around immediately. The instincts of a ninja made him tense up, but some strange intuition allowed him to relax swiftly. The presence feels familiar yet carries an inexplicable deeper change. He slowly turned around. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadow of the newcomer. It was the familiar attire, his hair styled in a way that seemed alive, a pitch-black mask concealing all expression, and a red and black bat cloak silently billowing in the evening breeze with samurai pants outlining sharp lines. It was Yao. He stood there quietly, as if merging with the sorrowful atmosphere around the memorial stone, yet also seeming to exist independently like an observer from another world. He did not speak, only gazing calmly at Kakashi and the heavy stone behind him with the eyes hidden behind the mask. Kakashi's pupils subtly contracted. He was not particularly surprised by Yao's sudden appearance. The boy, or perhaps no longer a boy, had always acted this way, mysterious and hard to gauge. Yet seeing him here at this moment stirred a complex ripple within Kakashi. He recalled their previous encounters, the heart-stopping truth of immortality at the training ground, the dreamlike journey in the land of light, and the note he left behind saying, "Those who can let go have no worries. Those who can let go have no worries." Kakashi silently repeated this in his mind, a hint of barely perceptible bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth. How easy it was to say. A peculiar silence enveloped the two. No greetings, no small talk, only the unique heavy tranquility that lay before the memorial stone. Finally it was Kakashi who broke the silence, his voice carrying his usual slightly hoarse laziness but was a touch lower than usual. "You're back." A very ordinary question, as if Yao had just gone out to complete a short mission. Yao nodded slightly, the strands of his lively hair swaying gently with the motion. His gaze shifted away from Kakashi, once again landing on the memorial stone, especially lingering on the name Uchiha Itachi for an exceptionally long time. Kakashi noticed where his gaze fell, and his heart felt as if it had been lightly pierced by something. Obito. That name is an unhealed wound in his heart. Here Yao suddenly spoke, his cool voice breaking the silence, as he raised his gloved hand to point at the memorial stone. "There are many stories." His tone was not a question but a statement. Kakashi paused for a moment before nodding. "Ah. Many. Mostly sorrowful." Yao continued as if commenting on an artwork unrelated to himself. "Ah." Kakashi responded, unsure of how to continue the conversation. He felt that Yao seemed somewhat different today, lacking some of the previous flamboyance, or chill replaced by a kind of serene clarity. Yao turned his head, the mask again aimed at Kakashi. "You are also one of those stories." Kakashi was slightly taken aback. Bearing the eyes of others, Yao's gaze seemed to penetrate Kakashi's mask, landing on his Sharingan covered by his forehead protector, living in guilt and memories. "Isn't it exhausting?" These words were like the most precise scalpel directly slicing through the layers of Kakashi's heart, exposing his core struggle to the light of day. His body stiffened almost imperceptibly, a flash of sharp light flickering in his exposed right eye, but it quickly returned to silence. Exhausting. Of course it is exhausting. But he had long since grown accustomed to this weight. "This is my way of survival." Kakashi's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness. Yao quietly watched him for a few seconds before making a move that surprised Kakashi. He slowly raised his hand, not pointing at the memorial stone or Kakashi's eyes but at the book Intimate Paradise that Kakashi had been holding but had not opened due to his arrival at the stone. "You haven't read the book yet," Yao said, his tone flat. Kakashi instinctively looked down at the brightly colored book in his hand, which seemed out of place in the solemn atmosphere. "Ah. I haven't had the chance." Kakashi responded somewhat vaguely, trying to put the book away. Holding such a book in this place felt somewhat inappropriate. However, Yao shook his head. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Kakashi could smell the unique cold scent of him like the first melting of snow. Yao extended his finger, lightly tapping the cover of Intimate Paradise from a distance, then lifted his gaze, seemingly looking into Kakashi's eyes through the mask, his cool voice carrying a hint of elusive meaning. "Stories are not necessarily all in the past. A new chapter may be just on the next page." After saying this profound statement, Yao did not linger. He glanced deeply at Kakashi, then averted his gaze to the memorial stone before turning to leave, his bat cloak rising behind him as his figure melded into the dusk, flickering away, disappearing into the forest path beside the memorial stone. He arrived suddenly, and left just as decisively, leaving Kakashi standing alone, still holding the unopened intimate paradise. He looked down at the exaggerated illustration on the cover of the book, then raised his gaze towards the direction where Yao had vanished, finally letting his eyes fall back on the memorial stone. A new chapter. Kakashi murmured softly, a complex and inscrutable light flickering in his exposed right eye. The memorial stone remained cold, bearing endless longing and sorrow. Yet for some reason Kakashi felt that the heavy mist in his heart seemed to have been slightly parted by that phrase, the next page. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately he slowly turned to the next page of the book in his hand. The sun had completely set below the horizon, and the lights of Konoha began to illuminate. In front of the memorial stone, the silver-haired Jonin leaned against the cold stone, looking down at the book in his hand that contrasted so greatly with the solemn surroundings, as if searching for some answer or simply allowing himself to momentarily immerse in another irrelevant story. And the figure that had brought this reminder had long since vanished. Chapter 51 End. The battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War resembled a gigantic, cacophonous, and brutal meat grinder. Smoke filled the air, obscuring the sky as the deafening sounds of explosions, the clashing of ninjutsu, and the desperate cries and screams of the ninja coalition intertwined into a tragic and despairing symphony. The land was ravaged, and the air was mixed with the sense of charred flesh, blood, and earth. Uchiha Obito hovered in the sky, embodying the Tentail's Jinchuriki like a cold and indifferent deity, gazing down at the struggling ninja coalition below, akin to ants. Opposite him stood the resurrected Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato, summoned forth by Orochimaru in the form of impure world reincarnation, positioning themselves before the ninja coalition. The tension on the battlefield had reached a boiling point, as if the air itself had solidified with each breath carrying a heavy burden. Hashirama furrowed his brow, sensing the vast and malevolent chakra emanating from Obito. Tobirama's sharp gaze analyzed the situation. Hiruzen's expression was grave, while Minato looked anxiously at Naruto, who was fighting desperately in the distance. At that critical moment, when a great battle was on the verge of erupting, the space at the center of the battlefield suddenly rippled with waves, as if disturbed by unseen forces. The ripples swiftly expanded, forming a swirling gate of light that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding brutal battlefield. Soon after, a figure emerged, bathed in the soft yet undeniable glow spilling from the gate. He sported an elegant and pure white bird hairstyle with silver strands of hair unperturbed by the smoke and fierce winds, as if untouched by the filth of the world. Draped over him was a distinctive inner red and outer black bat cloak, the crimson lining flickering like flames against the dim battlefield, resembling dried blood. He wore a peculiar eye mask associated with ascetic practitioners, obscuring his eyes and revealing only a sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed lips, adding an air of mystery and asceticism. His lower attire consisted of practical warrior pants. Behind him floated a seemingly unremarkable long staff, yet it subtly radiated an extraordinary energy. He appeared abruptly at the very center of the battlefield, positioned between the two opposing sides, resembling a deity who had mistakenly descended to the mortal realm, or a judge from another world. His emergence instantly captured the attention of nearly everyone on the battlefield. The ninja coalition was filled with uncertainty, unsure whether he was friend or foe. The four Hokage, upon seeing the stranger's attire, especially that white bird hairstyle and bat cloak, exhibited various expressions. Hashirama's boisterous face revealed an almost dazed look for the first time. In his mind he recalled the moment not long ago, when the third Hokage faced a crisis, that figure wearing a deer mask easily breaking the impure world reincarnation and speaking words that shocked the world. Though the hairstyle and method of obscuring the eyes were different, the distinctive cloak and the otherworldly aura he exuded were unmistakable. It was him. The one whose existence had caused him a moment of inexplicable dread even while in the body of impure world reincarnation. Tobirama's pupils suddenly contracted. As a master of perception and forbidden techniques, he could clearly sense the vast energy radiating from the figure, which was entirely different from chakra, yet as boundless as the ocean light power. The sheer level of power instilled him with unprecedented vigilance, yet deep within a certain forcibly suppressed ripple stemming from that previous glance was once again stirred. Hiruzen's eyes were complex. He naturally recognized this was Yao, the child he had personally brought back to Konoha, who had given him countless shocks and mysteries. Seeing him appear in such a manner on this brutal battlefield, Hiruzen's heart was filled with mixed emotions, both worry and a hint of indescribable hope. Minato frowned slightly. His understanding of Yao was limited to intelligence and hearsay, but the fact that he could so easily pierce through space to appear here made his strength undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had just been resurrected and was preparing to unleash his Eye of the Moon plan, looked at this unexpected guest with genuine surprise and interest in his Rinnegan. Madara had seen countless strong individuals. He himself was a legend standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But this person before him was entirely different. The purity of the white bird hairstyle and the darkness of the bat cloak formed in extreme contrast. The mystery and asceticism brought by the ascetic eye masked the tranquility and ethereality that seemed to exist independently from the carnage of the battlefield, and the immense energy within that body which even he found somewhat inscrutable. A long-lost emotion named interest began to blossom in Madara's cold and proud heart. He even temporarily ignored Hashirama and the bothersome ninja coalition, focusing more on Yao. Was it love at first sight? Perhaps it couldn't be called that, but it was undoubtedly a strong desire for exploration and a hint of indescribable allure that arose when a strong being encountered an unprecedented anomaly. Just as everyone was stirred by his sudden appearance, Yao seemed oblivious to the myriad of shocked, wary, or infatuated, some impure world reincarnated gazes around him. He slightly tilted his head as though the gaze covered by the eye mask, if it could be called that, swept over the four Hokage, the indifferent Obito in the sky, and the members of the Akatsuki organization who were faintly visible in the distance, some resurrected or controlled. Then he raised his hand, gently brushing the tips of his white bird hairstyle with his gloved hand, speaking in a tone that seemed out of place amidst the brutal battlefield, laden with a familiar hint of flamboyance and grievance. Oh dear, his voice was clear, yet he deliberately elongated the ending, imbued with a hint of affected sorrow. How long has it been? Have you all forgotten about me? Hashirama-senpai, Tobirama-senpai, Grandpa Hiruzen, and Mr. Minato. Oh, and that fool over there who's hiding in his shell, referring to Obito, and those old colleagues, referring to the Akatsuki organization. His gaze, though obscured, everyone could sense it, seemed to linger over the Hokage and Obito before seemingly glancing in another direction, perhaps where Orochimaru was hiding. I've worked hard to save quite a few people, you know. He spoke cheerfully, as if discussing what he had eaten today, yet his words were earth-shattering, like that pervert sage who almost got pierced by a black rod, Jiraiya, and some of the Akatsuki members who accidentally died. I exerted myself greatly to pull them back from the Pure Land to play, and now what's this? They're all pretending not to recognize me. He raised his hands, the bat cloak spreading out, taking on an utterly aggrieved pose. Really? I'm so sad. This statement was like pouring a ladle of ice water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly plunging the entire battlefield into a deathly silence. Resurrected. He resurrected Jiraiya. And the members of the Akatsuki organization. How is that possible? Tobirama's complexion changed drastically. As the developer of impure world reincarnation, he understood the insurmountable boundaries of life and death. Hiruzen and Minato also displayed extreme shock. Hashirama scratched his head, wearing a confused expression that seemed to say, though I don't understand, it seems very impressive. Meanwhile, Obito in the sky, despite wearing a mask, exhibited a momentary disturbance in his aura. Resurrected. This guy can actually do such a thing. Then what he said earlier about being able to resurrect Rin, could it be? Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan glimmered with even greater interest, and he even chuckled softly. Interesting, truly interesting. Yao seemed very pleased with the effect he had created. He looked at the pale-faced Tobirama, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Tobirama-senpai, don't you think your little tricks referring to impure world reincarnation are rather dull? Why not try a real living experience? He then looked at Obito in the sky, his tone becoming somewhat ambiguous. And that fool, do you now believe what I said before? However, opportunities do not come often. Finally, he directed his masked gaze at the ever-watchful Uchiha Madara, his tone regaining its playful and flirtatious quality. As for this esteemed legendary Uchiha Madara, it's a pleasure to meet you. This chaotic scene of reunion and rebirth shall serve as your welcome gift. I hope you like it. He slightly bowed, executing an exaggerated gesture reminiscent of a theatrical curtain call, his white bird hairstyle flowing with a holy glow, starkly contrasting with his flamboyant words. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by Yao's sudden appearance, his shocking words, and that familiar yet maddening flamboyant demeanor. The Fourth Shinobi World War, due to this uninvited white bird ascetic, instantaneously veered toward an unpredictable direction. Chapter 52 End. The revelation of the secret of resurrection and the affected sorrow felt as if an additional force had been applied to a taut bowstring, rendering the atmosphere of the battlefield eerily tense. The ninja coalition was left speechless, with the 4 Hokages harboring different thoughts, while the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization and the revived ones displayed a complex and unspoken expression. However, Yao seemed to be completely oblivious to the chaos he had caused. His sight obscured by the blindfold of a tortured practitioner swept over the crowd with keen interest, ultimately landing precisely on the figure high in the sky, Uchiha Obito, whose true identity was revealed when Minato shattered his mask. Obito's face was a tapestry of scars, gloom, and the turbulent shocked doubt, and a hint of unwarranted hope that had been forcefully stirred by Yao's earlier words. He stared intently at Yao, trying to discern any trace of mockery or deceit from the face hidden behind the blindfold. Just then Yao suddenly made a gesture that nearly caused everyone to drop their jaws in disbelief. He raised his hand, gently covering the area below his eyes obscured by the blindfold with his gloved hand, as if genuinely shy, causing his white bird hairstyle to sway slightly with his bashful posture, and then he called out to Obito in a tone that was almost sickeningly sweet with exaggerated tremors, "Wow. Obito-senpai." He intentionally elongated the word senpai, his voice soft and sticky, creating a starkly absurd contrast to the battlefield littered with corpses. "Why aren't you wearing your mask anymore? Looking at you like this, it makes me so shy." Obito. His brain felt as if it had been struck heat by a lightning technique, leaving him blank. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, a mix of extreme shame, absurdity, and raging anger surged through him. That bastard. He must be doing this on purpose. In front of so many people on such a serious battlefield. What does he want? A wave of suppressed gasps and whispers swept through the ninja coalition. Even the usually composed Minato couldn't help but change his expression at the sight of his gloomy and radical disciple being so teased. Senju Hashirama's mouth fell open, forgetting even to scratch his head. Senju Tobirama's lips twitched, finding this sudden intruder even more unreasonable than Uchiha Madara. Yao, seemingly not satisfied, lowered his shy hand and threw a wink at the furious Obito, who was on the verge of exploding, speaking cheerfully, "But senpai, you look quite handsome like this. Much better than that orange peel mask. You go die." Obito finally couldn't take it anymore, and in a fit of rage the seeking jade around him surged wildly, ready to obliterate this annoying fellow without a second thought. However, Yao, as if foreseeing his move, blurred like a specter just a second before he struck, easily dodging Obito's furious targeting. It seemed he was merely playing a harmless prank, immediately shifting his interest toward another more dangerous target, Uchiha Madara. Madara had been watching the farce with his arms crossed, his Sharingan showing increasing interest. This mysterious being not only possessed unfathomable power but also had a fascinating personality. He was curious about what this person would do next. Sure enough, after easily evading Obito, Yao's figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of Uchiha Madara, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath if Yao needed to breathe. Madara-senpai, Yao's tone switched instantly, filled with a kind of excitement and adoration one might feel when meeting an idol, yet his blindfolded eyes held no trace of respect, only thick curiosity and an almost artistic scrutiny. "I've only heard your name in legends, and today I finally meet you in person. You truly possess an extraordinary aura that makes me..." So moved as he spoke, he even actually extended his gloved hand as if to touch Madara's chest, which was covered in the cracks of the Edo Tensei yet still showed a solid outline. "Let me feel if this legendary body is really as flawless as they say." In that moment, even Uchiha Madara was taken aback. He had traversed the ninja world for a lifetime, gone through countless battles, feared, revered, and hated, yet he had never been harassed in such a frivolous and reckless manner. Especially since the person before him was an enigmatic being whose power level was unclear even beyond his own comprehension. A flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's Sharingan, which swiftly transformed into a dangerously mixed expression of offended coldness and intensified interest. He did not move, merely coldly watching the hand that was about to touch his chest, exuding a chilling, killing intent, as if he would tear this audacious fellow apart the next moment. In the distance, Senju Hashirama nearly jumped up. "Hey, Madara. Be careful." Senju Tobirama's face darkened like a pot bottom, feeling that Yao was the embodiment of chaos. Obito also temporarily forgot his anger, staring in shock at this scene. However, just before Yao's finger touched Madara's chest, he suddenly jerked his hand back as if shocked and returned to his previously shy pose. "Oh no. I can't. Madara-senpai's aura is too strong. I still can't." He said he couldn't, but his tone was filled with eagerness and mockery, clearly teasing on purpose. Madara watched him with a strangely bizarre expression as the killing intent around him suddenly dissipated and was replaced with an odd curiosity. He chuckled softly, gazing at Yao as if looking at an extremely interesting toy. "You are quite interesting. Isn't it? Isn't it?" Yao immediately took the bait, cheerfully responding, "I think I'm quite interesting too. So Madara-senpai, would you like to accept me as this interesting temporary teammate?" As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "He wants to join Uchiha Madara's camp." Yao is with Madara's camp, just wanting to see Kaguya and incidentally save Madara and Obito, since all of this is part of Kurizetsu's conspiracy, though he did not voice it. Yao had his own plans. He had no interest in the disputes of the ninja world, but he held a great research interest in Kurizetsu, who had been hiding in the shadows orchestrating a 1,000-year conspiracy, and the Akatsuki Kaguya he aimed to summon. Joining Madara's camp was undoubtedly the quickest way to access the core secrets. As for Madara and Obito, these two pitiful fellows who he viewed as mere pawns would just be saved incidentally as part of his observational experiment. Such calculations, of course, he would never voice aloud. Madara looked deeply at Yao, the light in his Sharingan flickering as if weighing his options. This mysterious person's power was strange and unpredictable, his stance a mystery, yet he was undoubtedly a significant variable and asset. Moreover, he was indeed very interesting. "Do as you wish." Madara finally uttered these two words, lightly, tacitly approving. He wanted to see what kind of storm this fellow could stir within his plans. "That's wonderful." Yao cheered instantly, standing beside Madara, the bat cloak and Madara's red armor from the Warring States period creating an oddly harmonious sight. He did not forget to look back at the grim-faced Obito, and the dumbfounded crowd, tossing another flying kiss gesture. "So from now on I'm on Madara-senpai's side. To everyone else, please show mercy on the battlefield. Of course, if you don't, that's fine too, since I won't die anyway." He spoke the most infuriating words in the most relaxed tone. The situation on the battlefield became even more perplexing due to Yao's seemingly childish defection. Obito watched Yao, who stood beside Madara, with a seemingly bright, provoking smile, and the unnamed anger in his heart grew stronger, yet it was mixed with a strange sense of loss that even he was unaware of. Meanwhile, Yao remained at ease in Madara's camp like a calm observer awaiting the climax of the grand play and the surprise named Kaguya to make her entrance. Chapter 53: The End. The battlefield was like a wild horse that had broken free, galloping in an unforeseen direction. As Naruto and Sasuke received the gifts of the Sage of Six Paths, their powers surged dramatically, while Uchiha Obito finally gathered the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, awakening the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to that of a deity officially entering the level of the Six Paths. "Ha ha ha ha. This is the power of the Six Paths. Feel despair." Obito laughed madly, the Rinne Sharingan swirling around him like it had a life of its own, the immense pressure causing the entire battlefield to tremble. He looked down upon the struggling ants below, his gaze sweeping over the figure standing beside him, still wearing the mask of a practitioner, and draped in a bat cloak, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes but predominantly a confidence that he controlled everything. With this mysterious figure by his side, although their motives were unclear, at least they seemed to be on his side for now. However, just as Obito was feeling pleased, ready to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, and plunge the entire world into a dream, an unexpected change occurred. The dark figure Black Zetsu, who had been lurking like a shadow and disguising itself as Obito's, will seize the moment when Obito was fully focused and his mind agitated, launching a surprise attack from behind like the deadliest of serpents. Its pitch-black arm infused with chilling chakra stabbed directly at Obito's back. From a distance, Obito, who had just teamed up with Naruto and was nearly exhausted, collapsed on the ground and yelled with the last of his strength, "Obito! Be careful!" For some reason, upon seeing the moment Obito was about to be attacked, what surged in his heart was not joy but an inexplicable urgency and panic. Was it because of the Eye of the Moon plan? Or something else? Obito also sensed the deadly crisis behind him, but the power of the Six Paths mode was not yet fully stable, and Black Zetsu's attack was too sudden and too bizarre. He found himself unable to completely evade it in time. At this critical moment, the figure of Yao, who had been standing by silently observing, moved. His actions were faster than the eye could capture, as if there was merely a flicker of light and shadow. Swoosh! A soft sound, not the sound of Black Zetsu piercing Obito's body, but the simple-looking long staff that had been floating behind Yao, which had suddenly pierced forth like lightning, accurately penetrating Black Zetsu's twisted black body. Black Zetsu let out an incredibly shrill, disbelieving scream. No! How could you? It could not comprehend why this being who had always acted nonchalant and maintained an ambiguous stance would stop its millennia-long scheme in this manner at this moment. Yao said nothing, merely flicking his wrist slightly, unleashing the pure power of light that erupted like a storm. The radiance was akin to snow melting under the blazing sun, instantly purifying and evaporating Black Zetsu's body, which was composed of released chakra. Not a trace was left behind. The millennia-long conspiracy, the countless tragedies it had caused, were effortlessly erased in the blink of an eye. Obito suddenly turned around, watching the dissipating Black Zetsu and the calm Yao who held the long staff, his emotions obscured by the mask, his Rinnegan filled with shock and a hint of fear. He never expected that he had been lurking beside such an entity all along, nor did he anticipate that this mysterious temporary ally would save him. You! Obito began to speak. But Yao did not even glance at him, his figure vanishing, once more reappearing next to the fallen and faintly breathing Obito. Obito looked at Yao, who had suddenly appeared before him, his eyes blurred from blood loss and exhaustion, filled with complex emotions. There was confusion, resentment perhaps. Even a hint of weak hope that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Yao crouched down, maintaining that almost expressionless demeanor. He extended his hand, covering the horrific wound on Obito that had been pierced through by the Rinnegan like a piercing spear. A warm and powerful light surged into Obito's body like a tide, forcibly stabilizing his crumbling life force, mending those fatal injuries. The process was not gentle, even carrying an irresistible dominance, yet it truly pulled Obito back from the brink of death. Obito stared blankly at him, feeling the resurgence of life within him. His lips moved, yet no words came out. After finishing all this, Yao stood up, still not looking at Obito nor acknowledging the complex gaze from Obito, and even disregarding the uncertain expressions of Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. He simply raised his head quietly. Although wearing the mask of a practitioner, his gaze seemed to penetrate everything, looking toward a certain point in the void. For although Black Zetsu had been erased, its ultimate purpose had been achieved: to use Obito as a sacrifice to revive Kagaya Akatsuki's ceremony completed just before it was destroyed. The sky tore open. Countless pale and cold expanding Rinnegan began to devour everything, reshaping space. A figure with long pale hair, bearing the Rinne Sharingan on its forehead, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura, slowly emerged from the void. The progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Akatsuki, had descended. Her gaze was hollow and indifferent, scanning the beings below like ants, eventually landing on the figure, radiating an energy wave that was vastly different yet equally profound. Yao. The entire battlefield fell into an absolute silence and despair due to Kagaya's arrival. Naruto and Sasuke struggled to stand, preparing for the final battle. Obito's face darkened. He never expected to become someone else's pawn. Lying in the ruins, Obito's eyes were vacant. Meanwhile, Yao, facing this ultimate surprise, fell into silence for the first time. He did not speak again, nor did he make any frivolous or mocking gestures. He simply stood there quietly, his white bird hairstyle remaining pure under Kagaya's terrifying pressure, the bat cloak rustling under the corrosive influence of the expanding Rinnegan, and the mask of the practitioner obscuring all his emotions. He raised the long staff in his hand. No overwhelming aura erupted, no complicated seals or incantations. He merely extended the long staff gently towards Kagaya, who represented the ultimate fear of the ninja world. The action was simple, unadorned, like brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. However, at the moment the long staff was extended, time seemed to freeze. Space seemed to come to a standstill. Everything, light, sound, the flow of chakra, even Kagaya's massive presence itself, was locked in place by an invisible absolute rule at that moment. For the first time, an emotion named fear appeared in Kagaya's hollow eyes, something she found hard to believe. She wanted to struggle to activate her eye techniques to summon all her chakra, but found her body, her energy, and her consciousness utterly shackled by an incomprehensible, irresistible force. Then at the tip of that seemingly ordinary long staff, a point of extreme, indescribable light quietly ignited. The light was not dazzling, yet it seemed to contain all the mysteries of the birth and demise of the universe. It detached from the long staff, floating gently toward the immobile Kagaya like a dandelion seed. Touching her. No explosions, no roaring, no dazzling light and shadow effects. Kagaya Akatsuki, the progenitor of chakra, the ultimate boss, bringing the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the white Zetsu army vanished silently and completely under the touch of that light, as if erased by an eraser from pencil writing, from head to toe, from matter to energy, from existence to concept. Along with the expanding Rinnegan, she brought all the space she controlled retreated like a tide, restoring the battlefield to its original appearance. As if she had never existed. One strike. Just one strike. Nonchalantly, almost playfully. Yet it ended the nightmare that had plagued the ninja world for 1,000 years. The entire battlefield fell into a deeper, more profound silence than before. Everyone stared blankly at the figure, still maintaining the posture of extending the long staff, gazing at his masked face, his pure white bird hairstyle, and dark red bat cloak, their minds blank, losing all capacity for thought. Who exactly is he? Yao slowly retracted the long staff, returning it to his back. He looked at the utterly dumbfounded Naruto and Sasuke, then looked at the extremely complex expressions of Obito and Kakashi, and finally his gaze swept across the shattered battlefield and the Ninja Alliance, who survived, bewildered. He remained silent. No declaration of victory, no explanations, no farewells. He simply turned the bat cloak, drawing a lonely arc as he took a step, his figure disappearing as if it merged with the air. The arrival was abrupt, the departure decisive. Leaving behind a world that had been completely overturned in its understanding, lost its final enemy, yet was filled with confusion. The Fourth Great Ninja War came to an unexpected end in such a manner that none had foreseen. Chapter 54 End. The Fourth Great Ninja War came to an end in a manner almost mythical. There were no grand celebrations, no sighs of relief, only a bewilderment of survival and endless speculation about that mysterious existence. The world began to rebuild painstakingly amidst the ruins, but some things had forever changed. When Yao reappeared, it was not amidst the ruins of any ninja village, but on a tranquil hillside adorned with nameless wildflowers. He had changed out of his battle attire, still donning the white bird hairstyle, the little prince's scarf and cloak, and the rainbow warrior pants, his face concealed by a deer mask that revealed only his chin and lips, as if he had never experienced that war that had ended the myth. Around him light and shadow danced as a massive door leading to the realm of light quietly opened. On the other side of the door was the ever-setting sun of the cloud field, the dazzling star river of the Twilight Valley, and the mysterious glow of the Forbidden Pavilion. He made no invitation, simply standing there in silence. Yet some seemed to share a connection, as if their souls had already been imprinted by that light, irresistibly drawn toward him. The first to approach was Naruto, who held Hinata's hand, his face radiating a pure, unclouded smile. Following were Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke remained silent, but the corners of his tightly pressed lips softened considerably. Kakashi strolled over, holding the eternally unreadable book Ika Paradise lazily. Jiraiya was a bit bashful, yet his gaze could not tear away from Yao. Tsunade stepped forward with shizen, her expression complex yet resolute. Gaara stood alone, his emerald eyes reflecting the sands and serenity. From Konoha, Suna, and even other ninja villages, those who had crossed paths with Yao during the war, their hearts touched by his radiance. Lee Tenten Niji revived Shikamaru Temari. Even Yahiko and Nagato, whose consciousness existed in the new vessel of light, as well as various members of the Akatsuki. Kisame calculating eternal value, hide and shouting whether the evil god would like the new world. Deidara excited about eternal art. Sasori silently studying the structure of the light body. Itachi calmly observing everything, and Obito grinning as he felt different energies, along with Zetsu, part of white Zetsu joyfully fluttering while black Zetsu had already dissipated, and Orochimaru with a fervor for eternity and the unknown. And standing a little farther away, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, whose expressions were still somewhat awkward but unable to leave. Madara crossed his arms, his Rinnegan surveying this brand new world, still proud, yet that obsessive desire for destruction seemed to have quietly faded in the tranquility of the land of light. Obito watched Yao gazing at the serene star sea, then at Kakashi and Rin, who had been revived by Yao, and was smiling gently, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as the darkness and struggles of over a decade finally found a corner to rest. Yao looked at the crowd gathering around him, and beneath the deer mask the corners of his lips seemed to curve into a faint arc. He said nothing, merely turned and stepped through the light gate first. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. As they crossed that threshold and truly entered the realm of light, a marvelous transformation occurred within each of them. The scars of war were soothed, the traces of time erased, and the restlessness of chakra replaced by the gentle power of light. They attained immortality, not the twisted eternity sought by Orochimaru, but a kind of existence that harmonized with the land of light, never aging or withering. They followed Yao, traversing the various maps of the light realm. Running on the pastures of the cloud field, dancing with the distant Kun, quietly listening to the rain in the rainforest, lighting warm candles, racing on the tracks of Twilight Valley, feeling the thrill of swift winds reflecting in the ruins of the evening earth, contemplating the philosophy of light, and shadow gazing at the starry sky of the forbidden pavilion, exploring the mysteries of the universe. There was no pressing task, no torment of hatred, no worries of survival. Only endless exploration, companionship, and tranquil happiness. In such eternity and beauty, some deeply hidden emotions could no longer be suppressed. On one particularly starry night in the forbidden pavilion, Naruto was the first to rush to Yao, his blue eyes sparkling brighter than the stars as he shouted, "Yao, I like you the most? Let's always be together from now on." Sasuke turned his face away, his ears slightly red, but he quietly said, "What's with the rush?" "Hey, thanks." "And me too." Kakashi closed his book, the only visible eye curving into a crescent moon. "Well, it looks like we'll have plenty of time to slowly read the next page." Jiraiya's face turned red as he stammered for a long time, ultimately transforming into a long sigh and a relieved smile. Tsunade raised a glass of the Land of Light's special fruit wine, gesturing toward Yao, everything unspoken. Gaara quietly walked to Yao's side, saying nothing, simply placing a rose made of the purest sand which would not fade into Yao's palm. Obito struggled for a long time, finally saying awkwardly under Rin's encouraging gaze, "Hey, about before. Thanks. And I'm sorry. And forget it." Madara snorted, yet surprisingly did not retort, merely looking at Yao with eyes as deep as the starry sea. Members of the Akatsuki also expressed their feelings in their own ways, some directly, some awkwardly, and some with artistically exaggerated flair. Faced with this overwhelming outpouring of confessions and dependencies from different souls, Yao listened quietly. The deer mask concealed his expressions, but the aura surrounding him was gentle and accepting. He did not respond to the word love, for his emotions perhaps differed from those of humans. But he expressed his stance through action. He allowed their closeness, allowed their companionship, sharing this eternal starsea with them. However, in immortal life, and extreme emotions can sometimes give rise to more primitive desires. When certain individuals, like the energetic Naruto or Deidara, trying to experience eternal art through physical means, or former rogue ninjas seeking a more intimate connection, approached with shyness, anticipation, or straightforward enthusiasm, subtly or bluntly proposing intimate physical interactions, Yao's reaction surprised everyone. He showed no surprise, no disgust, nor did he cater to them. He merely extended his hand, treating them like children exploring the world gently, and with a kind of understanding that transcended desire. He stroked their heads or patted their shoulders. His touch was warm and pure, carrying the unique calming effect of light, like the softest moonlight, quietly washing away their restless desires, leaving only a deeper soul-level tranquility and connection. The gaze with which he regarded them, though obscured by the mask, everyone could feel it was that of an eternal elder watching over the lively yet sometimes mischievous children he protected. To him, physical desires might just be an innocent and interesting expression of life energy, far less significant than the resonance of souls and eternal companionship. He embraced all their love and dependencies, yet in a manner more noble and gentle, transforming those overly passionate impulses into gentle streams, merging them into this eternal starsea. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon a strange sense of calm and happiness replaced their initial restlessness. They realized that the bond and companionship with Yao, transcending the physical and reaching deep into the soul, might truly be the everlasting eternity that never fades. Thus, in this land of light ruled by Yao, everyone lived together, happily attaining true immortality. They formed a unique and unbreakable symbiotic relationship with Yao. They were the stars in his sea of stars, and he was the gentle and eternal night sky that embraced all stars. Chapter 55, and the main storyline reaches a temporary conclusion. Fireworks. The extras cannot be broadcast. I will share them in the QQ group once I finish.